Section 21 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I must go back here, after telling openly the wicked things I did, to mention something which, however, had the face of doing good. I remembered that when I went from England, which was 15 years before, I had left 5 little children, turned out, as it were, to the wide world, to the charity of their father's relations. The eldest was not 6 years old, for we had not been married full 7 years when their father went away. After my coming to England, I was greatly desirous to hear how things stood with them, and whether they were all alive or not, and in what manner they had been maintained, and yet I resolved not to discover myself to them in the least, or to let any of the people that had the breeding of them up know that there was such a body left in the world as their mother. Amy was the only body I could trust with such a commission, and I sent her into Spitalfields, to the old aunt and to the poor woman that were so instrumental in disposing the relations to take some care of the children, but they were both gone, dead and buried some years. The next inquiry she made was at the house where she carried the poor children and turned them in at the door. When she came there, she found the house inhabited by other people, so that she could make little or nothing of her inquiries, and came back with an answer that indeed was no answer to me, for it gave me no satisfaction at all. I sent her back to inquire in the neighbourhood what was become of the family that lived in that house, and if they were removed where they lived, and what circumstances they were in, and withal, if she could, what became of the poor children, and how they lived, and how they'd been treated, and the like. She brought me back word upon this second going, that she heard, as to the family, that the husband, who, though but uncle-in-law to the children, had yet been kindest to them, was dead, and that the widow was left but in mean circumstances. That is to say, she did not want, but that she was not so well in the world as she was thought to be when her husband was alive, that as to the poor children, 2 of them, it seems, had been kept by her, that is to say, by her husband while he lived, for that it was against her will, that we all know. But the honest neighbours pitied the poor children, they said heartily, for that their aunt used them barbarously, and made them little better than servants in the house, to wait upon her and her children, and scarce allowed them clothes fit to wear. These were, it seems, my eldest and 3rd, which were daughters. The 2nd was a son, the 4th a daughter, and the youngest a son. To finish the melancholy part of this history of my 2 unhappy girls, she brought me word that as soon as they were able to go out and get any work, they went from her, and some said she had turned them out of doors, but it seems she had not done so, but she used them so cruelly that they left her, and one of them went to service to a neighbour's, a little way off, who knew her, an honest substantial weaver's wife, to whom she was chambermaid, and in a little time she took her sister out of the bridewell of her aunt's house, and got her a place too. This was all melancholy and dull. I sent her then to the weaver's house, where the eldest had lived, but found that, her mistress being dead, she was gone, and nobody knew there whither she went, only that they heard she had lived with a great lady at the other end of town, but they did not know who that lady was. His inquiries took up 3 or 4 weeks, and I was not one jot the better for it, for I could hear nothing to my satisfaction. I sent her next to find out the honest man who, as in the beginning of my story I observed, made them be entertained, and caused the youngest to be fetched from the town where we lived, and where the parish officers had taken care of him. This gentleman was still alive, and there she heard that my youngest daughter and eldest son was dead also, that my youngest son was alive, and was at that time about 17 years old, that he was put out apprentice by the kindness and charity of his uncle, but to a mean trade, and at which he was obliged to work very hard. Amy was so curious in this part that she went immediately to see him, and found him all dirty and hard at work. She had no remembrance at all of the youth, for she had not seen him since he was about 2 years old, and it was evident he could have no knowledge of her. However, she talked with him, and found him a good, sensible, mannerly youth, that he knew little of the story of his father or mother, and had no view of anything but to work hard for his living. She did not think fit to put any great things into his head, lest it should take him off of his business, and perhaps make him turn giddy-headed and be good for nothing. But she went and found out that kind man, his benefactor, who had put him out, and finding him a plain, well-meaning, honest, and kind-hearted man, she opened her tale to him the easier. She made a long story, how she had a prodigious kindness for the child, because she had the same for his mother and father. Told him that she was the servant maid that brought all of them to their aunt's door, and run away and left them, that their poor mother wanted bread, and what came of her after she would have been glad to know. She added that her circumstances had happened to mend in the world, and that, as she was in condition, so she was disposed to show some kindness to the children, if she could find them out. He received her with all the civility that so kind a proposal demanded, gave her an account of what he had done for the child, how he had maintained him, fed and clothed him, put him to school, and at last put him out to a trade. She said he had indeed been a father to the child. But, sir, says she, 'tis a very laborious, hard-working trade, and he is but a thin, weak boy. That's true, says he, but the boy chose the trade, and I assure you I gave £20 with him, and am to find him close all his apprenticeship. And as to its being a hard trade, says he, that's the fate of his circumstances, poor boy. I could not well do better for him. Well, sir, as you did all for him in charity, says she, it was exceeding well. But as my resolution is to do something for him, I desire you will, if possible, take him away again from that place where he works so hard, for I cannot bear to see the child work so very hard for his bread. I will do something for him that shall make him live without such hard labour. He smiled at that. I can indeed, says he, take him away, but then I must lose my £20 that I gave with him. Well, sir, said Amy, I'll enable you to lose that £20 immediately. So she puts her hand in her pocket and pulls out her purse. He begun to be a little amazed at her, and looked her hard in the face, and that so very much that she took notice of it, and said, Sir, I fancy, by your looking at me, you think you know me, but I am assured you do not, for I never saw your face before. I think you have done enough for the child, and that you ought to be acknowledged as a father to him, but you ought not to lose by your kindness to him more than the kindness of bringing him up obliges you to, and therefore there's the £20, added she, and pray let him be fetched away. Well, madam, says he, I will thank you for the boy as well as for myself, but will you please to tell me what I must do with him? Sir, says Amy, as you have been so kind to keep him so many years, I beg you will take him home again 1 year more, and I'll bring you £100 more, which I will desire you to lay out in schooling and clothes for him, and to pay you for his board. Perhaps I may put him in a condition to return your kindness. He looked pleased, but surprised very much, and inquired of Amy, but with very great respect, what he should go to school to learn, and what trade she would please to put him out to. Amy said he should put him to learn a little Latin, and then merchant's accounts, and to write a good hand, for she would have him be put to a Turkey merchant. Madam, says he, I am glad for his sake to hear you talk so, but do you know that a Turkey merchant will not take him under £400 or £500? Yes, sir, says Amy, I know it very well. And, says he, that it will require as many thousands to set him up. Yes, sir, says Amy, I know that very well too. And resolving to talk very big, she added, I have no children of my own, but I resolve to make him my heir, and if £10,000 be required to set him up, he shall not want it. I was but his mother's servant when he was born, and I mourned heartily for the disaster of the family. And I always said, if ever I was worth anything in the world, I would take the child for my own, and I'll be as good as my word now, though I did not then foresee that it would be with me as it has been since. And so Amy told him a long story, how she was troubled for me, and what she would give to hear whether I was dead or alive, and what circumstances I was in, that if she could but find me, if I was ever so poor, she would take care of me, and make a gentlewoman of her again. He told her that, as to the child's mother, she had been reduced to the last extremity, and was obliged, as he supposed she knew, to send the children all among her husband's friends, and if it had not been for him, they had all been sent to the parish, but that he obliged the other relations to share the charge among them, that he had taken two, whereof he had lost the eldest, who died of the smallpox, but that he had been as careful of this as of his own, and had made very little difference in their breeding up, only that when he came to put them out, he thought it was best for the boy to put him to a trade which he might set up in without a stock, for otherwise his time would be lost, and that, as to his mother, he had never been able to hear one word of her, no, not though he had made the utmost inquiry after her. There went a report that she had drowned herself, that he could never meet with anybody that could give him a certain account of it. Amy counterfeited a cry for her poor mistress, told him she would give anything in the world to see her if she was alive, and a great deal more such like talk they had about that. Then they returned to speak of the boy. He inquired of her why she did not seek after the child before, that he might have been brought up from a younger age, suitable to what she designed to do for him. She told him she had been out of England, and was but newly returned from the East Indies. That she had been out of England, and was but newly returned, was true, but the latter was false, and was put in to blind him, and to provide against farther inquiries. For it was not a strange thing for young women to go away poor to the East Indies, and come home vastly rich. So she went on with directions about him, and both agreed in this, that the boy should by no means be told what was intended for him, but only that he should be taken home again to his uncle's, that his uncle thought the trade too hard for him, and the like. About 3 days after this, Amy goes again, and carried him the £100 she promised him, but then Amy made quite another figure than she did before, for she went in my coach with 2 footmen after her, and dressed very fine also, jewels and a gold watch, and there was indeed no great difficulty to make Amy look like a lady, for she was a very handsome, well-shaped woman, and genteel enough. The coachmen and servants were particularly ordered to show her the same respect as they would to me, and to call her Madame Collins if they were asked any questions about her. When the gentleman saw what a figure she made, it added to the former surprise, and he entertained her in the very most respectful manner possible, congratulated her advancement in fortune, and particularly rejoiced that it should fall to the poor child's lot to be so provided for, contrary to all expectation. Well, Amy talked big, but very free and familiar, told them she had no pride in her good fortune, and that was true enough, for to give Amy her due, she was far from it, and was as good-humoured a creature as ever lived, that she was the same as ever, and that she always loved this boy, and was resolved to do something extraordinary for him. Then she pulled out her money and paid him down £120, which she said she paid him, that he might be sure he should be no loser by taking him home again, and that she would come and see him again and talk farther about things with him, so that all might be settled for him in such a manner as accidents, such as mortality, anything else, should make no alteration to the child's prejudice. At this meeting the uncle brought his wife out, a good, motherly, comely, grave woman, who spoke very tenderly of the youth, and, as it appeared, had been very good to him, though she had several children of her own. After a long discourse she put in a word of her own. "Madam," says she, "I am heartily glad of the good intentions you have for this poor orphan, and I rejoice sincerely in it for his sake. But, madam, you know, I suppose, that there are two sisters alive too. May we not speak a word for them? Poor girls," says she, "they have not been so kindly used as he has, and are turned out to the wide world." "Where are they, madam?" says Amy. "Poor creatures," says the gentlewoman, "they are out at service, nobody knows where but themselves. Their case is very hard." "Well, madam," says Amy, "though if I could find them I would assist them, yet my concern is for the boy, as I call him, and I will put him into a condition to take care of his sisters." "But, madam," says the good compassionate creature, "he may not be so charitable, perhaps by his own inclination, for brothers are not fathers, and they have been cruelly used already, poor girls. We have often relieved them, both with victuals and clothes too, even while they were pretended to be kept by their barbarous aunt." "Well, madam," says Amy, "what can I do for them? They are gone, it seems, and cannot be heard of. When I see them 'tis time enough." She pressed Amy then to oblige their brother, out of the plentiful fortune he was like to have, to do something for his sisters when he should be able. Amy spoke coldly of that still, but said she would consider of it. So they parted for that time. They had several meetings after this, for Amy went to see her adopted son, and ordered his schooling, clothes, and other things, but enjoined them not to tell the young man anything, but that they thought the trade he was at too hard for him, and they would keep him at home a little longer, and give him some schooling to fit him for other business. Then Amy appeared to him as she did before, only as one that had known his mother, and had some kindness for him. Thus this matter passed on for near a 12-month, when it happened that one of my maidservants, having asked Amy leave, for Amy was mistress of the servants, and took and put out such as she pleased, I say, having asked leave to go into the city to see her friends, came home crying bitterly. In a most grievous agony she was, and continued so several days, till Amy, perceiving the excess, and that the maid would certainly cry herself sick, she took an opportunity with her and examined her about it. The maid told her a long story, that she had been to see her brother, the only brother she had in the world, and that she knew he was put out apprentice. There had come a lady in a coach to his uncle, who had brought him up, and made him take him home again. So the wench gone on with the whole story, just as 'tis told above, till she came to that part that belonged to herself. And there, says she, I had not let them know where I lived. The lady would have taken me, and they say would have provided for me too, as she has done for my brother, but nobody could tell where to find me, and so I have lost it all, and all the hopes of being anything but a poor servant all my days." And then the girl fell a-crying again. Amy said, "What's all this story? Who could this lady be? It must be some trick, sure." "No," she said, "it was not a trick, for she had made them take her brother home from apprentice, and bought him new clothes, and put him to make more learning, and the gentlewoman said she would make him her heir." "Her heir!" says Amy. "What does that amount to? It may be she had nothing to leave him. She might make anybody her heir." No, no, says the girl, she came in a fine coach and horses, and I don't know how many footmen to attend her, and brought a great bag of gold, and gave it to my uncle, he that brought up my brother, to buy him clothes, and to pay for his schooling and board. He that brought up your brother, says Amy. Why, did not he bring you up too, as well as your brother? Pray, who brought you up? Here the poor girl told a melancholy story, how an aunt had brought her up, and her sister, and how barbarously she had used them, as we have heard. By this time Amy had her head full enough, and her heart too, and did not know how to hold it, or what to do, for she was satisfied that this was no other than my own daughter, for she told her all the history of her father and her mother, and how she was carried by their maid to her aunt's door, just as is related in the beginning of my story. Amy did not tell me this story for a great while, nor did she well know what course to take in it. But as she had authority to manage everything in the family, she took occasion some time after, without letting me know anything of it, to find some fault with the maid and turn her away. Her reasons were good, though at first I was not pleased when I heard of it, but I was convinced afterwards that she was in the right. For if she had told me of it, I should have been in great perplexity between the difficulty of concealing myself from my own child, and the inconvenience of having my way of living be known among my first husband's relations, and even to my husband himself. For as to his being dead at Paris, Amy, seeing me resolved against marrying any more, had told me that she had formed that story only to make me easy when I was in Holland, if anything should offer to my liking. However, I was too tender a mother still, notwithstanding what I had done, to let this poor girl go about the world, drudging, as it were, for bread, and slaving at the fire and in the kitchen as a cookmaid. Besides, it came into my head that she might perhaps marry some poor devil of a footman or a coachman, or some such thing, and be undone that way, or, which was worse, be drawn in to lie with some of that coarse, cursed kind, and be with child, and be utterly ruined that way, and in the midst of all my prosperity. This gave me great uneasiness. As to sending Amy to her, there was no doing that now, for as she had been servant in the house, she knew Amy as well as Amy knew me, and no doubt, though I was much out of her sight, yet she might have had the curiosity to have peeped at me, and seen me enough to know me again, if I had discovered myself to her. So that, in short, there was nothing to be done that way. However, Amy, a diligent, indefatigable creature, found out another woman, and gave her her errand, and sent her to the honest man's house in Spitalfields, whither she supposed the girl would go after she was out of her place, and bade her talk with her, and tell her at a distance that as something had been done for her brother, so something would be done for her too, and that she should not be discouraged. She carried her £20 to buy her clothes, and bid her not go to service any more, but think of other things, that she should take a lodging in some good family, and that she should soon hear father. The girl was overjoyed with this news, you may be sure, and at first a little too much elevated with it, and dressed herself very handsomely indeed, and as soon as she had done so, came and paid a visit to Madame Amy, to let her see how fine she was. Amy congratulated her, and wished it might be all as she expected, but admonished her not to be elevated with it too much, told her humility was the best ornament of a gentlewoman, and a great deal of good advice she gave her, but discovered nothing. All this was acted in the first years of my setting up my new figure here in town, and while the masques and balls were in agitation, and Amy carried on the affair of setting out my son into the world, which we were assisted in by the sage advice of my faithful counsellor, Sir Robert Clayton, who procured as a master for him, by whom he was afterwards sent abroad to Italy, as you shall hear in its place, and Amy managed my daughter too very well, though by a third hand. End of section 21. Section 22 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My amour with my lord began now to draw to an end, and indeed, notwithstanding his money, it had lasted so long that I was much more sick of his lordship than he could be of me. He grew old and fretful and captious, and I must add, which made the vice itself begin to grow surfeiting and nauseous to me, he grew worse and wickeder the older he grew, and that to such degree as is not fit to write of, and he made me so weary of him, that upon one of his capricious humours, which he often took occasion to trouble me with, I took occasion to be much less complaisant to him than I used to be, and as I knew him to be hasty, I first took care to put him into a little passion, and then to resent it, and this brought us to words in which I told him I thought he grew sick of me, and he answered in a heat that truly so he was. I answered that I found his lordship was endeavouring to make me sick too, that I had met with several such rubs from him of late, and that he did not use me as he used to do, and I begged his lordship he would make himself easy. This I spoke with an air of coldness and indifference, such as I knew he could not bear. I did not downright quarrel with him, and tell him I was sick of him too, and desire him to quit me, for I knew that would come of itself. Besides, I had received a great deal of handsome usage from him, and I was loath to have the breach be on my side, that he might not be able to say I was ungrateful. But he put the occasion into my hands, for he came no more to me for 2 months. Indeed, I expected a fit of absence, for such I had had several times before, but not for above a fortnight or 3 weeks at most. But after I had stayed a month, which was longer than ever he kept away, yet I took a new method with him, for I was resolved now it should be in my power to continue or not, as I thought fit. At the end of a month, therefore, I removed and took lodgings at Kensington Gravel Pits, at that part next to the road to Acton, and left nobody in my lodgings but Amy and a footman, with proper instructions how to behave when his lordship, being come to himself, should think fit to come again, which I knew he would. About the end of 2 months he came in the dusk of the evening as usual. The footman answered him, and told him his lady was not at home, but there was Mrs. Amy above, so he did not order her to be called down, but went upstairs into the dining room, and Mrs. Amy came to him. He asked where I was. My lord, said she, my mistress has been removed a good while from hence, and lives at Kensington. Ah, Mrs. Amy, how came you to be here then? My lord, said she, we are here till the quarter-day, because the goods are not removed, and to give answers if any comes to ask for my lady. Well, and what answer are you to give me? Indeed, my lord, says Amy, I have no particular answer to your lordship, but to tell you and everybody else where my lady lives, and that they may not think she's run away. No, Miss Amy, says he, I don't think she's run away, but indeed I can't go after her so far as that. Amy said nothing to that, but made a courtesy, and said she believed I would be there again for a week or 2 in a little time. How a little time, Mrs. Amy? Says my lord. She comes next Tuesday, says Amy. Very well, says my lord, I'll call and see her then, and so he went away. Accordingly I came on the Tuesday, and stayed a fortnight, but he came not, so I went back to Kensington, and after that I had very few of his lordship's visits, which I was very glad of, and in a little time after was more glad of it than I was at first, and upon a far better account too. Now I began not to be sick of his lordship only, but really I began to be sick of the vice, and as now I had good leisure to divert and enjoy myself in the world as much as it was possible for any woman to do that ever lived in it, so I found as my judgment began to prevail upon me, to fix my delight upon nobler objects than I had formerly done, and the very beginning of this brought some just reflections upon me relating to things past, to the former manner of my living, and though there was not the least hint in all this from what may be called religion or conscience, and far from anything of repentance, or anything that was akin to it, especially at first, yet the sense of things, and the knowledge I had of the world, and the vast variety of scenes that I had acted my part in, began to work upon my senses, and it came so very strong upon my mind one morning, when I had been lying awake some time in my bed, as if somebody had asked me the question, what was I a whore for now? It occurred naturally upon this inquiry that at first I yielded to the importunity of my circumstances, the misery of which the devil dismally aggravated, to draw me to comply. For I confess I had strong and natural aversions to the crime at first, partly owing to a virtuous education, and partly to a sense of religion, but the devil, and that greater devil of poverty, prevailed. The person who laid siege to me did it in such an obliging, and I may almost say irresistible manner, all still managed by the evil spirit, for I must be allowed to believe that he has a share in all such things, if not the whole management of them. But I say it was carried on by that person in such an irresistible manner that, as I said when I related the fact, there was no withstanding it. These circumstances, I say, the devil managed not only to bring me to comply, but he continued them as arguments to fortify my mind against all reflection, and to keep me in that horrid course I had engaged in, as if it were honest and lawful. But not to dwell upon that now. This was a pretence, and here was something to be said, though I acknowledge it ought not to have been sufficient to me at all. But I say, to leave that, all this was out of doors. The devil himself could not form one argument, or put one reason into my head now that could serve for an answer, no, not so much as a pretended answer to this question, why I should be a whore now. It had for a while been a little kind of excuse to me that I was engaged with this wicked old lord, and that I could not in honest forsake him. But how foolish and absurd did it look to repeat the word honour on so vile an occasion, as if a woman should prostitute her honour in point of honour. Horrid inconsistency! Honour called upon me to detest the crime, and the man too, and have resisted all the attacks which from the beginning had been made upon my virtue, and honour, had it been consulted, would have preserved me honest from the beginning, for honesty and honour are the same. This, however, shows us with what faint excuses and with what trifles we pretend to satisfy ourselves, and suppress the attempts of conscience in the pursuit of agreeable crime, and in the possessing those pleasures which we are loath to part with. But this objection would now serve no longer, for my lord had in some sort broke his engagements, I won't call it honour again, with me, and had so far slighted me as fairly to justify my entire quitting of him now. And so, as the objection was fully answered, the question remained still unanswered, why am I a whore now? Nor indeed had I anything to say for myself, even to myself. I could not, without blushing, as wicked I was, answer that I loved it for the sake of the vice, and that I delighted in being a whore as such. I say I could not say this, even to myself, and all alone, nor indeed would it have been true. I was never able, in justice and with truth, to say I was so wicked as that, but as necessity first debauched me, and poverty made me a whore at the beginning, so excess of avarice for getting money, and excess of vanity, continued me in the crime, not being able to resist the flatteries of great persons, being called the finest woman in France, being caressed by a prince, and afterwards I had pride enough to expect, and folly enough to believe, though indeed without ground, by a great monarch. These were my baits, these the chains by which the devil held me bound, and by which I was indeed too fast held for any reasoning that I was then mistress of to deliver me from. But this was all over now. Avarice could have no pretence. I was out of the reach of all that fate could be supposed to do to reduce me. Now I was so far from poor, or the danger of it, that I had £50,000 in my pocket, at least, nay, I had the income of £50,000, for I had £2,500 a year coming in upon my very good land security, besides £3,000 or £4,000 in money which I kept by me for ordinary occasions, and besides jewels and plate and goods which were worth near £5,600 more. These put together, when I ruminated on it in all my thoughts, as you may be sure I did often, added weight still to the question as above, and it sounded continually in my head, what next? What am I a whore for now? It is true, this was, as I say, seldom out of my thoughts, but yet it made no impressions upon me of that kind which might be expected from a reflection of so important a nature, and which had so much of substance and seriousness in it. But, however, it was not without some little consequences, even at that time, and which gave a little turn to my way of living at first, as you shall hear in its place. But one particular thing intervened besides this, which gave me some uneasiness at this time, and made way for other things that followed. I have mentioned in several little digressions the concern I had upon me for my children, and in what manner I had directed that affair. I must go on a little with that part in order to bring the subsequent parts of my story together. My boy, the only son I had left that I had a legal right to call son, was, as I have said, rescued from the unhappy circumstances of being apprenticed to a mechanic, and was brought up upon a new foot. But though this was infinitely to his advantage, yet it put him back near 3 years in his coming into the world, for he had been near a year at the drudgery he was first put to, and it took up 2 years more to form him for what he had hopes given him he should hereafter be, so that he was full 19 years old, or rather 20 years, before he came to be put out as I intended, at the end of which time I put him to a very flourishing Italian merchant, and again sent him to Messina, in the Isle of Sicily, and a little before the juncture I am now speaking of, I had letters from him, that is to say, Mrs. Amy had letters from him, intimating that he was out of his time, and that he had an opportunity to be taken into the English house there on very good terms, if his support from hence might answer what he was bid to hope for, and so begged that what would be done for him might be so ordered that he might have it for his present advancement, referring for the particulars to his master, the merchant in London, who he had been put apprentice to here, who, to cut the story short, gave such a satisfactory account of it, and of my young man, to my steady and faithful counsellor, Sir Robert Clayton, that I made no scruple to pay £4,000, for which £1,000 more than he demanded, or rather proposed that he might have encouraged him to enter into the world better than he expected. His master remitted the money very faithfully to him, and finding by Sir Robert Clayton that the young gentleman, for so he called him, was well supported, wrote such letters on his account as gave him a credit of at Messina equal in value to the money itself. I could not digest it very well, that I should all this while conceal myself thus from my own child, and make all this favour due, in his opinion, to a stranger, and yet I could not find in my heart to let my son know what a mother he had, and what a life she lived, when at the same time that he must think himself infinitely obliged to me, he must be obliged, if he was a man of virtue, to hate his mother,
and abhor the way of living by which all the bounty he enjoyed was raised. This is the reason of mentioning this part of my son's story, which is otherwise no ways concerned in my history, but as it put me upon thinking how to put an end to that wicked course I was in, that my own child, when he should afterwards come to England in a good figure, and with the appearance of a merchant, should not be ashamed to own me. But there was another difficulty which lay heavier upon me a great deal, and that was my daughter, who, as before, I had relieved by the hands of another instrument which Amy had procured. The girl, as I have mentioned, was directed to put herself into a good garb, take lodgings, and entertain a maid to wait upon her, and to give herself some breeding, that is to say, to learn to dance, and fit herself to appear as a gentlewoman, being made to hope that she should, some time or other, find that she should be put into a condition to support her character, and to make herself amends for all her former troubles. She was only charged not to be drawn into matrimony till she was secured of a fortune that might assist to dispose of herself, suitable not to what she then was, but what she was to be. The girl was too sensible of her circumstances not to give all possible satisfaction of that kind, and indeed she was mistress of too much understanding not to see how much she should be obliged to that part for her own interest. It was not long after this, but being well equipped, and in everything well set out as she was directed, she came, as I related above, and paid a visit to Mrs. Amy, and to tell her of her good fortune. Amy pretended to be much surprised at the alteration, and overjoyed for her sake, and began to treat her very well, entertained her handsomely, and when she would have gone away, pretended to ask my leave, and sent my coach home with her, and, in short, learning from her where she lodged, which was in the city, Amy promised to return her visit, and did so, and, in a word, Amy and Susan, for she was my own name, began an intimate acquaintance together. There was an inexpressible difficulty in the poor girl's way, or else I should not have been able to have forborne discovering myself to her, and this was, her having been a servant to my particular family, and I could by no means think of ever letting the children know what a kind of creature they owed their being to, or giving them an occasion to upbraid their mother with her scandalous life, much less to justify the like practice from my example. Thus it was with me, and thus, no doubt, considering parents always find it, that their own children are a restraint to them in their worst courses, when the sense of a superior power has not the same influence. But of that hereafter. There happened, however, one good circumstance in the case of this poor girl, which brought about a discovery sooner than otherwise it would have been, and it was thus. After she and Amy had been intimate for some time, and had exchanged several visits, the girl, now grown a woman, talking to Amy of the gay things that used to fall out when she was servant in my family, spoke of it with a kind of concern that she could not see me, a lady, and at last she adds, "'Twas very strange, madame," says she to Amy, "that though I lived near 2 years in the house, I never saw my mistress in my life, except it was that public night when she danced in the fine Turkish habit, and then she was so disguised that I knew nothing of her afterwards." Amy was glad to hear this. As she was a cunning girl from the beginning, she was not to be bit, and so she laid no stress upon that at first, but gave me an account of it, and I must confess it gave me a secret joy to think that I was not known to her, and that by virtue of that only accident I might, when other circumstances made room for it, discover myself to her, and let her know she had a mother in a condition fit to be owned. It was a dreadful restraint to me before, and this gave me some very sad reflections, and made way for the great question I have mentioned above, and how much the circumstance was bitter to me. By so much the more agreeable it was to understand that the girl had never seen me. consequently would not know me again if she was to be told who I was. However, the next time she came to visit Amy, I was resolved to put it to a trial, to come into the room and let me see her, and her see me, and to see by that whether she knew me or not. But Amy put me by, lest indeed, as there was reason enough to question, I should not be able to contain or forbear discovering myself to her. So it went off for that time. But both these circumstances, and that is the reason of mentioning them, brought me to consider of the life I lived, and to resolve to put myself into some figure of life in which I might not be scandalous to my own family, and be afraid to make myself known to my own children, who were my own flesh and blood. There was another daughter I had, which, with all our inquiries, we could not hear of, high nor low, for several years after the first. But I return to my own story. Being now in part removed from my old station, I seemed to be in a fair way of retiring from my old acquaintances, and consequently from the vile, abominable trade I had driven so long, so that the door seemed to be, as it were, particularly open to my reformation, if I had any mind to it in earnest. But for all that, some of my old friends, as I used to call them, inquired me out, and came to visit me at Kensington, and that more frequently than I wished they would do. But being once known where I was, there was no avoiding it, unless I would have downright refused and affronted them, and I was not yet in earnest enough with my resolutions to go that length. The best of it was my old lewd favourite, who I now heartily hated, entirely dropped me. He came once to visit me, but I caused Amy to deny me and say I was gone out. She did it so oddly, too, that when his lordship went away, he said coldly to her, "Well, well, Mrs. Amy, I find your mistress does not desire to be seen. Tell her I won't trouble her any more," repeating the words "any more" 2 or 3 times over, just at his going away. I reflected a little on it at first as unkind to him, having had so many considerable presents from him, but, as I have said, I was sick of him, and that on some accounts which, if I could suffer myself to publish them, would fully justify my conduct. But that part of the story will not bear telling, so I must leave it and proceed. I had begun a little, as I have said above, to reflect upon my manner of living, and to think of putting a new face upon it, and nothing moved me to it more than a consideration of my having 3 children who were now grown up, and yet that while I was in that station of life I could not converse with them or make myself known to them, and this gave me a great deal of uneasiness. At last I entered into talk on this part with my woman Amy. We lived at Kensington, as I have said above, and though I had done with my old wicked life, as above, yet I was frequently visited, as I said, by some others, so that in a word I began to be known in the town, not by name only, but by my character too, which was worse. It was one morning when Amy was in bed with me, and I had some of my dullest thoughts about me, that Amy, hearing me sigh pretty often, asked me if I was not well. "Yes, Amy, I am well enough," says I, "but my mind is oppressed with heavy thoughts, and has been so a good while." And then I told her how it grieved me that I could not make myself known to my own children, or form any acquaintances in the world. "Why so?" says Amy. "I prithee, Amy," says I, "what will my children say to themselves, and to one another, when they find their mother, however rich she may be, is at best but a whore, a common whore? And as for acquaintance, prithee, Amy, what sober lady or what family of any character will visit or be acquainted with a whore?" "Why, all that's true, madam," says Amy, "but how can it be remedied now?" "'Tis true, Amy," said I, "the thing cannot be remedied now, but the scandal of it, I fancy, may be thrown off." "Truly," says Amy, "I do not see how, unless you will go abroad again. and live in some other nation where nobody has known us or seen us, so that they cannot say they ever saw us before. That very thought of Amy put what follows into my head, and I returned, "Why, Amy," says I, "is it not possible for me to shift my being from this part of the town and go and live in another part of the city, or another part of the country, and be as entirely concealed as if I had never been known?" "Yes," says Amy, "I believe it might, but then you must put off all your equipages and servants, coaches and horses, change your liveries, wear your own clothes, and, if it was possible, your very face." "Well," says I, "and that's the way, Amy, and that I'll do, and that forthwith, for I am not able to live in this manner any longer." Amy came into this with a kind of pleasure, particularly to herself, that is to say, with an eagerness not to be resisted, for Amy was apt to be precipitant in her motions, and was for doing it immediately. "Well," says I, "Amy, as soon as you will, but what course must we take to do it? We cannot put off servants and coach and horses and everything, leave off housekeeping, and transform ourselves into a new shape all in a moment. Servants must have warning, and the goods must be sold off, and 1,000 things." And this began to perplex us, and in particular took us up 2 or 3 days' consideration. At last, Amy, who was a clever manager in such cases, came to me with a scheme, as she called it. "I have found it out, madam," says she. "I have found a scheme how you shall, if you have a mind to it, begin and finish a perfect entire change of your figure and circumstances in 1 day. You shall be as much unknown, madam, in 24 hours as you would be in so many years." "Come, Amy," says I, "let us hear it from you. Please me mightily with thoughts of it." "Well then," says Amy, "let me go into the city this afternoon, and I'll inquire out some honest, plain, sober family, or I will take lodgings for you. As for a country gentlewoman that desires to be in London for about half a year, to board yourself and a kinswoman that is half a servant, half a companion, meaning myself, and so agree with them by the month, to this lodging, if I hit upon one to your mind, you may go to tomorrow morning in a hackney coach, with nobody but me, and leave such clothes and linen as you think fit, but to be sure the plainest you have, and then you are removed at once. You never need set your foot in this house again," meaning where we then were, "or see anybody belonging to it. In the meantime, I'll let the servants know that you are going over to Holland upon extraordinary business, and will leave off your equipages, and so I'll give them warning, or, if they will accept of it, give them a month's wages. Then I'll sell off your furniture as well as I can. As to your coach, it is but having it now painted, and the lining changed, and getting new harness and hammercloths. But you may keep it still, or dispose of it as you think fit, and only take care to let this lodging be in some remote part of the town. You may be as perfectly unknown as if you had never been in England in your life." This was Amy's scheme, and it pleased me so well that I resolved not only to let her go, but resolved to go with her myself. But Amy put me off that, because she said she should have occasion to hurry up and down so long, that if I was with her it would rather hinder than further her, so I waived it. In a word, Amy went and was gone 5 long hours, but when she came back, I could see by her countenance that her success had been suitable to her pains, for she came laughing and gaping. "Oh, madam," says she, "I have pleased you to the life." And with that she tells me how she had fixed upon a house in a court in the Minories, that she was directed to it merely by accident, that it was a female family, the master of the house being gone to New England, and that the woman had 4 children, kept 2 maids, and lived very handsomely, but wanted company to divert her, and that on that very account she had agreed to take boarders. Amy agreed for a good handsome price, because she was resolved I should be used well, so she bargained to give her £35 for the half year, and £50 if we took a maid, leaving that to my choice, and that we might be satisfied we should meet with nothing very gay. The people were Quakers, and I liked them the better. I was so pleased that I resolved to go with Amy the next day to see the lodgings, and see the women of the house, and see how I liked them. But if I was pleased with the general, I was much more pleased with the particulars, for the gentlewoman, I must call her so, though she was a Quaker, was a most courteous, obliging, mannerly person, perfectly well bred and perfectly well humoured, and, in short, the most agreeable conversation that ever I met with, and which was worth all, so grave and yet so pleasant, and so merry that 'tis scarcely possible for me to express how I was pleased and delighted with her company, particularly how I was so pleased that I would go away no more, so I e'en took up my lodging there the very first night. In the meantime, though it took up Amy almost a month so entirely to put off all the appearances of housekeeping as above, it need take me up no time to relate it. 'Tis enough to say that Amy quitted all that part of the world, came pack and package to me, and here we took up our abode. End of Section 22.
Section 23 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was now in a perfect retreat indeed, remote from the eyes of all that ever had seen me, and as much out of the way of being ever seen or heard of by any of the gang that used to follow me as if I had been among the mountains in Lancashire. For when did a blue garter or a coach and six come into a little narrow passage in a Minories or Goodman's Fields? And as there was no fear of them, so really I had no desire to see them, or so much as to hear from them any more, as long as I lived. I seemed in a little hurry while Amy came and went so every day at first, but when that was over I lived here perfectly retired, and with a most pleasant and agreeable lady. I must call her so, for, though a Quaker, she had a full share of good breeding, sufficient to her if she had been a duchess. In a word, she was the most agreeable creature in her conversation, as I said before, that ever I met with. I pretended after I had been there some time to be extremely in love with the dress of the Quakers, and this pleased her so much that she would needs dress me up one day in a suit of her own clothes, but my real design was to see whether it would pass upon me for a disguise. Amy was struck with the novelty, though I had not mentioned my design to her, and when the Quaker was gone out of the room, says Amy, "I guess your meaning. It is a perfect disguise for you. Why, you look quite another body. I should not have known you myself." "Nay," says Amy, "more than that, it makes you look 10 years younger than you did." Nothing could please me better than that, and when Amy repeated it, I was so fond of it that I asked my Quaker, I won't call her my landlady, it is indeed too coarse a word for her, and she deserved much better. I say, I asked her if she would sell it. I told her I was so fond of it that I would give her enough to buy her a better suit. She declined it at first, but I soon perceived that it was chiefly in good manners, because I should not dishonour myself, as she called it, to put on her old clothes. But if I pleased to accept of them, she would give me them for my dressing clothes, and go with me and buy a suit for me that might be better worth my wearing. But as I conversed in a very frank, open manner with her, I bid her do the like with me, that I made no scruples of such things, but that if she would let me have them, I would satisfy her. So she let me know what they cost, and to make her amends I gave her 3 guineas more than they cost her. This good, though unhappy, Quaker had the misfortune to have had a bad husband, and he was gone beyond sea. She had a good house, and well furnished, and had some jointure of her own estate, which supported her and her children, so that she did not want, but she was not at all above such a help as my being there was to her. She was as glad of me as I was of her. However, as I knew there was no way to fix this new acquaintance like making myself a friend to her, I began with making her some handsome presents and the like to her children. And first, opening my bundles one day in my chamber, I heard her in another room, and called her in with a kind of familiar way. There I showed her some of my fine clothes, and having among the rest of my things a piece of very fine New Holland, which I had bought a little before, worth about 9 shillings in all, I pulled it out. "Here, my friend," says I will make you a present if you will accept it." With that I laid the piece of Holland in her lap. I could see she was surprised, and that she could hardly speak. "What dost thou mean?" says she. "Indeed, I cannot have the face to accept so fine a present as this, adding 'tis fit for thy own use, but 'tis above my wear indeed." I thought she had meant she must not wear it so fine because she was a Quaker, so I returned, "Why, do not you Quakers wear fine linen neither?" "Yes," says she, "we wear fine linen when we can afford it, but this is too good for me." However, I made her take it, and she was very thankful too. But my end was answered another way, for by this I engaged her so, that as I found her a woman of understanding and of honesty too, I might upon any occasion have a confidence in her, which was indeed what I very much wanted. By accustoming myself to converse with her, I had not only learned to dress like a Quaker, but so used myself to thee and thou that I talked like a Quaker too, as readily and naturally as if I had been born among them, and in a word I passed for a Quaker among all people that did not know me. I went but little abroad, but I had been so used to a coach that I knew not how well to go without one. Besides, I thought it would be a farther disguise to me, so I told my Quaker friend one day that I thought I lived too close, that I wanted air. She proposed taking a hackney coach sometimes, or a boat, but I told her I had always had a coach of my own till now, and could find it in my heart to have one again. She seemed to think it strange at first, considering how close I lived, but had nothing to say when she found I did not value the expense, so in short I resolved I would have a coach. When we came to talk of equipages, she extolled the having all things plain. I said so too, so I left it to her direction, and a coachmaker was sent for, and he provided me a plain coach, no gilding or painting, lined with a light grey cloth, and my coachman had a coat of the same, and no lace on his hat. When I was all ready, I dressed myself in the dress I bought of her, and said, "Come, I'll be a Quaker today, and you and I'll go abroad," which we did, and there was not a Quaker in the town looked less like a counterfeit than I did. But all this was my particular plot, to be the more completely concealed, and that I might depend upon being not known, and yet need not be confined like a prisoner, and be always in fear, so that all the rest was grimace. We lived here very easy and quiet, and yet I cannot say I was so in my mind. I was like a fish out of water. I was as gay and as young in my disposition as I was at 25, and as I had always been courted, flattered, and used to love it, so I missed it in my conversation, and this put me many times upon looking back upon things past. I had very few moments in my life which, in their reflection, afforded me anything but regret. But of all the foolish actions I had to look back upon in my life, none looked so preposterous and so like distraction, nor left so much melancholy in my mind, as my parting with my friend, the merchant of Paris, and the refusing him upon such honourable and just conditions as he had offered, and thereon his just, which I called unkind, rejecting my invitation to come to him again. I had looked on him with some disgust, yet now my mind run upon him continually, and the ridiculous conduct of my refusing him, and I could never be satisfied about him. I flattered myself that if I could but see him I could yet master him, and that he would presently forget all that had passed that might be thought unkind. But as there was no room to imagine anything like that to be possible, I threw those thoughts off again as much as I could. However, they continually returned, and I had no rest night or day for thinking of him, who I had forgot above 11 years. I told Amy of it, and we talked it over sometimes in bed, almost whole nights together. At last Amy started a thing of her own head, which put it in a way of management though a wild one too. You are so uneasy, madame, says she, about this merchant at Paris. Come, says she, if you'll give me leave, I'll go over and see what's become of him. Not for £10,000, said I. No, nor if you met him in the street, not to offer to speak to him on my account. No, says Amy, I would not speak to him at all, or if I did, I warrant you it shall not look to be upon your account. I'll only inquire after him, and if he isn't being, you shall hear of him; if not, you shall hear of him still, and that may be enough. Why, says I, if you will promise me not to enter into anything relating to me with him, not to begin any discourse at all unless he begins it with you, I could almost be persuaded to let you go and try. Amy promised me all that I desired, and in a word, to cut the story short, I let her go, but tied her up to so many particulars that it was almost impossible her going could signify anything. Had she intended to observe them, she might as well have stayed at home as have gone, for I charged her, if she came to see him, she should not so much as take notice that she knew him again, and if he spoke to her, she should tell him she was come away from me a great many years ago, and knew nothing what was become of me, that she had been come over to France 6 years ago, and was married there, and lived at Calais, or to that purpose. Amy promised me nothing, indeed, for, as she said, it was impossible for her to resolve what would be fit to do or not to do till she was there upon the spot, and had found out the gentleman, or heard of him, but that then, if I would trust her, as I had always done, she would answer for it that she would do nothing but what should be for my interest, and what she would hope I should be very pleased with. With this general commission, Amy, notwithstanding she had been so frighted at the sea, ventured her carcass once more by water, and away she goes to France. She had 4 articles of confidence and charge to inquire after for me, and as I found by her, she had 1 for herself. I say 4 for me, because though her first and principal errand was to inform myself of my Dutch merchant, yet I gave her in charge to inquire second after my husband, who I left a trooper in the gendarmes; third, after that rogue of a Jew, whose very name I hated, and whose face I had such a frightful idea that Satan himself could not counterfeit a worse; and lastly, after my foreign prince. And she discharged herself very well of them all, though not so successful as I wished. Amy had a very good passage over the sea, and I had a letter from her from Calais in 3 days after she went from London. When she came to Paris, she wrote me an account that, as to her first and most important inquiry, which was after the Dutch merchant, her account was that he had returned to Paris, lived 3 years there, and quitting that city, went to live at Rouen. So away goes Amy for Rouen. But as she was going to bespeak a place in the coach to Rouen, she meets very accidentally in the street with her gentleman, as I called him, that is to say, the prince, his gentleman, who had been her favourite as above. You may be sure there were several other kind things happened between Amy and him, as you shall hear afterwards; but the 2 main things were, first, that Amy inquired about his lord, and had a full account of him, of which presently, and in the next place, telling him whither she was going, and for what he bade her not go yet, for that he would have a particular account of it the next day from a merchant that knew him. Accordingly, he brought her word the next day that he had been for 6 years before that gone for Holland, and that he lived there still. This, I say, was the first news from Amy for some time, I mean about my merchant. In the meantime, Amy, as I have said, inquired about the other persons she had in her instructions. As for the prince, the gentleman told her he was gone into Germany, where his estate lay, and that he lived there; that he had made great inquiry after me; that he, his gentleman, had made all the search he had been able for me; that he could not hear of me; that he believed if his lord had known I had been in England, he would have gone over to me, but that after long inquiry he was obliged to give it over; that he verily believed if he could have found me, he would have married me, and that he was extremely concerned that he could hear nothing of me. I was not at all satisfied with Amy's account, but ordered her to go to Rouen herself, which she did, and there, with much difficulty, she came to be informed that my merchant had lived there 2 years, or something more, but that, having met with a very great misfortune, he had gone back to Holland, as the French merchant said, where he had stayed 2 years, but with this addition, viz., that he came back again to Rouen, and lived in good reputation there another year, but afterwards he was gone to England, and that he lived in London. But Amy could by no means learn how to write to him there, till by great accident an old Dutch skipper, who had formerly served him, coming to Rouen, Amy was told of it, and he told her that he lodged in St. Lawrence Pountney's Lane in London, but was to be seen every day upon the Exchange, in the French Walk. This Amy thought it was time enough to tell me of when she came over, and besides, she did not find this Dutch skipper till she had spent 4 or 5 months, and been again in Paris, and come back to Rouen for farther information. But in the meantime she wrote to me from Paris that he was not to be found by any means, that he had been gone from Paris 7 or 8 years, that she was told he had lived at Rouen, and she was a-going thither to inquire, but that she had heard afterwards that he was gone also from thence to Holland, and she did not go. This, I say, was Amy's first account, and I, not satisfied with it, had sent her an order to go to Rouen to inquire there also, as above. While this was negotiating, and I received these accounts from Amy at several times, a strange adventure happened to me which I must mention just here. I had been abroad to take the air as usual with my Quaker, as far as Epping Forest, and we were driving back towards London, when, on the road between Bow and Mile End, 2 gentlemen on horseback came riding by, having overtaken the coach and passed it, and went forwards towards London. They did not ride apace, though they passed the coach, for we went very softly, nor did they look into the coach at all, but rode side by side, earnestly talking to one another, and inclining their faces sideways a little towards one another, he that went nearest the coach with his face from it, and he that was farthest from the coach with his face towards it, and passing in the very next track to the coach. I could hear them talk Dutch very distinctly, but it was impossible to describe the confusion I was in, when I plainly saw that the farthest of the two, him whose face looked towards the coach, was my friend the Dutch merchant of Paris. If it had been possible to conceal my disorder from my friend the Quaker, I would have done it, but I found she was too well acquainted with such things not to take the hint. "Dost thou understand Dutch?" said she. "Why," said I. "Why," says she, "it is easy to suppose that thou art a little concerned at somewhat those men say. I suppose they are talking of thee." "Indeed, my good friend," said I, "thou art mistaken this time, for I know very well what they are talking of, but 'tis all about ships and trading affairs." "Well," says she, "then one of them is a man friend of thine, and somewhat is the case, for though thy tongue will not confess it, thy face does." I was going to have told a bold lie, and said I knew nothing of them, but I found it was impossible to conceal it, so I said, "Indeed, I think I know the farthest of them, but I have neither spoken to him or so much as seen him for about 11 years." "Well then," says she, "thou hast seen him with more than common eyes, for when thou didst see him, or else seeing him now would not be such a surprise to thee." "Indeed," said I, "it is true I am a little surprised at seeing him just now, for I thought he had been in quite another part of the world, and I can assure you I never saw him in England in my life." "Well, then, it is the more likely he is come over now on purpose to seek thee." "No, no," said I, "knight errantry is over. Women are not so hard to come at that men should not be able to please themselves without running from one kingdom to another." "Well, well," says she, "I would have him see thee for all that, as plainly as thou hast seen him." "No, but he shan't," says I, "for I am sure if he don't know me in this dress, then I'll take care he shan't see my face, if I can help it." So I held up my fan before my face, and she saw me resolute in that. So so she pressed me no farther. We had several discourses upon the subject, but still I let her know I was resolved he should not know me. But at last I confessed so much, that though I would not let him know who I was or where I lived, I did not care if I knew where he lived, and how I might inquire about him. She took the hint immediately, and her servant being behind the coach, she called him to the coach side, and bade him keep his eye upon that gentleman, and as soon as the coach came to the end of Whitechapel, he should get down and follow him closely, so as to see where he put up his horse, and then to go into the inn and inquire, if he could, who he was and where he lived. The fellow followed diligently to the gate of an inn in Bishopsgate Street, and seeing him go in, made no doubt but he had him fast, but was confounded when, upon inquiry, he found the inn was a thoroughfare into another street, and that the two gentlemen had only rode through the inn as the way to the street where they were going, and so, in short, came back no wiser than he went. My kind Quaker was more vexed at the disappointment, at least apparently, so than I was, and asking the fellow if he was sure he knew the gentleman again if he saw him, the fellow said he had followed him so close, and took so much notice of him in order to do his errand, as it ought to be done, that he was very sure he should know him again, and that besides he was sure he should know his horse. This part was indeed likely enough, and the kind Quaker, without telling me anything of the matter, caused a man to place himself just at the corner of Whitechapel Street wall every Saturday in the afternoon, that being the day when the citizens chiefly ride abroad to take the air, and there to watch all the afternoon and look for him. It was not until the 5th Saturday that her man came with a great deal of joy, and gave her an account that he had found out the gentleman, that he was a Dutchman, but a French merchant, that he came from Rouen, and found his name, and that he lodged on Lawrence Pountney's Hill. I was surprised, you may be sure, when she came and told me one evening all the particulars, except that of having set her man to watch. I have found out thy Dutch friend, says she, and can tell thee how to find him too. I coloured again as red as fire. Then thou hast dealt with the evil one, friend, said I very gravely. No, no, says she, I have no familiar, but I tell ye I have found him for thee, and his name is so and so, and he lives as above recited. I was surprised again at this, not being able to imagine how she should come to know all this. However, to put me out of pain, she told me what she had done. Well, said I, thou art very kind, but this is not worth thy pains, for now I know it, 'tis only to satisfy my curiosity, if I shall not send to him upon any account. Be that as thou wilt, says she. Besides, added she, thou art in the right to say so to me, for why should I be trusted with it? Though if I were, I assure thee I should not betray thee. That's very kind, said I, and I believe thee, and assure thyself if I do send to him, thou shalt know it, and be trusted with it too. During this interval of 5 weeks I suffered 100,000 perplexities of mind. I was thoroughly convinced I was right as to the person, that it was the man. I knew him so well, and saw him so plain, I could not be deceived. I drove out again in the coach, on pretence of air, almost every day, and in hopes of seeing him again, but was never so lucky as to see him. Now I had made the discovery, I was as far to seek what measures to take as I was before. To send to him, or speak to him first, if I should see him, so as to be known to him, that I resolved not to do, if I died for it. To watch him about his lodgings, that was as much below my spirit as the other, so that, in a word, I was at perfect loss how to act or what to do. At length came Amy's letter, with the last account she had at Rouen from the Dutch skipper, which, confirming the other, left me out of doubt that this was my man. But still no human invention could bring me to the speech of him in such a manner as would suit with my resolutions. For, after all, how did I know what his circumstances were, whether married or single? And if he had a wife, I knew he was so honest a man he would not so much as converse with me, or so much as know me if he met me in the street. In the next place, as he entirely neglected me, which in short is the worst way of slighting a woman, and had given no answer to my letters, I did not know but he might be the same man still. So I resolved that I could do nothing in it, unless some further opportunity presented, which might make my way clearer to me, for I was determined he should have no room to put any more slights upon me. In these thoughts I passed away near 3 months, till at last, being impatient, I resolved to send for Amy to come over, and tell her how things stood, and that I would do nothing till she came. Amy, in answer, sent me word she would come away with all speed, but begged of me that I would enter into no engagement with him, or anybody, till she arrived, but still keeping me in the dark as to the thing itself which she had to say, at which I was heartily vexed for many reasons. End of section 23. Section 24 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. But while all these things were transacting, and letters and answers passed between Amy and I, a little slower than usual, of which I was not so well pleased as I used to be with Amy's dispatch, I say, and this time the following scene opened. It was one afternoon, about 4 o'clock, my friendly Quaker and I sitting in her chamber upstairs, and very cheerful, chatting together, for she was the best company in the world, when somebody ringing hastily at the door, and no servant just then in the way, she ran down herself to the door, when a gentleman appears, with a footman attending, and making some apologies which she did not thoroughly understand, he speaking but broken English, he asked to speak with me, by the very same name that I went by in her house, which, by the way, was not the name that he had known me by. She, with very civil language in her way, brought him into a very handsome parlour below stairs, and said she would go and see whether the person who lodged in her house owned that name, and he should hear farther. I was a little surprised, even before I knew anything of who it was, my mind foreboding the thing as it happened. Whence that arises, let the naturalists explain to us, but I was frighted and ready to die, when my Quaker came up, all gay and crowing. "There," says she, "is the Dutch-French merchant come to see thee." I could not speak one word to her, or stir off my chair, but sat as motionless as a statue. She talked 1,000 pleasant things to me, but they made no impression on me. At last she pulled me and teased me. "Come, come," says she, "be thyself, and rouse up. I must go down again to him. What shall I say to him?" "Say," said I, "that you have no such body in the house." "That I cannot do," says she, "because it is not the truth. Besides, I have owned thou art above. Come, come, go down with me." "Not for 1,000 guineas," said I. "Well," says she, "I'll go and tell him thou wilt come quickly." So, without giving me time to answer her, away she goes. A million thoughts circulated in my head while she was gone, and what to do I could not tell. I saw no remedy but I must speak with him, but would have given £500 to have shunned it. Yet had I shunned it, perhaps then I would have given £500 again that I had seen him. Thus fluctuating and unconcluding were my thoughts. What I so earnestly desired, I declined when it offered itself. What now I pretended to decline was nothing but what I had been at the expense of £40 or £50 to send Amy to France for, and even without any view, or indeed any rational expectation of bringing it to pass, and what for half a year before I was so uneasy about that I could not be quiet night or day, till Amy proposed to go over to inquire after him. In short, my thoughts were all confused, and in the utmost disorder. I had once refused and rejected him, and I repented it heartily. I had taken ill his silence, and in my mind rejected him again, but had repented that too. Now I had stooped so low as to send after him into France, which, if he had known, perhaps he had never come after me. Should I reject him a 3rd time? On the other hand, he had repented too, in his turn, perhaps, and not knowing how I had acted, either in stooping to send in search after him, or in the wickeder part of my life, was come over hither to seek me again, and I might take him, perhaps, with the same advantages as I might have done before, or would I now be backward to see him? While I was in this hurry, my friend the Quaker comes up again, and perceiving the confusion I was in, she runs to her closet and fetched me a little pleasant cordial. But I would not taste it. Oh, says she, I understand thee. Be not uneasy. I'll give thee something shall take off all the smell of it. If he kisses thee 1,000 times, he shall be no wiser. I thought to myself, thou art perfectly acquainted with affairs of this nature. I think you must govern me now. So I began to incline to go down with her. Upon that I took the cordial, and she gave me a kind of spicy preserve after it, whose flavour was so strong and yet so deliciously pleasant that it would cheat the nicest smelling, and it left not the least taint of the cordial on my breath. Well, after this, though with some hesitation still, I went down a pair of back stairs with her, and into a dining room next to the parlour in which she was. But there I halted, and desired she would let me consider of it a little. Well, do so, says she, and left me with more readiness than she did before. Do consider, and I'll come to thee again. Though I hung back with an awkwardness that was really unfeigned, yet when she so readily left me, I thought it was not so kind. I began to think she should have pressed me still on it, so foolishly backward are we to the thing which of all the world we most desire, mocking ourselves with a feigned reluctance when the negative would be death to us. But she was too cunning for me, for while I, as it were, blamed her in my mind for not carrying me to him, though at the same time I appeared backward to see him, on a sudden she unlocks the folding doors which looked into the next parlour, and throwing them open, there, says she, ushering him in, is the person who I suppose thou inquirest for, and the same moment with a kind decency she retired, and that so swift she would not give us leave hardly to know which way she went. I stood up, but was confounded with a sudden inquiry in my thoughts how I should receive him, and with a resolution such as lightning in answer to it said to myself, it shall be coldly. So on a sudden I put on an air of stiffness and ceremony, and held it for almost 2 minutes, but it was with great difficulty. He restrained himself too, on the other hand, came towards me gravely, and saluted me in form. But it was, it seems, upon his supposing the Quaker was behind him, whereas she, as I said, understood things too well, and had retired as if she had vanished, and that we might have full freedom, for, as she said afterwards, she supposed we had seen one another before, or it might have been a great while ago. Whatever stiffness I had put on my behaviour to him, I was surprised in my mind, angry at his, began to wonder what kind of a ceremonious meeting it was to be. However, after he perceived the woman was gone, he made a kind of a hesitation, looking a little round him. Indeed, said he, I thought the gentleman was not withdrawn. With that he took me in his arms and kissed me 3 or 4 times. But I, that was prejudiced to the last degree with the coldness of his first salutes, and who did not know the cause of it, could not be thoroughly cleared of the prejudice, though I did know the cause, and thought that even his return and taking me in his arms did not seem to have the same ardour with which he used to receive me. This made me behave to him awkwardly, and I know not how for a good while, but this by the way. It began with a kind of ecstasy upon the subject of his finding me out, how it was possible that he should have been 4 years in England, and had used all the ways imaginable, could never so much as have the least intimation of me, or of any one like me, and that it was now above 2 years that he had despaired of it, and had given over all inquiry, and that now he should chop upon me, as it were, unlooked and unsought for. I could easily have accounted for his not finding me if I had but set down the detail of my real retirement, but I gave it a new and indeed a truly hypocritical turn. I told him that any one that knew the manner of life I led might account for his not finding me, that the retreat I had taken up would have rendered it 100,000 to 1 odds that he ever found me at all. But as I had abandoned all conversation, taken up another name, lived remote from London, and had not preserved one acquaintance in it, it was no wonder he had not met with me, that even my dress would let him see that I did not desire to be known by anybody. Then he asked if I had not received some letters from him. I told him no. He had not thought fit to give me the civility of an answer to the last I wrote to him, and he could not suppose I should expect a return after a silence in a case where I had laid myself so low and exposed myself in a manner I had never been used to. But indeed I had never sent for any letters after that to the place where I had ordered his to be directed, and that being so justly, as I thought, punished for my weakness, I had nothing to do but to repent of being a fool, after I had strictly adhered to a just principle before. That, however, as what I did was rather from emotions of gratitude than from real weakness, however it might be construed by him, I had the satisfaction in myself of having fully discharged the debt. I added that I had not wanted occasions of all the seeming advancements which the pretended felicity of a marriage life was usually set off with, and might have been what I desired not to name. But that, however low I had stooped to him, I had maintained the dignity of female liberty against all the attacks either of pride or avarice, and I had been infinitely obliged to him for giving me an opportunity to discharge the only obligation that endangered me, without subjecting me to the consequence, and that I hoped he was satisfied I had paid the debt by offering myself to be chained, but was infinitely debtor to him another way for letting me remain free. He was so confounded at this discourse that he knew not what to say, and for a good while he stood mute indeed, but recovering himself a little, he said I run out into a discourse he hoped was over and forgotten, and he did not intend to revive it, that he knew I had not had his letters, for that when he first came to England he had been at the place to which they were directed, and found them all lying there but one, and that the people had not known how to deliver them. He thought to have had a direction there how to find me, but had the mortification to be told that they did not so much as know who I was, that he was under a great disappointment, and that I ought to know, in answer to all my resentments, that he had done long, and he hoped sufficient penance for the slight that I had supposed he had put upon me. It was true, and I could not suppose any other, that upon the repulse I had given them in a case so circumstanced as his was, and after such earnest entreaties and such offers as he had made me, he went away with a mind heartily grieved and full of resentment, that he had looked back on the crime he had committed with some regret, but on the cruelty of my treatment to the poor infant I went with at that time with the utmost detestation, and that this made him unable to send an agreeable answer to me, for which reason he had sent none at all for some time, but that in about 6 or 7 months, those resentments wearing off by the return of his affection to me, and his concern in the poor child. There he stopped, and indeed tears stood in his eyes, while in a parenthesis he only added, and to this minute he did not know whether it was dead or alive. He then went on, those resentments wearing off, he sent me several letters, I think he said 7 or 8, but received no answer, that then, his business obliging him to go to Holland, he came to England as in his way, but found as above that his letters had not been called for, that he left them at the house after paying the postage of them, and going then back to France, he was yet uneasy, could not refrain the knight errantry of coming to England again to seek me, though he knew neither where or of who to inquire for me, being disappointed in all his inquiries before, that he had yet taken up his residence here, firmly believing that one time or other he should meet me or hear of me, and that some kind chance would at last throw him in my way, that he had lived thus above 4 years, and though his hopes were vanished, yet he had not any thoughts of removing any more in the world, unless it should be at last, as it is with other old men, he might have some inclination to go home to die in his own country, but that he had not thought of it yet. And if I would consider all these steps, I would find some reasons to forget his first resentments, and to think that penance, as he called it, which he had undergone in search of me, an amende honorable, in reparation of the affront given to the kindness of my letter of invitation, and that we might at last make ourselves some satisfaction on both sides for the mortifications past. I confess I could not hear all this without being moved very much, and yet I considered myself a little stiff and formal too a good while. I told him that before I could give him any reply to the rest of his discourse, I ought to give him the satisfaction of telling him that his son was alive, that indeed, since I saw him so concerned about it, and mention it with such affection, I was sorry that I had not found out some way or other to let him know it sooner, but that I thought, after his slighting the mother as above, he had summed up his affection to the child in the letter he had wrote to me about providing for it, and that he had, as other fathers often do, looked upon it as a birth which, being out of the way, was to be forgotten, as its beginning was to be repented of. But in providing sufficiently for it, he had done more than all such fathers used to do, and might be well satisfied with it. He answered me that he should have been very glad if I had been so good, but to have given him the satisfaction of knowing the poor unfortunate creature was yet alive, and he would have taken some care of it upon himself, and particularly by owning it for a legitimate child, which, where nobody had known to the contrary, would have taken off the infamy which would otherwise cleave to it, and so the child should not itself have known anything of its own disaster, but that he feared it was now too late. He added that I might see by all his conduct since that what unhappy mistake drew him into the thing at first, that he would have been very far from doing the injury to me, or being instrumental to add une miserable, that was his word, to the world, if he had not been drawn into it by the hopes he had of making me his own, but that if it was possible to rescue the child from the consequences of its unhappy birth, he hoped I would give him the leave to do it, and he would let me see that he had both means and affection still to do it, and that, notwithstanding all the misfortunes he had befallen him, nothing that belonged to him, especially by a mother who had such a concern for as he had for me, should ever want what he was in a condition to do for it. I could not hear this without being sensibly touched with it. I was ashamed that he should show that he had more real affection for the child, though he had never seen it in his life, and I bore it. For indeed I did not love the child, nor love to see it, and though I had provided for it, yet I did it by Amy's hand, and had not seen it above twice in 4 years, being privately resolved that when it grew up it should not be able to call me mother. However, I told him the child was taken care of, and that he need not be anxious about it, unless he suspected that I had less affection for it than he had never shown it in his life, that he knew what I had promised him to do for it, namely, to give it the 1,000 pistoles which I had offered him, and which he had declined, that I assured him I had made my will, and that I had left it 5,000 pounds in the interest of it till he should come of age. If I died before that time, I would still be as good as that to it, but if he had a mind to take it from me into his government, I would not be against it, and to satisfy him that I would perform what I said I would, cause the child to be delivered to him, and the 5,000 pounds also for its support, depending upon it that he would show himself the father to it, by what I saw of his affection to it now. I had observed that he had hinted 2 or 3 times in his discourse at his having had misfortunes in the world, and I was a little surprised at the expression, especially at the repeating it so often, but I took no notice of that part yet. He thanked me for my kindness to the child, with a tenderness which showed the sincerity of all he had said before, and which increased the regret with which, as I said, I looked back on the little affection I had showed to the poor child. He told me he did not desire to take him from me, but so as to introduce him into the world as his own, which he could still do, having lived absent from his other children, for he had 2 sons and a daughter which were brought up at Nijmegen in Holland with a sister of his, so long that he might very well send another son of 10 years old to be bred up with them, and suppose his mother to be dead or alive as he found occasion, and that as I had resolved to do so handsomely for the child, he would add to it something considerable, though having had some great disappointments, repeating the words, he could not do it as he would otherwise have done. I then thought myself obliged to take notice of his having so often mentioned his having met with disappointments. I told him I was very sorry to hear he had met with anything afflicting to him in the world, that I would not have anything belonging to me add to his loss or weaken him in what he might do for his other children, and that I would not agree to his having the child away, though the proposal was infinitely to the child's advantage, unless he would promise me that the whole expense should be mine, and that if he did not think £5,000 enough for the child, I would give it more. We had so much discourse upon this and the old affairs that it took up all our time at his first visit. I was a little importunate with him to tell me how he came to find me out, but he put it off for that time, and only obtaining my leave to visit me again, he went away. And indeed my heart was so full with what he had said already that I was glad when he went away. Sometimes I was full of tenderness and affection for him, and especially when he expressed himself so earnestly and passionately about the child. Other times I was crowded with doubts about his circumstances. Sometimes I was terrified with apprehensions lest, if I should come into a close correspondence with him, he should any way come to hear what kind of life I had led at Pall Mall and in other places. It might make me miserable afterwards, for which last thought I concluded that I had better repulse him again than receive him. All these thoughts and many more crowded in so fast, I say, upon me, that I wanted to give vent to them and get rid of him, and was very glad when he was gone away. We had several meetings after this, in which still we had so many preliminaries to go through that we scarce ever bordered upon the main subject. Once indeed he said something of it, and I put it off with a kind of a jest. Alas, says I, those things are out of the question now. It is almost 2 ages since those things were talked between us, says I. You see, I am grown an old woman since that. Another time he gave a little push at it again, and I laughed again. Why, what dost thou talk of? Said I in a formal way. Dost thou not see I am turned Quaker? I cannot speak of those things now. Why, says he, the Quakers marry as well as other people, and love one another as well. Besides, says he, the Quaker's dress does not ill become you. So jested with me again, and so it went off for a 3rd time. However, I began to be kind to him in process of time, as they call it, and we grew very intimate, and if the following accident had not unluckily intervened, I had certainly married him, or consented to marry him, the very next time he had asked me. I had long waited for a letter from Amy, who it seems was just at that time gone to Rouen the 2nd time, to make her inquiries about him. I received a letter from her at this unhappy juncture, which gave me the following account of my business. 1. That for my gentleman, who I had now, as I may say, in my arms, she said he had been gone from Paris, as I have hinted, having met with some great losses and misfortunes, that he had been in Holland on that very account, whither he had also carried his children, that he was after that settled for some time at Rouen, that she had been in Rouen, found there by mere accident from a Dutch skipper that he was up at London, had been there above 3 years, that he was to be found upon the Exchange on the French Walk, and that he lodged at St. Lawrence Pountney's Lane, and the like. So Amy said she supposed I might soon find him out, but that she doubted he was poor, and not worth looking after. This she did because of the next clause, which the jade most mind to on many accounts. 2. That, as to the prince, that as above he was gone into Germany, where his estate lay, that he had quitted the French service and lived retired, that she had seen his gentleman, who remained at Paris to solicit his arrears, etc., that he had given her an account how his lord had employed him to inquire for me and find me out as above, and told her what pains he had taken to find me, that he had understood that I was gone to England, that he once had orders to go to England to find me, that his lord had resolved, if he could have found me, to have called me a countess, and so have married me, and carried me into Germany with him, and that his commission was still to assure me that the prince would marry me if I would come to him, and that he would send him an account that he had found me. I did not doubt but he would have orders to come over to England to attend me in a figure suitable to my quality. Amy, an ambitious jade who knew my weakest part, namely that I loved great things, and that I loved to be flattered and courted, said abundance of kind things upon this occasion, which she knew was suitable to me, and would prompt my vanity, and talked big of the prince's gentleman having orders to come over to me with a procuration to marry me by proxy, as princes usually do in like cases, and to furnish me with an equipage. I know not how many fine things, but told me withal that she had not yet let him know that she belonged to me still, or that she knew where to find me or to write to me, because she was willing to see the bottom of it. Whether it was a reality or a gasconade, she had indeed told him that if he had any such commission she would endeavour to find me out, but no more. 3. For the Jew, she assured me that she had not been able to come at a certainty what was become of him, or in what part of the world he was, but that thus much she had learned from good hands, that he had committed a crime in being concerned in a design to rob a rich banker at Paris, and that he was fled, and had not been heard of there for above 6 years. 4. For that of my husband, the brewer, she learned that being commanded into the field upon occasion of some action in Flanders, he was wounded at the Battle of Mons, and died of his wounds in a hospital of the invalids. So there was an end of my 4 inquiries, which I sent her over to make. This account of the prince, and the return of his affection to me, with all flattering great things which seemed to come along with it, and especially as they came gilded and set out by my maid Amy. I say, this account of the prince came to me in a very unlucky hour, and in the very crisis of my affair. End of section 24. Section 25 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The merchant and I had entered into close conferences upon the grand affair. I had left off talking my platonics, and of my independency in being a free woman as before, and he, having cleared up my doubts too as to his circumstances, and the misfortunes he had spoken of, I had gone so far that we had begun to consider where we should live, and in what figure, what equipage, what house, and the like. I had made some harangues upon the delightful retirement of a country life, and now we might enjoy ourselves so effectually without the encumbrances of business and the world. But all this was grimace, and purely because I was afraid to make any public appearance in the world, for fear some impertinent person of quality should chop upon me again and cry out, "Roxana! Roxana, by God!" with an oath, as he had been done before. My merchant, bred to business, and used to converse among men of business, could hardly tell how to live without it. At least it appeared he should be like a fish out of water, uneasy and dying. But, however, he joined with me, only argued that we might live as near London as we could, that he might sometimes come to change, and hear how the world should go abroad, and how it fared with his friends and his children. I answered that if he chose still to embarrass himself with business, I supposed it would be more to his satisfaction to be in his own country, and where his family was so well known, and where his children also were. He smiled at the thought of that, and let me know that he should be very willing to embrace such an offer, but that he could not expect it of me, to whom England was, to be sure, so naturalized now as that it would be carrying me out of my native country, which he would not desire by any means, however agreeable it might be to him. I told him he was mistaken in me, that as I had told him so much of married state being a captivity, and the family being a house of bondage, that when I married I expected to be but an upper servant. So if I did notwithstanding submit to it, I hoped he should see I knew how to act the servant's part, and do everything to oblige my master. that if I did not resolve to go with him wherever he desired to go, he might depend I would never have him. And did I not, said I, offer myself to go with you to the East Indies? All this while this was indeed but a copy of my countenance, for as my circumstances would not admit of my stay in London, at least not so as to appear publicly, I resolved, if I took him, to live remote in the country, or go out of England with him. But in an evil hour just now came Amy's letter, in the very middle of all these discourses, and the fine things she had said about the prince began to make strange work with me. The notion of being a princess, and going over to live where all that had happened here would have been quite sunk out of knowledge as well as out of memory, conscience excepted, was mighty taking. The thoughts of being surrounded with domestics, honoured with titles, be called Her Highness, and live in all the splendour of a court, and which was still more, in the arms of a man of such rank, and who I knew loved and valued me, all this in a word dazzled my eyes, turned my head, and I was as truly crazed and distracted for about a fortnight as most of the people in Bedlam, though perhaps not quite so far gone. When my gentleman came to me the next time, I had no notion of him. I wished I had never received him at all. In short, I resolved to have no more to say to him. So I feigned myself indisposed, and though I did come down to him and speak to him a little, yet I let him see that I was so ill that I was, as we say, no company, and that it would be kind in him to give me leave to quit him for that time. The next morning he sent a footman to inquire how I did, and I let him know I had a violent cold, and was very ill with it. 2 days after he came again, and I let him see me again, but feigned myself so hoarse that I could not speak to be heard, and that it was painful to me but to whisper, and in a word I held him in suspense near 3 weeks. During this time I had a strange elevation on my mind, and the prince, or the spirit of him, had such possession of me that I spent most of this time in the realizing all the great things of a life with the prince, to my mind pleasing my fancy with the grandeur I was supposing myself to enjoy, and withal wickedly studying in what manner to put off this gentleman and be rid of him for ever. I cannot but say that sometimes the baseness of the action stuck hard with me, the honour and sincerity with which he had always treated me, and above all the fidelity he had shown me at Paris, and that I owed my life to him. I say all these stared in my face, and I frequently argued with myself upon the obligation I was under to him, and how base would it be now, too, after so many obligations and engagements, to cast him off. But the title of Highness, and of a princess, and all those fine things as they came in, weighed down all this, and the sense of gratitude vanished as if it had been a shadow. At other times I considered the wealth I was mistress of, that I was able to live like a princess, though not a princess, and that my merchant, for he had told me all the affair of his misfortunes, was far from being poor, or even mean, that together we were able to make up an estate of between £3,000 and £4,000 a year, which was in itself equal to some princes abroad. But though this was true, yet the name of princess, and the flutter of it, in a word, the pride, weighed them down, and all these arguings generally ended to the disadvantage of my merchant. So that, in short, I resolved to drop him, and give him a final answer at his next coming, namely, that something had happened in my affairs which had caused me to alter my measures unexpectedly, and, in a word, to desire him to trouble himself no further. I think verily this rude treatment of him was for some time the effect of a violent fermentation in my blood, of a motion which the steady contemplation of my fancied greatness had put my spirits into, had thrown me into a kind of fever, and I scarce knew what I did. wondered since that it did not make me mad, nor do I now think it strange to hear of those who have been quite lunatic with their pride, that fancied themselves queens and empresses, and have made their attendants serve them upon the knee, given visitors their hand to kiss, and the like, for certainly if pride will not turn the brain, nothing can. However, the next time a gentleman came, I had not courage enough, or not ill nature enough, to treat him in the rude manner I had resolved to do. And it was very well I did not, for soon after I had another letter from Amy, in which was the mortifying news, and indeed surprising to me, that my prince, as I with secret pleasure had called him, was very much hurt by a bruise he had received in hunting and engaging with a wild boar, a cruel and desperate sport which the noblemen of Germany, it seems, much delight in. This alarmed me indeed, and the more because Amy wrote me word that his gentleman was gone away express to him, not without apprehensions that he should find his master was dead before his coming home, but that he, the gentleman, had promised her that as soon as he arrived he would send back the same courier to her with an account of his master's health and of the main affair, and that he had obliged Amy to stay at Paris 14 days for his return, she having promised him before to make it her business to go to England and to find me out for his lord if he sent her such orders, and he was to send out a bill for 50 pistoles for her journey. So Amy told me she waited for the answer. This was a blow to me several ways, for first I was in a state of uncertainty as to his person, whether he was alive or dead, and I was not unconcerned in that part, I assure you, for I had an inexpressible affection remaining for his person, besides the degree to which it was revived by the view of a firm interest in him. This was not all, for in losing him I forever lost the prospect of all the gaiety and glory that had made such an impression upon my imagination. In this state of uncertainty, I say, by Amy's letter, I was like still to remain another fortnight, and had I now continued the resolution of using my merchant in the rude manner I once intended, I had made perhaps a sorry piece of work of it indeed, and it was very well my heart failed me as it did. However, I treated him with a great many shuffles and feigned stories to keep him off from any closer conferences than we already had, that I might act afterwards as occasion might offer, one way or other. But that which mortified me most was that Amy did not write, though the 14 days were expired. At last, my great surprise, when I was with the utmost impatience looking out at the window, expecting the postman that usually brought the foreign letters, I say I was agreeably surprised to see a coach come to the yard gate where we lived, my woman Amy alight out of it and come towards the door, having the coachman bringing several bundles after her. I flew like lightning downstairs to speak to her, but was soon damped with her news. "Is the prince alive or dead, Amy?" says I. She spoke coldly and slightly. "He is alive, madame," said she, "but it is not much matter. I had as lieu he had been dead." So we went upstairs again to my chamber, and there we began a serious discourse of the whole matter. First she told me a long story of his being hurt by a wild boar, and of the condition he was reduced to, so that every one expected he should die, the anguish of the wound having thrown him into a fever, with abundance of circumstances too long to relate here, how he recovered of that extreme danger, but continued very weak, for the gentleman had been homme de parole, and had sent back the courier as punctually as if it had been to the king, that he had given a long account of his lord, and of his illness and recovery, that the sum of the matter, as to me, as to the lady his lord was turned penitent, was under some vows for his recovery, and could not think any more on that affair, but especially the lady being gone, and that it had not been offered to her, so there was no breach of honour, but that his lord was sensible of the good offices of Mrs. Amy, and had sent her the 50 pistoles for her trouble, as if she had really gone the journey. I was, I confess, hardly able to bear the first surprise of this disappointment. As Amy gazed out, as was her way, "Lord, madame, do not be concerned with it. You see, he is gotten among the priests, and I suppose they have saucily imposed some penance upon him, and it may be sent of him some errand barefoot to some Madonna or Notre Dame or other, and he is off of his amours for the present. I'll warrant you he'll be as wicked again as ever he was when he is got thorough well, and gets but out of their hands again. I hate this out-of-season repentance. What occasion had he in his repentance to be off taking a good wife? I should have been glad to see you have been a princess and all that, but if it can't be, never afflict yourself. You are rich enough to be a princess to yourself. You don't want him, that's the best of it. Well, I cried for all that, and was heartily vexed, and that a great while. But as Amy was always at my elbow, and always jogging it out of my head with her mirth and her wit, it wore off again. Then I told Amy all the story of my merchant, and how he had found me out when I was in such a concern to find him, how it was true that he lodged in St. Lawrence Pountney's Lane, and how I had had all the story of his misfortune, which she had heard of, in which he had lost above £8,000 sterling, and that he told me frankly of it before she had sent me any account, or at least before I had taken any notice that I had heard of it. Amy was very joyful at that part. Well, madam, then, says Amy, what need you value the story of the prince, and going I know not whither into Germany to lay your bones in another world, and learn the devil's language called High Dutch? You are better here by half, says Amy. Lord, madam, says she, why, are you not as rich as Croesus? Well, it was a great while still before I could bring myself off of this fancied sovereignty, and I, that was so willing once to be a mistress to a king, was now 10,000 times more fond of being wife to a prince. So fast a hold has pride and ambition upon our minds, that when once it gets admission, nothing is so chimerical but under this possession we can form ideas of in our fancy, and realize to our imagination. Nothing can be so ridiculous as the simple steps we take in such cases. A man or a woman becomes a mere malade imaginaire, and I believe may as easily die with grief or run mad with joy, as the affair in his fancy appears right or wrong, as if all was real and actually under the management of the person. I had indeed two assistants to deliver me from this snare. These were first Amy, who knew my disease, but was able to do nothing as to the remedy. The second, the merchant, who really brought the remedy, but knew nothing of the distemper. I remember when all these disorders were upon my thoughts, one of the visits my friend the merchant made me, he took notice that he perceived I was in some unusual disorder. He believed, he said, that my distemper, whatever it was, lay much in my head, and it being summer weather and very hot, proposed to me to go a little way into the air. I started at his expression. What, says I, do you think then I'm crazed? You should then propose a madhouse for my cure. No, no, says he, I do not mean anything like that. I hope the head may be distempered, and not the brain. Well, I was too sensible that he was right, for I knew I had acted a strange, wild kind of part with him, but he insisted upon it, and pressed me to go into the country. I took him short again. What need you, says I, send me out of your way? It is in your power to be less troubled with me, and with less inconvenience to us both. He took that ill, and told me I used to have a better opinion of his sincerity, and decided to know what he had done to forfeit my charity. I mention this only to let you see how far I had gone in my measures of quitting him, that is to say, how near I was of showing him how base, ungrateful, and how vilely I could act. But I found I had carried the jest far enough, and that a little matter might have made him sick of me again as he was before. So I began by little and little to change my way of talking to him, and to come to discourse to the purpose again as we had done before. A while after this, when we were very merry and talking familiarly together, he called me with an air of particular satisfaction his princess. I coloured at the word, for it indeed touched me to the quick, yet he knew nothing of the reason of my being touched with it. What do you mean by that? Said I. Nay, says he, I mean nothing but that you are a princess to me. Well, says I, as to that I am content, and yet I could tell you I might have been a princess if I would have quitted you, and believe I could be so still. It is not in my power to make you a princess, says he, but I can easily make you a lady here in England, and a countess too, if you will go out of it. I heard both with a great deal of satisfaction, for my pride remained, though it had been balked, and I thought with myself that this proposal would make me some amends for the loss of the title that had so tickled my imagination another way, and I was impatient to understand what he meant. I would not ask him by any means, so I passed off for that time. When he was gone, I told Amy what he had said, and Amy was as impatient to know the manner how it could be as I was, but the next time, perfectly unexpected to me, he told me that he had accidentally mentioned a thing to me last time. He was with me, having not the least thought of the thing itself, but not knowing but such a thing might be of some weight to me, and that it might bring me respect among people, where I might appear. He had thought since of it, and resolved to ask me about it. I made light of it, and told him that, as he knew I had chosen a retired life, it was of no value to me to be called lady or countess either, but that if he intended to drag me, as I might call it, into the world again, perhaps it might be agreeable to him, but besides that I could not judge of the thing, because I did not understand how either of them was to be done. He told me that money purchased titles of honour in almost all parts of the world, though money could not give principles of honour, they must come by birth and blood, that however titles sometimes assist to elevate the soul, and to infuse generous principles into the mind, and especially where there was a good foundation laid in the persons, that he hoped we should neither of us misbehave if we came to it, that as we knew how to wear a title without undue elevations, so it might sit as well upon us as on another, that as to England he had nothing to do but to get an act of naturalisation in his favour. He knew where to purchase a patent for baronet, that is to say, to have the honour and title transferred to him. But if I intended to go abroad with him, he had a nephew, the son of his eldest brother, who had the title of count, with the estate annexed, which was but small, and that he had frequently offered to make it over to him for 1,000 pistoles, which was not a great deal of money, and considering it was in the family already, he would, upon my being willing, purchase it immediately. I told him I liked the last best, but then I would not let him buy it unless he would let me pay the 1,000 pistoles. No, no, says he, I refused 1,000 pistoles that I had more right to have accepted than that, and you shall not be at so much expense now. Yes, says I, you did refuse it, and perhaps repented it afterwards. I never complained, said he, but I did, says I, and often repented it for you. I do not understand you, says he. Why, said I repented that I suffered you to refuse it. Well, well, said he, we may talk of that hereafter, when you shall resolve which part of the world you will make your settled residence in. Here he talked very handsomely to me, and for a good while together, how it had been his lot to live all his days out of his native country, and to be often shifting and changing the situation of his affairs, and that I myself had not always had a fixed abode, but that now, as neither of us was very young, he fancied I would be for taking up our abode, where, if possible, we might remove no more. But as to his part, he was of that opinion entirely, only with this exception: the choice of the place should be mine, that all places in the world were alike to him, only with this single addition, namely, that I was be with him. I heard him with a great deal of pleasure, as well for his being willing to give me the choice, as for that I resolved to live abroad for the reason I have mentioned already, namely, lest I should at any time be known in England, and all that story of Roxana and the balls should come out, as also I was not a little tickled with the satisfaction of being still a countess, though I could not be a princess. I told Amy all this story, for she was still my privy councillor, but when I asked her opinion she made me laugh heartily. Now, which of the two shall I take, Amy? Said I. Shall I be a lady, that is a baronet's lady in England, or a countess in Holland? The ready-witted jade, that knew the pride of my temper too, almost as well as I did myself, answered without the least hesitation, "Both, madam." "Which of them?" says she, repeating the words. "Why not both of them? And then you will be really a princess, for sure. To be a lady in English, and a countess in Dutch, may make a princess in High Dutch." Upon the whole, though Amy was in jest, she put the thought into my head, and I resolved that, in short, I would be both of them, which I managed, as you shall hear. End of section 25. Section 26 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First, I seemed to resolve that I would live and settle in England, only with this condition, namely, that I would not live in London. I pretended that it would choke me up, that I wanted breath when I was in London, but that anywhere else I would be satisfied. And then I asked him whether any seaport town in England would not suit him, because I knew, though he seemed to leave off, he would always love to be among business, and conversing with men of business. I named several places, either nearest for business with France or with Holland, as Dover or Southampton for the first, and Ipswich or Yarmouth or Hull for the last. But I took care that we would resolve upon nothing, only by this it seemed to be certain that we should live in England. It was time now to bring things to a conclusion, and so in about 6 weeks' time we settled all our preliminaries, and among the rest he let me know that he should have the bill for his naturalisation passed time enough, so that he would be, as he called it, an Englishman before we married. That was soon perfected, the Parliament being then sitting, and several other foreigners joining in the said bill to save the expense. It was not above 3 or 4 days after, but that, without giving me the least notice that he had so much as been about the patent for baronet, he brought it me in a fine embroidered bag, and saluting me by the name of my lady, joining his own surname to it, presented it to me with his picture set with diamonds, and at the same time gave me a breast jewel worth 1,000 pistoles, and the next morning we were married. Thus I put an end to all the intriguing part of my life, a life full of prosperous wickedness, the reflections upon which were so much the more afflicting as the time had been spent in the grossest crimes, which the more I looked back upon, the more black and horrid they appeared, effectually drinking up all the comfort and satisfaction which I might otherwise have taken in that part of life which was still before me. The first satisfaction, however, that I took in the new condition I was in, was in reflecting that at length the life of crime was over, and that I was like a passenger coming back from the Indies, who, having after many years' fatigues and hurry in business gotten a good estate, with innumerable difficulties and hazards, is arrived safe at London with all his effects, and has the pleasure of saying he shall never venture upon the seas any more. When we were married, we came back immediately to my lodgings, for the church was just by, and we were so privately married that none but Amy and my friend the Quaker was acquainted with it. As soon as we came into the house, he took me in his arms, and kissing me, "Now you are my own," says he. "Oh, that you had been so good to have done this 11 years ago." "Then," said I, "you perhaps would have been tired of me long ago. It is much better now, for now all our happy days are to come. Besides," said I should not have been half so rich, but that I said to myself, but there was no letting him into the reason of it. "Oh," says he, "I should not have been tired of you, but besides having the satisfaction of your company, it had saved me that unlucky blow at Paris, which was a dead loss to me of above 8,000 pistoles, and all the fatigues of so many years' hurry in business." And then he added, "But I'll make you pay for it all, now I have you." I started a little at these words. "Ay", said I, "do you threaten already? Pray, what do you mean by that?" I began to look very grave.
I'll tell you, says he, very plainly what I mean, and still he had me fast in his arms. I intend from this time never to trouble myself with any more business, so I shall never get 1 shilling for you more than I have already, or that you will lose one way. Next, I intend not to trouble myself with any of the care or trouble of managing what either you have for me or what I have to add to it, but you shall take it all upon yourself, as the wives do in Holland, so you will pay for it that way too, for all the drudgery shall be yours. Thirdly, I intend to condemn you to the constant bondage of my impertinent company, for I shall tie you like a pedlar's pack upon my back. I shall scarce ever be from you, for I am sure I can take delight in nothing else in the world. Very well, says I, but I am pretty heavy. I hope you'll set me down sometimes when you are aweary. As for that, says he, tire me if you can. This was all jest and allegory, but it was all true, and the moral of the fable, as you shall hear in its place. We were very merry the rest of the day, but without any noise or clutter, for he brought not one of his acquaintance or friends, either English or foreigner. The honest Quaker provided us with a very noble dinner indeed, considering how few we were to eat it, and every day that week she did the like, and would at last have it be all at her own charge, which I was utterly averse to. First, because I knew her circumstances not to be very great, though not very low, and next, because she had been so true a friend, and so cheerful a comforter to me, I and counsellor too, in all this affair, that I had resolved to make her a present that should be some help to her when all was over. But to return to the circumstances of our wedding. After being very merry, as I told you, Amy and the Quaker put us to bed, the honest Quaker little thinking we had been abed together 11 years before. Nay, that was a secret which, as it happened, Amy herself did not know. Amy grinned and made faces as if she had been pleased, but it came out in so many words when he was not by. The sum of her mumbling and muttering was that this should have been done 10 or a dozen years before, that it would signify little now. That was to say, in short, that her mistress was pretty near 50 and too old to have any children. Chid her. The Quaker laughed, complimented me upon my not being so old as Amy pretended, that I could not be above 40, and might have a house full of children yet. But Amy and I too knew better than she how it was, for, in short, I was old enough to have done breeding. However, I looked, but I made her hold her tongue. In the morning my Quaker landlady came and visited us before we were up, and made us eat cakes and drink chocolate in bed, and then left us again, and bid us take a nap upon it, which I believe we did. In short, she treated us so handsomely, and with such an agreeable cheerfulness as well as plenty, as made it appear to me that Quakers may, and that this Quaker did, understand good manners as well as any other people. I resisted her offer, however, of treating us for the whole week, and I opposed it so long that I saw evidently that she took it ill, and would have thought herself slighted if we had not accepted it. So I said no more, but let her go on, only told her I would be even with her, and so I was. However, for that week she treated us as she said she would, and did it so very fine, and with such a profusion of all sorts of good things, that the greatest burden to her was how to dispose of things that were left, for she never let anything, how dainty or however large, be so much as seen twice among us. I had some servants indeed, which helped her a little, that is to say, 2 maids, for Amy was now a woman of business, not a servant, and ate always with us. I had also a coachman and a boy, my Quaker, and a manservant too, but had 1 maid, but she borrowed 2 more of some of her friends for the occasion, and had a man cook for dressing the victuals. She was only at a loss for plate, which she gave me a whisper of, and I made Amy fetch a large strong box which I had lodged in a safe hand, in which was all the fine plate which I provided on a worse occasion, as is mentioned before, and I put it into the Quaker's hand, obliging her not to use it as mine, but as her own, for a reason I shall mention presently. I was now my lady, and I must own I was exceedingly pleased with it. 'Twas so big and so great to hear myself called her ladyship,
and your ladyship, and the like, that I was like the Indian king at Virginia, who, having a house built for him by the English, and a lock put upon the door, would sit whole days together with the key in his hand, locking and unlocking and double locking the door, with an unaccountable pleasure at the novelty. So I could have sat a whole day together to hear Amy talk to me, and call me your ladyship every word, but after a while the novelty wore off, the pride of it abated, till at last truly I wanted the other title as much as I did that of ladyship before. We lived this week in all the innocent mirth imaginable, though a good-humoured Quaker was so pleasant in her way that it was particularly entertaining to us. We had no music at all, or dancing. Only I now and then sang a French song to divert my spouse, who desired it, and the privacy of our mirth greatly added to the pleasure of it. I did not make many clothes for my wedding, having always a great many rich clothes by me, which, with a little altering for the fashion, were perfectly new. The next day he pressed me to dress, though we had no company. At last, jesting with him, I told him I believed I was able to dress me so, in one kind of dress that I had by me, that he would not know his wife when he saw her, especially if anybody else was by. No, he said that was impossible, and he longed to see that dress. I told him I would dress me in it if he would promise me never to desire me to appear in it before company. He promised he would not, but wanted to know why, too, as husbands, you know, are inquisitive creatures, and love to inquire after anything they think is kept from them. But I had an answer ready for him. Because, said I, it is not a decent dress in this country, and would not look modest. Neither indeed would it, for it was but one degree off from appearing in one's shift. It was the usual wear in the country where they were used. He was satisfied with my answer, and gave me his promise never to ask me to be seen in it before company. I then withdrew, taking only Amy and the Quaker with me, and Amy dressed me in my old Turkish habit, which I danced in formerly, etc., as before. The Quaker was charmed with the dress, and merrily said that if such a dress should come to be worn here, she should not know what to do. She should be tempted not to dress in the Quaker's way any more. When all the dress was put on, I loaded it with jewels, and in particular I placed the large breast jewel which he had given me of 1,000 pistoles on the front of the tihaya, or headdress, where it made a most glorious show indeed. I had my own diamond necklace on, and my hair was tout brilliant, all glittering with jewels. His picture set with diamonds I had placed stitched to my vest, just as might be supposed upon my heart, which is the compliment in such cases among the Eastern people, and all being open at the breast, there is no room for anything of a jewel there. In this figure, Amy holding the train of my robe, I came down to him. He was surprised and perfectly astonished. He knew me, to be sure, because I had prepared him, and because there was nobody else there but the Quaker and Amy, but he by no means knew Amy, for she had dressed herself in the habit of a Turkish slave, being the garb of my little Turk, which I had at Naples. As I have said, she had her neck and arms bare, was bareheaded, and her hair braided in a long tassel, hanging down her back, but the jade could neither hold her countenance or her chattering tongue, so as to be concealed long. Well, he was so charmed with this dress that he would have me sit and dine in it, but it was so thin and so open before, and the weather being also sharp, that I was afraid of taking old. However, the fire being enlarged and the doors kept shut, I sat to oblige him, and he professed he never saw so fine a dress in his life. I afterwards told him that my husband, so he called the jeweller that was killed, bought it for me at Leghorn with a young Turkish slave, which I parted with at Paris, and that it was by the help of that slave that I learned how to dress in it, and how everything was to be worn, and many of the Turkish customs also, with some of their language. This story, agreeing with the fact, only changing the person, was very natural, and so it went off with him. But there was good reason why I should not receive any company in this dress, that is to say, not in England. I need not repeat it, you will hear more of it. But when I
came abroad, I frequently put it on, and upon 2 or 3 occasions danced in it, but always at his request. We continued at the Quaker's lodgings for above a year, for now making as though it was difficult to determine where to settle in England to my satisfaction, unless in London, which was not to mine. I pretended to make him an offer that, to oblige him, I began to incline to go and live abroad with him, that I knew nothing could be more agreeable to him, and that, as to me, every place was alike, that as I had lived abroad without a husband so many years, it could be no burden to me to live abroad again, especially with him. Then we fell to straining our courtesies upon one another. He told me he was perfectly easy at living in England, and had squared all his affairs accordingly, for that, as he had told me, he intended to give over all business in the world, as well the care of managing it as the concern about it, seeing we were both in condition neither to want it or to have it be worth our while. So I might see it was his intention, by his getting himself naturalized and getting the patent of baronet, etc. Well, for all that, I told him I accepted his compliment, but I could not but know that his native country, where his children were breeding up, must be most agreeable to him, and that if I was of such value to him, I would be there then to enhance the rate of his satisfaction, that wherever he was would be a home to me, and any place in the world would be England to me if he was with me. And thus, in short, I brought him to give me leave to oblige him with going to live abroad, which in truth I could not have been perfectly easy at living in England unless I had kept constantly within doors, lest some time or other the dissolute life I had lived here should have come to be known, and all those wicked things have been known too, which I now began to be very much ashamed of. When we closed up our wedding week, in which our Quaker had been so very handsome to us, I told him how much I thought we were obliged to her for her gracious carriage to us, how she had acted the kindest part through the whole, and how faithful a friend she had been to me upon all occasions. And then, letting him know a little of her family unhappiness, I proposed that I thought I not only ought to be grateful to her, but really to do something extraordinary for her, towards making her in her affairs. And I added that I had no hanger-on that should trouble him, that there was nobody belonged to me but what was thoroughly provided for, and that if I did something for this honest woman that was considerable, it should be the last gift I would give to anybody in the world but Amy. And as for her, we were not a-going to turn her adrift, but whenever anything offered for her, we would do as we saw cause, that in the meantime Amy was not poor, that she had saved together between £700 and £800. By the way, I did not tell him how, and by what wicked ways she got it, but that she had it, and that was enough to let him know she would never be in want of us. My spouse was exceedingly pleased with my discourse about the Quaker, made a kind of speech to me upon the subject of gratitude, told me it was one of the brightest parts of a gentlewoman, that it was so twisted with honesty, nay, and even with religion too, that he questioned whether either of them could be found where gratitude was not to be found, that in this act there was not only gratitude but charity, and that to make the charity still more Christian-like, the object too had real merit to attract it. He therefore agreed to the thing with all his heart, only would have had me let him pay it out of his effects. I told him as for that I did not design, whatever I had said formerly, that we should have 2 pockets, and that though I had talked to him of being a free woman and an independent and the like, and he had offered and promised that I should keep all my own estate in my own hands, yet that since I had taken him, I would e'en do as other honest wives do. I thought fit to give myself, I should give what I had, too, that if I resolved anything, it should be only in case of mortality, and that I might give it to his children afterwards as my own gift, and that, in short, if he thought fit to join stocks, we would see tomorrow morning what strength we could both make up in the world, and bringing it all together, consider before we resolved upon the place of removing how we should dispose of what we had, as well as of ourselves. This discourse was too obliging, and he too much of a man of sense not to receive it as it was meant. He only answered we would do in that as we should both agree, but the thing under our present care was to show, not gratitude only,
but charity and affection too, to our kind friend the Quaker, and the first word he spoke of was to settle £1,000 upon her for her life, that is to say, £60 a year, but in such a manner as not to be in the power of any person to reach but herself. This was a great thing, and indeed showed the generous principles of my husband, and for that reason I mention it, but I thought that a little too much too, and particularly because I had another thing in view for her about the plate. So I told him I thought if he gave her a purse with 100 guineas as a present first, then made her a compliment of £40 per annum for her life, secured any such way as she should desire, it would be very handsome. He agreed to that, and the same day in the evening, when we were just going to bed, he took my Quaker by the hand, and with a kiss told her that we had been very kindly treated by her from the beginning of this affair, and his wife before, she, meaning me, had informed him, and that he thought himself bound to let her see that she had obliged friends who knew how to be grateful; that for his part of the obligation he desired she would accept of that for an acknowledgment in part only, putting the gold into her hand, and that his wife would talk with her about what further he had to say to her. And upon that, not giving her time hardly to say thank ye, away he went upstairs into our bedchamber, leaving her confused and not knowing what to say. When he was gone, she began to make very handsome and obliging representations of her goodwill to us both, but that it was without expectation of reward; that I had given her several valuable presents before, and so indeed I had, for besides the piece of linen which I had given her at first, I had given her a suit of damask table linen of the linen I bought for my balls, viz., 3 tablecloths and 3 dozen of napkins, and another time I gave her a little necklace of gold beads, and the like, but that is by the way. But she mentioned them, I say, and how she was obliged by me on many other occasions, that she was not in condition to show her gratitude any other way, not being able to make a suitable return, and that now we took from her all opportunity to balance my former friendship, and left her more in debt than she was before. She spoke this in a very good kind of manner, in her own way, but which was very agreeable indeed, and had as much apparent sincerity, and I verily believe as real as was possible to be expressed. But I put a stop to it, and bade her say no more, but accept of what my spouse had given her, which was but in part, as she had heard him say. And put it up, says I, and come and sit down here, and give me leave to say something else to you on the same head, which my spouse and I have settled between ourselves in your behalf. What dost thou mean? Says she, blushed and looked surprised, but did not stir. She was going to speak again, but I interrupted her, and told her she should make no more apologies of any kind whatever, for I had better things than all this to talk of her. So I went on, and told her that as she had been so friendly and kind to us on every occasion, and that her house was the lucky place where we came together, and that she knew I was from her own mouth acquainted in part with her circumstances, we were resolved she should be the better for us as long as she lived. Then I told her what we had resolved to do for her, and that she had nothing more to do but to consult with me how it should be effectually secured for her, distinct from any of the effects which were her husband's, and that if her husband did so supply her that she could live comfortably, and not want it for bread or other necessaries, she should not make use of it, but lay up the income of it and add it every year to the principal, so to increase the annual payment, which in time, and perhaps before she might come to want it, might double itself. That we were very willing whatever she should so lay up should be to herself, and whoever she thought fit after her, that the £40 a year must return to her family after her life, which we both wished might be long and happy. Let no reader wonder at my extraordinary concern for this poor woman, or at my giving my bounty to her a place in this account. It is not, I assure you, to make a pageantry of my charity, or to value her myself upon the greatness of my soul, that should give in so profuse a manner as this, which was above my figure if my wealth had been twice as much as it was, but there was another spring from whence all flowed, and 'tis on that account I speak of it. Was it possible I could think of a poor desolate woman with 4 children, and her husband gone from her, and perhaps good for little if he had stayed? I say was I that had tasted so deep of the sorrows of such a kind of widowhood, able to look on her and think of her circumstances, and not be untouched in an uncommon manner. No, no, I never looked on her and her family, though she was not left so helpless and friendless as I had been, without remembering my own condition. When Amy was sent out to pawn or sell my pair of stays to buy a breast of mutton and a bunch of turnips, nor could I look on her poor children, though not poor and perishing like mine, without tears, reflecting on the dreadful condition that mine were reduced to, when poor Amy sent them all their aunts in Spitalfields, and run away with them. These were the original springs or fountainhead from whence my affectionate thoughts were moved to assist this poor woman. When a poor debtor, having lain long in the Compter or Ludgate of the King's Bench for debt, afterwards gets out, rises again in the world, and grows rich, such a one is a certain benefactor to the prisoners there, and perhaps to every prison he passes by as long as he lives, for he remembers the dark days of his own sorrow, and even those who never had the experience of such sorrows to stir up their minds to acts of charity would have the same charitable good disposition, did they sensibly remember what it is that distinguishes them from others by a more favourable and merciful providence. This, I say, was, however, the spring of my concern for this honest, friendly, and grateful Quaker. As I had so plentiful a fortune in the world, I resolved she should taste the fruit of her kind usage to me in a manner that she could not expect. All the while I talked to her, I saw the disorder of her mind. The sudden joy was too much for her, and she coloured, trembled, changed, and at last grew pale, and was indeed near fainting, when she hastily rung a little bell for her maid, who, coming in immediately, she beckoned to her, for speak she could not, to fill her a glass of wine, but she had no breath to take it in, and was almost choked with that which she took in her mouth. I saw she was ill, and assisted her what I could, and with spirits and things to smell, to just kept her from fainting, when she beckoned to her maid to withdraw, and immediately burst out in crying, and that relieved her. When she recovered herself a little, she flew to me, and throwing her arms about my neck, "Oh," says she, "thou hast almost killed me," and there she hung, laying her head in my neck for half a quarter of an hour, not able to speak, but sobbing like a child that had been whipped. I was very sorry that I did not stop a little in the middle of my discourse and make her drink a glass of wine before it had put her spirits into such a violent motion, but it was too late, and it was 10 to 1 odds that it had killed her. But she came to herself at last, and began to say some very good things in return for my kindness. I would not let her go on, but told her I had more to say to her still than all this, but that I would let it alone till another time. My meaning was about the box of plate, a good part of which I gave her, and some I gave to Amy, for I had so much plate, and some so large, that I thought if I let my husband see it, he might be apt to wonder what occasion I could ever have for so much, and for plate of such a kind too, as particularly a great cistern for bottles, which cost £120, and some large candlesticks too big for any ordinary use. These I caused Amy to sell. In short, Amy sold above £300 worth of plate. What I gave the Quaker was worth above £60, and I gave Amy above £30 worth, and yet I had a great deal left for my husband. Nor did our kindness to the Quaker end with the £40 a year, for we were always, while we stayed with her, which was above 10 months, giving her one good thing or another, and in a word, instead of lodging with her, she boarded with us, for I kept the house. She and all her family ate and drank with us, and yet we paid her the rent of the house too. In short, I remembered my widowhood, and I made this widow's heart glad, many a day the more upon that account. End of section 26. Section 27 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And now my spouse and I began to think of going over to Holland, where I had proposed to him to live, and in order to settle all the preliminaries of our future manner of living, I began to draw in my effects so as to have them all at command upon whatever occasion we thought fit. After which, one morning, I called my spouse up to me. "Hark ye, sir," said I to him, "I have two very weighty questions to ask of you. I don't know what answer you will give to the first, but I doubt you will be able to give but a sorry answer to the other, and yet I assure you it is of the last importance to yourself and towards the future part of your life, wherever it is to be." He did not seem to be much alarmed, because he could see I was speaking in a kind of merry way. "Let's hear your questions, my dear," says he, "and I'll give the best answer I can to them." "Why, first," says I, 1. You have married a wife here, made her a lady, and put her in expectation of being something else still when she comes abroad. Pray, have you examined whether you are able to supply all her extravagant demands when she comes abroad, and maintain an expensive Englishwoman in all her pride and vanity? In short, have you inquired whether you are able to keep her? 2. You have married a wife here, and given her a great many fine things, and you maintain her like a princess, and sometimes call her so. Pray, what portion have you had with her? What fortune has she been to you, and where does her estate lie, that you keep her so fine? I am afraid that you keep her in a figure a great deal above her estate, at least above all that you have seen of it yet. And you sure you ain't got a bite, and that you have not made a beggar a lady? Well, says he, have you any more questions to ask? Let's have them all together. Perhaps they may all be answered in a few words, as well as these two. No, says I, these are the two grand questions, at least for the present. Why then, says he, I'll answer you in a few words, that I am fully master of my own circumstances, and without farther inquiry can let my wife you speak of know, that as I have made her a lady, I can maintain her as a lady, wherever she goes with me, and this, whether I have one pistole of her portion, or whether she has any portion or no, and as I have not inquired whether she has any portion or not, so she shall not have the less respect showed her from me, or be obliged to live meaner, or be any way straitened on that account. On the contrary, if she goes abroad to live with me in my own country, I will make her more than a lady, and support the expense of it too, without meddling with anything she has. And this, I suppose, says he, contains an answer to both your questions together. He spoke this with a great deal more earnestness in his countenance than I had when I proposed my questions, and said a great many kind things upon it, as a consequence of former discourses, so that I was obliged to be in earnest too. My dear, says I was but in jest in my questions, but they were proposed to introduce what I am going to say to you in earnest, namely, that if I am to go abroad, 'tis time I should let you know how things stand, and what I have to bring you with your wife, how it is to be disposed and secured, and the like. And therefore come, says I, sit down and let me show you your bargain here. I hope you'll find that you have not got a wife without a fortune. He told me then that, since he found I was in earnest, he desired that I would adjourn it till tomorrow, and then we would do as the poor people do after they marry, feel in their pockets, and see how much money they can bring together in the world. Well, says I, with all my heart. And so we ended our talk for that time. As this was in the morning, my spouse went out after dinner to his goldsmith's, as he said, and about 3 hours after returns with a porter and 2 large boxes with him, and his servant brought another box, which I observed was almost as heavy as the 2 that the porter brought, and made the poor fellow sweat heartily. He dismissed the porter, and in a little while after went out again with his man, and returning at night brought another porter with more boxes and bundles, and all was carried up and put into a chamber next to our bedchamber, and in the morning he called for a pretty large round table, and began to unpack. When the boxes were opened, I found they were chiefly full of books and papers and parchments, I mean books of accounts and of writings, and such things as were in themselves of no moment to me, because I understood them not. But I perceived he took them all out, and spread them about him upon the table and chairs, and began to be very busy with them. So I withdrew and left him, and he was indeed so busy among them that he never missed me till I had been gone a good while. But when he had gone through all his papers, and had come to open a little box, he called for me again. Now, says he, and called me his countess, I am ready to answer your first question. If you will sit down till I have opened this box, we will see how it stands. So we opened the box. There was in it indeed what I did not expect, for I had thought he had sunk his estate rather than raised it. But he produced me in goldsmith's bills and stock in the English East India Company about £16,000 sterling. Then he gave into my hands 9 assignments upon the Bank of Lyons in France, and 2 upon the rents of the town-house in Paris, amounting in the whole to 5,800 crowns per annum, or annual rent, as it is called there, and lastly, the sum of 30,000 rixdollars in the Bank of Amsterdam, besides some jewels and gold in the box to the value of about £1,500 or £1,600, amongst which was a very good necklace of pearl, about £200 value, and that he pulled out and tied around my neck, telling me that should not be reckoned into the account. I was equally pleased and surprised, and it was with an inexpressible joy that I saw him so rich. You might well tell me, said I, that you were able to make me countess and maintain me as such. In short, he was immensely rich, for besides all this, he showed me, which was the reason of his being so busy among the books, I say, he showed me several adventures he had abroad in the business of his merchandise, as particularly an 8th share in an East India ship then abroad, an account current with a merchant at Cadiz in Spain, about £3,000 lent upon bottomry, upon ships gone to the Indies, and a large cargo of goods in a merchant's hands for sale at Lisbon in Portugal, so that in his books there was about £12,000 more, all which put together made about £27,000 sterling, and £1,320 a year. I stood amazed at this account, as well I might, and said nothing to him for a good while, and the rather because I saw him still busy looking over his books. After a while, as I was going to express my wonder, "Hold, my dear," says he, "this it not all neither," and then he pulled me out some old seals and small parchment rolls, which I did not understand, but he told me they were a right of reversion which he had to a paternal estate in his family, and a mortgage of 14,000 rixdollars which he had about him in the hands of the present possessor, so that was about £3,000 more. "But now hold again," says he, "for I must pay my debts out of all this, and they are very great, I assure you." And the first, he said, was a black article of 8,000 pistoles, which he had a lawsuit about at Paris, but had it awarded against him, which was the loss he told me of, and which made him leave Paris in disgust. That in other accounts he owed about £5,300 sterling, but after all this, upon the whole, he had still £17,000 clear stock in money, and £1,320 a year in rent. After some pause, it came to my turn to speak. "Well," says I, "it is very hard a gentleman with such a fortune as this should come over to England and marry a wife with nothing. It shall never," says I, "be said but what I have. I'll bring it to the public stock." So I began to produce. First I pulled out the mortgage which good Sir Robert had procured me, the annual rent of £700 per annum, the principal money £14,000. Secondly, I pulled out another mortgage upon land procured by the same faithful friend, which at 3 times had advanced £12,000. Thirdly, I pulled him out a parcel of little securities, procured by several hands, by fee-farm rents and such petty mortgages as those times afforded, amounting to £10,800 principal money, and paying £636 a year, so that in the whole there was £2,056 a year ready money constantly coming in. When I had shown him all these, I laid them upon the table, and bade him take them, that he might be able to give me an answer to the second question, what a fortune he had with his wife, and laughed a little at it. He looked at them a while, and then handed them all back again to me. I will not touch them, says he, nor one of them, till they are settled in trustees' hands for your own use, and the management wholly your own. I cannot omit what happened to me while all this was acting, though it was cheerful work in the main. Yet I trembled every joint of me, worse, for aught I know, than ever Belshazzar did at the handwriting on the wall, and the occasion was every way as just. Unhappy wretch, said I to myself, shall my ill-got wealth, the product of prosperous lust and of a vile, vicious life of whoredom and adultery, be intermingled with the honest, well-gotten estate of this innocent gentleman, to be a moth and a caterpillar among it, and bring the judgments of heaven upon him, and upon what he has, for my sake? Shall my wickedness blast his comforts? Shall I be fire in his flax, and be a means to provoke heaven to curse his blessing? God forbid. I'll keep them asunder if it be possible. This was the true reason why I have been so particular in the account of my vast acquired stock, and how his estate, which was perhaps the product of many years' fortunate industry, and which was equal if not superior to mine at best, was at my request kept apart from mine, as is mentioned above. I have told you how he gave back all my writings into my own hands again. Well, says I, seeing you will have it be kept apart, it shall be so, upon one condition, which I have to propose, and no other. And what is the condition, says he? Why, says I, all the pretence I can have for the making over of my estate to me is, that in case of your mortality I may have it reserved for me, if I outlive you. Well, says he, that is true, but then, said I, the annual income is always received by the husband during his life, as 'tis supposed, for the mutual subsistence of the family. Now, says I, here is £2,000 a year, which I believe is as much as we shall spend, and I desire none of it may be saved. And all the income of your own estate, the interest of the £17,000, and the £1,320 a year, may be constantly laid by for the increase of your estate. And so, added I, by joining the interest every year to the capital, you will perhaps grow as rich as you would do if you were to trade with it all, if you were obliged to keep house out of it too. He liked the proposal very much, and said it should be so, and this way I, in some measure, satisfied myself that I should not bring my husband under the blast of a just providence for mingling my cursed, ill-gotten wealth with his honest estate. This was occasioned by the reflections which, at some certain intervals of time, came into my thoughts of the justice of heaven, which I had reason to expect would some time or other still fall upon me, or my effects of the dreadful life I had lived. And let nobody conclude from the strange success I met with in all my wicked doings, and the vast estate which I had raised by it, that therefore I was either happy or easy. No, no. There was a dart struck into the liver. There was a secret hell within, even all the while when our joy was at the highest, but more especially now, after it was all over, and when, according to all appearance, I was one of the happiest women upon earth. All this while, I say, I had such constant terror upon my mind as gave me every now and then very terrible shocks, and which made me expect something very frightful upon every accident of life. In a word, it never lightened or thundered, but I expected the next flash would penetrate my vitals and melt the soul in this scabbard of flesh. It never blew a storm of wind, but I expected the fall of some stack of chimneys, or some part of the house would bury me in its ruins, and so of other things. But I shall perhaps have occasion to speak of all these things again by and by. The case before us was in a manner settled. We had full £4000 per annum for our future subsistence, besides a vast sum in jewels and plate, and besides this I had about £8000 reserved in money, which I kept back from him to provide for my 2 daughters, of whom I have much yet to say. With this estate settled, as you have heard, and with the best husband in the world, I left England again. I had not only in human prudence, and by the nature of the thing, being now married and settled in so glorious a manner, I say I had not only abandoned all the gay and wicked courses which I had gone through before, but I began to look back upon it with that horror and that detestation which is the certain companion, if not the forerunner, of repentance. Sometimes the wonders of my present circumstances would work upon me, and I should have some raptures upon my soul, upon the subject of my coming so smoothly out of the arms of hell, that I was not engulfed in ruin, as most who led such lives are, first or last, but this was a flight too high for me. I was not come to that repentance that is raised from a sense of heaven's goodness. I repented of the crime, but it was of another and lower kind of repentance, and rather moved by my fears of vengeance than from a sense of being spared from being punished, and landed safe after a storm. The first thing which happened after our coming to The Hague, where we lodged for a while, was that my spouse saluted me one morning with the title of Countess, as he said he intended to do, by having the inheritance to which the honour was annexed made over to him. It is true it was a reversion, but it soon fell, and in the meantime, as all the brothers of a count are called counts, so I had the title by courtesy about 3 years before I had it in reality. I was agreeably surprised at this coming so soon, and would have had my spouse have taken money which tossed him out of my stock, but he laughed at me and went on. I was now in the height of my glory and prosperity, and I was called Countess, for I had obtained that unlooked for which I secretly aimed at, and was really the main reason of my coming abroad. I took now more servants, lived in a kind of magnificence that I had not been acquainted with, was called Your Honour at every word, and had a coronet behind my coach, though at the same time I knew little or nothing of my new pedigree. The first thing that my spouse took upon him to manage was to declare ourselves married 11 years before our arriving in Holland, and consequently to acknowledge our little son, who was yet in England, to be legitimate, order him to be brought over and added to his family, and acknowledge him to be our own. This was done by giving notice to his people at Nijmegen, where his children, which were 2 sons and a daughter, were brought up, that he was come over from England, and that he was arrived at The Hague with his wife, and should reside there some time, and that he would have his 2 sons brought down to see him, which accordingly was done, where I entertained him with all the kindness and tenderness that they could expect from their mother-in-law, and who pretended to be so ever since they were 2 or 3 years old. This, supposing us to have been so long married, was not difficult at all, in a country where we had been seen together about that time, vis-à-vis 11 years and a half before, where we had never been seen afterwards till we now returned together. This being seen together was also openly owned and acknowledged, of course by a friend, the merchant at Rotterdam, and also by the people in the house where we both lodged in the same city, and where our first intimacies began, and who, as it happened, were all alive. And therefore, to make it more public, we made a tour of Rotterdam again, lodged in the same house, and was visited there by our friend the merchant, and afterwards invited frequently to his house, where he treated us very handsomely. This conduct of my spouse, and which he managed very cleverly, was indeed a testimony of a wonderful degree of honesty and affection to our little son, for it was done purely for the sake of the children. I call it an honest affection, because it was from a principle of honesty that he so earnestly concerned himself to prevent the scandal which would otherwise have fallen upon the child, who was itself innocent, and as it was from this principle of justice that he so earnestly solicited me, and conjured me by the natural affections of a mother, to marry him when it was not young within me and unborn, that the child might not suffer for the sin of its father and mother. So, though at the same time he really loved me very well, yet I had reason to believe that it was from this principle of justice to the child that he came to England again to seek me with design to marry me, and, as he called it, save the innocent lamb from infamy worse than death. It was with a just reproach to myself that I must repeat it again, that I had not the same concern for it, though it was the child of my own body. Nor had I ever the hearty, affectionate love to a child that he had. What the reason of it was I cannot tell, and indeed I had shown a general neglect of the child through all the gay years of my London revels, except that I sent Amy to look upon it now and then, and to pay for its nursing. As for me, I scarce saw it 4 times in the first 4 years of its life, and after wishing it would go quietly out of the world, whereas a son which I had by the jeweller I took a different care of, showed a different concern for, though I did not let him know me, for I provided very well for him, had him put out very well to school, and when he came to years fit for it, let him go over with a person of honesty and good business to the Indies, and after he lived there some time, and began to act for himself, sent him over the value of £2,000 at several times, with which he traded and grew rich, as 'tis to be hoped may at last come over again with 40 or 50,000 pounds in his pocket, as many do who have not such encouragement at their beginning. I also sent him over a wife, a beautiful young lady, well bred, an exceeding good nature, pleasant creature, but the nice young fellow did not like her, and had the impudence to write to me, that is, to the person I employed to correspond with him, to send him another, and promised that he would marry her I had sent him, to a friend of his, who liked her better than he did. But I took it so ill that I would not send him another, and withal stopped another article of £1,000, which I had appointed to send him. He considered of it afterwards, and offered to take her, but then truly she took so ill the first affront he put upon her that she would not have taken him, and I sent him word I thought she was very much in the right. However, after courting her 2 years, and some friends interposing, she took him, and made him an excellent wife, as I knew she would, but I never sent him the £1,000 cargo, so that he lost that money for misusing me, and took the lady at last without it. My new spouse and I lived a very regular, contemplative life, and in itself certainly a life filled with all human felicity. But if I looked upon my present situation with satisfaction, as I certainly did, so in proportion I, on all occasions, looked back on former things with detestation, and with the utmost affliction. And now indeed, and not till now, those reflections began to prey upon my comforts, and lessen the sweets of my other enjoyments. They might be said to have gnawed a hole in my heart before, but now they made a hole quite through it. Now they ate into all my pleasant things, made bitter every sweet, and mixed my sighs with every smile. Not all the affluence of a plentiful fortune, not £100,000 estate, for between us we had little less, not honour and titles, attendants and equipages, in a word, not all the things we call pleasure, could give me any relish, or sweeten the taste of things to me, at least not so much but I grew sad, heavy, pensive, and melancholy, slept little and ate little, dreamed continually of the most frightful and terrible things imaginable, nothing but apparitions of devils and monsters falling into gulfs, and off from steep and high precipices, and the like, so that in the morning, when I should rise and be refreshed with the blessing of rest, I was hag-ridden with frights and terrible things formed merely in the imagination, and was either tired and wanted sleep, or overrun with vapours, and not fit for conversing with my family or anyone else. My husband, the tenderest creature in the world, and particularly so to me, was in great concern for me, did everything that lay in his power to comfort and restore me, strove to reason me out of it, and tried all the ways possible to divert me, but it was all to no purpose, or to but very little, My only relief was sometimes to unbosom myself to poor Amy. She and I were alone, and she did all she could to comfort me. But all was to little effect there, for though Amy was the better penitent before, when we had been in the storm, Amy was just where she used to be now, a wild, gay, loose wretch, and not much the graver for her age, for Amy was between 40 and 50 by this time too. But to go on with my own story, as I had no comforter, so I had no counsellor. It was well, as I often thought, that I was not a Roman Catholic, for what a piece of work should I have made to have gone to a priest with such a history as I had to tell him, and what penance would any father confessor have obliged me to perform, especially if he had been honest and true to his office? However, as I had none of the recourse, so I had none of the absolution, by which the criminal confessing goes away comforted. But I went about with a heart loaded with crime, and altogether in the dark as to what I was to do, and in this condition I languished near 2 years. I may well call it languishing, for if Providence had not relieved me, I should have died in little time. But of that hereafter. End of section 27. Section 28 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I must now go back to another scene, and join it to this end of my story, which will complete all of my concern with England, at least all that I shall bring into this account. I have hinted at large what I had done for my 2 sons, one at Messina and the other in the Indies, but I have not gone through the story of my 2 daughters. I was so in danger of being known by one of them that I durst not see her so as to let her know who I was, and for the other, I could not well know how to see her and own her, and let her see me, because she must then know that I would not let her sister know me, which would look strange, so that upon the whole I resolved to see neither of them at all. But Amy managed all that for me, and when she had made gentlewomen of them both, by giving them a good, though late education, she had like to have blown up the whole case, and herself and me too, by an unhappy discovery of herself to the last of them, that is, to her who was our cook-maid, and who, as I said before, Amy had been obliged to turn away, for fear of the very discovery which now happened. I have observed already in what manner Amy managed her by a 3rd person, and how the girl, when she was set up for a lady, as above, came and visited Amy at my lodgings, after which Amy, going, as was her custom, to see the girl's brother, my son, at the honest man's house in Spitalfields, both the girls were there, merely by accident, at the same time, and the other girl unawares discovered the secret, namely, that this was the lady that had done all this for them. Amy was greatly surprised at it, but as she saw there was no remedy, she made a jest of it, and so after that conversed openly, being still satisfied that neither of them could make much of it, as long as they knew nothing of me. So she took them together one time, and told them the history, as she called it, of their mother, beginning at the miserable carrying them to their aunt's. She owned she was not their mother herself, but described her to them. However, when she said she was not their mother, one of them expressed herself very much surprised, for the girl had taken up a strong fancy that Amy was really her mother, and that she had, for some particular reasons, concealed it from her, and therefore when she told her frankly that she was not her mother, the girl fell a-crying, and Amy had much ado to keep life in her. This was the girl who was at first my cook-maid in the Pall Mall. When Amy had brought her to again a little, and she had recovered her first disorder, Amy asked what ailed her. The poor girl hung about her and kissed her, and was in such a passion still, though she was a great wench of 19 or 20 years old, that she could not be brought to speak a great while. At last, having recovered her speech, she said still, "But oh, do not say you ain't my mother. I'm sure you are my mother." And then the girl cried again, like to kill herself. Amy could not tell what to do with her a good while. She was loath to say again she was not her mother, because she would not throw her into a fit of crying again, but she went round about a little with her. "Why, child," says she, "why would you have me be your mother? If it be because I am so kind to you, be easy, my dear," says Amy. "I'll be as kind to you still as if I was your mother." "Ay, but," says the girl, "I am sure you are my mother too, and what have I done that you won't own me, and that you will not be called my mother? Though I am poor, you have made me a gentlewoman," says she, "and I won't do anything to disgrace you. Besides," added she, "I can keep a secret too, especially for my own mother's, sure." Then she calls Amy her dear mother, and hung about her neck again, crying still vehemently. This last part of the girl's words alarmed Amy, and, as she told me, frighted her terribly. Nay, she was so confounded with it that she was not able to govern herself, or to conceal her disorder from the girl herself, as you shall hear. Amy was at a full stop, and confused to the last degree, and the girl, a sharp jade, turned it upon her. "My dear mother," says she, "do not be uneasy about it. I know it all, but do not be uneasy. I won't let my sister know a word of it, or my brother either, without you giving me leave. But don't disown me now you have found me. Don't hide yourself from me any longer." "I can't bear that," says she. "It will break my heart." "I think the girl's mad," says Amy. "Why, child, I'll tell you, if I was thy mother, I would not disown thee. Don't you see I'm as kind to you as if I was your mother? Amy might as well have sung a song to a kettle drum as talk to her." "Yes," says the girl, "you are very good to me indeed." And that was enough to make anybody believe she was her mother too. But however that was not the case, she had other reasons to believe, and to know that she was her mother. And it was a sad thing she would not let her call her mother, who was her own child. Amy was so heartful with the disturbance of it, that she did not enter farther with her into the inquiry, as she had otherwise have done. I mean as to what made the girl so positive, but comes away and tells me the whole story. I was thunderstruck with the story at first, and much more afterwards, as you shall hear. But I say I was thunderstruck at first, and amazed, and said to Amy there must be something or other in it more than we know of. But having examined farther into it, I found the girl had no notion of anybody but of Amy, and glad I was that I was not concerned in the pretence, and that the girl had no notion of me in it. But even this easiness did not continue long, for the next time Amy went to see her, she was the same thing, and rather more violent with Amy than she was before. Amy endeavoured to pacify her by all the ways imaginable. First she told her she took it ill, that she would not believe her, and told her if she would not give over such a foolish whimsy, she would leave her to the wide world as she found her. This put the girl into fits, and she cried, ready to kill herself, and hung about Amy again like a child. "Why," says Amy, "why can you not be easy with me then, and compose yourself, and let me go on to do you good, and show you kindness as I would do, and as I intend to do? Can you think that if I was your mother I would not tell you so? What whimsy is this that possesses your mind?" says Amy. Well, the girl told her in a few words, but these few such as frighted Amy out of her wits, and me too, that she knew well enough how it was. "I know," says she, "when you left," naming the village where I lived when my father went away from us all, that you went over to France. I know that too. And who you went with," says the girl. "Did not my lady Roxana come back again with you? I know it all well enough, though I was but a child. I have heard it all." And thus she ran on with such discourse as put Amy out of all the temper again, and she raved at her like a bedlam, and told her she would never come near her any more. She might go a begging again if she would, she'd have nothing to do with her. The girl, a passionate wench, told her she knew the worst of it. She could go to service again, and if she would not own her own child, she must do as she pleased. Then she fell into a passion of crying again, as if she would kill herself. In short, this girl's conduct terrified Amy to the last degree, and me too. And was it not that we knew the girl was quite wrong in some things, she was not yet so right in some other, that it gave me a great deal of perplexity. But that which put Amy the most to it was that the girl, my daughter, told her that she, meaning me, her mother, had gone away with the jeweller, and into France too. She did not call in the jeweller, and with the landlord of the house, who, after her mother fell into distress, and that Amy had taken all the children from her, made much of her, and afterwards married her. In short, it was plain the girl had but a broken account of things, but yet that she had received some accounts that had a reality in the bottom of them, so that it seems our first measures on the amour with the jeweller were not so concealed as I thought they had been, and it seems came in a broken manner to my sister-in-law, who Amy carried the children to, and she made some bustle, it seems, about it. But as good luck was, it was too late, and I was removed and gone, none knew whither, or else she would have sent all the children home to me again, to be sure. This we picked out of the girl's discourse. That is to say, Amy did at several times, but it all consisted of broken fragments of stories, such as the girl herself had heard so long ago that she herself could make very little of it, only that in the main that her mother had played the whore, had gone away with the gentleman that was landlord of the house, that he married her, that she went into France, and as she had learned in my family, where she was a servant, that Mrs. Amy and her lady Roxana had been in France together, so she put all these things together, and joining them with the great kindness that Amy now showed her, possessed the creature that Amy was really her mother, nor was it possible for Amy to conquer it for a long time. But this, after I had searched into it as far as by Amy's relation I could get an account of it, did not disquiet me half so much as that the young slut had got the name of Roxana by the end, and that she knew who her lady Roxana was, and the like, though this neither did not hang together, for then she would not have fixed upon Amy for her mother. But some time after, when Amy had almost persuaded her out of it, and that the girl began to be so confounded in her discourses of it, that she made neither head nor tail, at last the passionate creature flew out in a kind of rage, and said to Amy that, if she was not her mother, Madame Roxana was her mother then, for one of them she was sure was her mother. And then all this that Amy had done for her was by Madame Roxana's order, and I am sure, says she, it was my Lady Roxana's coach that brought the gentlewoman, whoever it was, to my uncle's in Spitalfields, for the coachman told me so. Amy fell a laughing at her aloud, as was her usual way, but as Amy told me, it was but on one side of her mouth, for she was so confounded at her discourse that she was ready to sink into the ground, and so was I too when she told it me. However, Amy brazened her out of it all, told her, well, since you think you are so high born as to be my Lady Roxana's daughter, you may go to her and claim your kindred, can't you? I suppose, says Amy. You know where to find her, she said, and she did not question to find her, for she knew where she was gone to live privately, but though she might be removed again. For I know how it is, says she, with a kind of a smile or a grin. I know how it all is well enough. Amy was so provoked that she told me, in short, she began to think it would be absolutely necessary to murder her. That expression filled me with horror. All my blood ran chill in my veins, and a fit of trembling seized me, that I could not speak a good while. At last, what is the devil in you, Amy? said I. Nay, nay, says she, let it be the devil or not the devil. If I thought she knew one tittle of your history, I would dispatch her, if she were my own daughter, 1,000 times. And I, says I in a rage, as well as I love you, would be the first that should put the halter around your neck, and see you hanged with more satisfaction than ever I saw you in my life. Nay, says I, you would not live to be hanged. I believe I should cut your throat with my own hand. I am almost ready to do it, said I, as 'tis for your but naming the thing. With that I called her cursed devil, and bade her get out of the room. I think it was the first time that ever I was angry with Amy in all my life, and when all was done, though she was a devilish jade in having such a thought, yet it was all of it the effect of her excess of affection and fidelity to me. But this thing gave me a terrible shock, for it happened just after I was married, and served to hasten my going over to Holland, for I would not have been seen so as to be known by the name of Roxana, no, not for £10,000. It would have been enough to have ruined me to all intents and purposes, with my husband, and everybody else too. I might as well have been the German princess. Well, I set Amy to work, and give Amy her due. She set all her wits to work out which way this girl had her knowledge, but more particularly how much knowledge she had. That is to say, what she really knew, and what she did not know. This was the main thing with me. How she could say she knew who Madame Roxana was, and what notions she had of that affair, was very mysterious to me, for it was certain she could not have a right notion of me, because she would have it be that Amy was her mother. I scolded heartily at Amy for letting the girl ever know her, that is to say, know her in this affair, for that she knew her could not be hid, because she, as I might say, served Amy, or rather under Amy, in my family, as I said before. But she, Amy, talked with her at first by another person, and not by herself, and that secret came out by an accident, as I've said above. Amy was concerned at it, as well as I, but could not help it, and though it gave me great uneasiness, yet, as there was no remedy, we were bound to make a little noise of it as we could, that it might go no farther. I bade Amy punish the girl for it, and she did so, for she parted with her in a huff, and told her she should see she was not her mother, for that she could leave her just where she found her, and seeing she could not be content to be served by the kindness of a friend, but that she would needs make a mother of her, she would for the future be neither mother or friend, and so bid her go to service again and be a drudge as she was before. Poor girl cried most lamentably, but would not be beaten out of it still. But that which dumbfounded Amy more than all the rest was that when she had rated the poor girl a long time, and could not beat her out of it, and had, as I observed, threatened to leave her, the girl kept to what she said before, and put this turn to it again, that she was sure, if Amy wanted my Lady Roxana was her mother, that she would go find her out, adding that she made no doubt that she could do it, for she knew where to inquire the name of her new husband. Amy came home with this piece of news in her mouth to me. I could easily perceive when she came in that she was mad in her mind, and in a rage at something or other, and it was in great pain to get it out, for when she came first in, my husband was in the room. However, Amy going up to undress her, I soon made an excuse to follow her, and coming into the room, "What the devil is the matter, Amy?" says I. "I'm sure you have some bad news." "News!" says Amy aloud. "Ay, so I have. I think the devil is in that young wench. She'll ruin us all, and herself too. There's no quieting her." So she went on, and told me all the particulars, but sure nothing was so astonished as I was. She told me that the girl knew I was married, that she knew my husband's name, and would endeavour to find me out. I thought I should have sunk down at the very words. In the middle of all my amazement, Amy starts up and runs about the room like a distracted body. I'll put an end to it, that I will. I can't bear it. I must murder her. I'll kill the bitch, and swears by her Maker in the most serious tone in the world, and then repeated it over 3 or 4 times, walking to and again in the room. I will, in short, I will kill her if there was not another wench in the world. Prithee, hold thy tongue, Amy, says I. Why, thou art mad. Ay, so I am, says she, stark mad, and I'll be the death of her for all that, and then I shall be sober again. But you shan't, says I. You shan't hurt a hair of her head. Why, you ought to be hanged for what you have done already. Having resolved on it, is doing it. As to the guilt of the fact, you are a murderer already, as much as if you had done it already. I know that, says Amy, and it can be no worse. I'll put you out of your pain, and her too. She shall never challenge you for her mother in this world, whatever she may be in the next. Well, well, says I, be quiet, and do not talk thus. I can't bear it. So she grew a little soberer after a while. I must acknowledge the notion of being discovered carried with it so many frightful ideas, and hurried my thoughts so much that I was scarce myself any more than Amy. So dreadful a thing is a load of guilt upon the mind. And yet when Amy began the second time to talk thus abominably of killing the poor child, of murdering her, and swore by her Maker that she would, so that I began to see that she was in earnest, I was farther terrified a great deal, and it helped to bring me to myself again in other cases. We laid our heads together then to see if it was possible to discover by what means she had learned to talk so, and how she, I mean my girl, came to know that her mother had married her husband. But it would not do. The girl would acknowledge nothing, and gave but a very imperfect account of things still, being disgusted to the last degree with Amy's leaving her so abruptly as she did. Well, Amy went to the house where the boy was, but it was all one. There they had only heard a confused story of the lady somebody, they knew not who, which the same wench had told them, but they gave no heed to it at all. Amy told them how foolishly the girl had acted, and how she had carried on the whimsy so far, in spite of all they could say to her, that she had taken it so ill she would see her no more, and so she might e'en go to service again if she would, for she, Amy, would have nothing to do with her unless she humbled herself and changed her note, and that quickly too. The good old gentleman who had been the benefactor to them all was greatly concerned at it, and the good woman, his wife, was grieved beyond all expressing, and begged her ladyship, meaning Amy, not to resent it. They promised, too, they would talk with her about it, and the old gentleman added with some astonishment, "Sure, she cannot be such a fool, but she will be prevailed with to hold her tongue, when she has it from your own mouth that you are not her mother, and sees that it disobliges your ladyship to have her insist upon it." And so Amy came away with some expectation that it would be stopped here. But the girl was such a fool for all that, and persisted in it obstinately, notwithstanding all they could say to her. Nay, her sister begged and entreated her not to play the fool, for that it would ruin her too, and that the lady, meaning Amy, would abandon them both. Well, notwithstanding this, she insisted, I say, upon it, which was worse, the longer it lasted, the more she began to drop Amy's ladyship, and would have it that the Lady Roxana was her mother, and that she had made some inquiries about it, and did not doubt but she should find her out. When it was come to this, and we found there was nothing to be done with the girl, but that she was so obstinately bent upon the search after me, that she ventured to forfeit all she had in view, I say, when I found it was come to this, I began to be more serious in my preparations for my going beyond sea, and particularly it gave me some reason to fear that there was something in it. But the following accident put me beside all my measures, and struck me into the greatest confusion that ever I was in my life. I was so near going abroad that my spouse and I had taken measures for our going off, because I would be sure not to go to public, but so as to take away all possibility of being seen, I had made some exception to my spouse against going in the ordinary public passage boats. My pretence to him was the promiscuous crowds in those vessels, want of convenience, and the like. So he took the hint, and found me out an English merchant ship, which was bound for Rotterdam, and getting soon acquainted with the master, he hired his whole ship, that is to say, his great cabin, for I do not mean his ship for freight, that so we had all the conveniences possible for our passage, and all things being near ready, he brought home the captain one day to dinner with him, that I might see him, and be acquainted a little with him. So he came after dinner to talk of the ship, and the conveniences on board, and the captain pressed me earnestly to come on board and see the ship, intimating that he would treat us as well as he could. And in discourse I happened to say I hoped he had no other passengers. He said no, he had not, but he said his wife had courted him a good while to let her go over to Holland with him, for he always used that trade, but he could never think of venturing all he had in one bottom, but if I went with him, he thought to take her and her kinswoman along with him this voyage, that they might both wait upon me, and so added that if we would do him the honour to dine on board the next day, he would bring his wife on board, the better to make us welcome. Who now could have believed the devil had any snare at the bottom of all this, or that I was in any danger on such an occasion, so remote and out of the way as this was? The event was the oddest that could be thought of. As it happened, Amy was not at home when we accepted this invitation, and so she was left out of the company. But instead of Amy, we took our honest, good-humoured, never to be omitted friend, the Quaker, one of the best creatures that ever lived, sure, and who, besides 1,000 good qualities unmixed with one bad one, was particularly excellent for being the best company in the world, though I think I had carried Amy too, if she had not been engaged in this unhappy girl's affair. For on a sudden the girl was lost, and no news was to be heard of her, and Amy had haunted her to every place she could think of that it was likely to find her in. But all the news she could hear of her was that she was gone to an old comrade's house of hers, which she called sister, and who was married to a master of a ship who lived at Redriff. And even this the jade never told me. It seems when this girl was directed by Amy to get her some breeding, go to the boarding school, and the like, she was recommended to a boarding school at Camberwell, and there she contracted an acquaintance with a young lady, so they are all called, her bedfellow that they called sisters, and promised never to break off that acquaintance. But judge you what an unaccountable surprise I must be in when I came on board the ship, and was brought to the captain's cabin, or what they call it, the great cabin of the ship, to see his lady or wife, and another young person with her, who, when I came to see her near hand, was my old cookmaid in the Pall Mall, and, as appeared by the sequel of the story, was neither more or less than my own daughter. That I knew her was out of doubt, for though she had not had opportunity to see me very often, yet I had often seen her, as I must needs, being my own family so long. If ever I had need of courage and full presence of mind, it was now. It was the only valuable secret in the world to me. All depended on this occasion. If the girl knew me, I was undone, and to discover any surprise or disorder had been to make her know me, or guess it, and discover herself. I was once going to feign a swooning and fainting away, and so falling on the ground or floor, put them all into a hurry and fright, and by that means to get an opportunity to be continually holding something, to be nose to smell to, and so hold my hand or my handkerchief or both before my mouth, then pretend I could not bear the smell of the ship, or the closeness of the cabin, but that would have been only to remove into a clearer air upon the quarter deck, where we should with it have had a clearer light too. And if I had pretended the smell of the ship, it would have served only to have carried us all on shore to the captain's house, which was hard by, for the ship lay so close to the shore that we only walked over a plank to go on board, and over another ship which lay within her. So this was not appearing feasible, and the thought not being 2 minutes old, there was no time, for the two ladies rose up, and we saluted, so that I was bound to come so near my girl as to kiss her, which I would not have done had it been possible to have avoided it, but there was no room to escape. I cannot but take notice here that notwithstanding there was a secret horror upon my mind, and I was ready to sink when I came close to her to salute her, yet it was a secret, inconceivable pleasure to me when I kissed her, to know that I kissed my own child, my own flesh and blood, born of my body, and who I had never kissed since I took the fatal farewell of them all, with a million of tears, and a heart almost dead with grief, when Amy and the good woman took them all away and went with them to Spitalfields. No pen can describe, no words can express, I say, the strange impression which this thing made upon my spirit. I felt something shoot through my blood, my heart fluttered, my head flashed and was dizzy, and all within me, as I thought, turned about, and much ado I had not to abandon myself to an excess of passion at the first sight of her, much more when my lips touched her face. I thought I must have taken her in my arms and kissed her again 1,000 times, whether I would or no. But I roused up my judgment and shook it off, and with infinite uneasiness in my mind I sat down. You will not wonder if upon this surprise I was not conversable for some minutes, and that the disorder had almost discovered itself. I had a complication of severe things upon me. I could not conceal my disorder without the utmost difficulty, and yet upon my concealing it depended the whole of my prosperity. So I used all manner of violence with myself to prevent the mischief which was at the door. Well, I saluted her, but as I went first forward to the captain's lady, who was at the farther end of the cabin, towards the light, I had the occasion offered to stand with my back to the light. I turned about to her, who stood more on my left hand, so that she had not a fair sight of me, though I was so near her. I trembled, and knew neither what I did or said. I was in the utmost extremity, between so many particular circumstances as lay upon me. I was to conceal my disorder from everybody at the utmost peril, and at the same time expected everybody would discern it. I was to expect she would discover that she knew me, and yet was by all means possible to prevent it. I was to conceal myself, if possible, and yet had not the least room to do anything towards it. In short, there was no retreat, no shifting anything off, no avoiding or preventing her having a full sight of me, nor was there any counterfeiting my voice, for then my husband would have perceived it. In short, there was not the least circumstance that offered me any assistance, or any favourable thing to help me in this exigence. After I had been upon the rack for half an hour, during which I appeared stiff and reserved, and a little too formal, my spouse and the captain fell into discourses about the ship and the sea, and business remote from us women, and by the captain carried him out upon the quarter-deck, and left us all by ourselves in the great cabin. Then we began to be a little freer one with another. I began to be a little revived by a sudden fancy of my own. Namely, I thought I perceived that the girl did not know me, and the chief reason of my having such a notion was because I did not perceive the least disorder in her countenance, or the least change in her carriage, no confusion, no hesitation in her discourse, nor which I had my eye particularly upon, did observe that she fixed her eyes much upon me, that is to say, not singling me out to look steadily at me, as I thought would have been the case, but that she rather singled out my friend the Quaker, and chatted with her on several things. But I observed, too, that it was all about indifferent matters. This greatly encouraged me, and I began to be a little cheerful, but I was knocked down again, as with a thunderclap, when, turning to the captain's wife and discoursing of me, she said to her sister, I cannot but think my lady to be very much like such a person. Then she named the person, and the captain's wife said she thought so too. The girl replied again she was sure she had seen me before, but she could not recollect where. I answered, though her speech was not directed to me, that I fancied she had not seen me before in England, but asked if she had lived in Holland. She said no, no, she had never been out of England, and I added that she could not then have known me in England, unless it was very lately, for I had lived at Rotterdam a great while. This carried me out of that part of the borough pretty well, and to make it go off better, when a little Dutch boy came into the cabin, as belonged to the captain, and I easily perceived to be Dutch, I jested and talked Dutch to him, and was merry about the boy, that is to say, as merry as the consternation I was still in would let me be. However, I began to be thoroughly convinced by this time that the girl did not know me, which was an infinite satisfaction to me, or at least that though she had some notion of me, yet she did not think anything about my being who I was, and which perhaps she would have been as glad to have known as I would have been surprised if she had. Indeed, it was evident that, had she suspected anything of the truth, she would not have been able to have concealed it. Thus this meeting went off. You may be sure I was resolved, if once I got off it, she should never see me again to revive her fancy. But I was mistaken there too, as you shall hear. After we had been on board, the captain's lady carried us home to her house, which was but just on shore, and treated us there again very handsomely, made us promise that we would come again and see her before we went to concert our affairs for the voyage and the like, for she assured us both she and her sister went the voyage at that time for her company, and I thought to myself, then you'll never go the voyage at all, for I saw from that moment that it would be no way convenient for my ladyship to go with them, for that frequent conversation might bring me to her mind. She would certainly claim her kindred to me in a few days, as indeed would have been the case. End of section 28. Section 29 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is hardly possible for me to conceive what would have been our part in this affair had my woman Amy gone with me on board this ship. It had certainly blown up the whole affair, and I must for ever after have been this girl's vassal, that is to say, have let her into the secret, and trusted to her keeping it too, or have been exposed and undone. The very thought filled me with horror. But I was not so unhappy neither, as it fell out, for Amy was not with us, and that was my deliverance indeed. Yet we had another chance to get over still. As I resolved to put off the voyage, so I resolved to put off the visit, you may be sure, going upon this principle, namely, that I was fixed in it, that the girl had seen her last of me, and should never see me more. However, to bring myself well off, and withal to see if I could a little farther into the matter, I sent my friend the Quaker to the captain's lady to make the visit promised, and to make my excuse that I could not possibly wait on her, for that I was very much out of order. And in the end of the discourse I bade her insinuate to them that she was afraid I should not be able to get ready to go the voyage, as soon as the captain would be obliged to go, and that perhaps we might put it off to his next voyage. I did not let the Quaker into any other reason for it than that I was indisposed, and not knowing what other face to put upon that part, I made her believe that I thought I was a breeding. It was easy to put that into her head, and she of course hinted to the captain's lady that she found me so very ill that she was afraid I would miscarry, and then, to be sure, I could not think of going. She went, and she managed that part very dexterously, as I knew she would, though she knew not a word of the grand reason of my indisposition. But I was all sunk and dead-hearted again when she told me she could not understand the meaning of one thing in her visit, namely, that the young woman, as she called her, that was the captain's lady, and who she called sister, was most impertinently inquisitive into things, as who I was, how long I had been in England, where I had lived, and the like, and that above all the rest she inquired if I did not live once at the other end of town. I thought her inquiries so out of the way, says the honest Quaker, that I gave her not the least satisfaction. But as I saw by thy answers on board the ship, when she talked of thee, that thou didst not incline to let her be acquainted with thee, so I was resolved that she should not be much the wiser for me, and when she asked me if thou ever livedst here or there, I always said, no, but that thou wast a Dutch lady, and was going home again to thy family, and lived abroad. I thanked her very heartily for that part, and indeed she served me in it more than I let her know she did. In a word, she thwarted the girl so cleverly that if she had known the whole affair, she could not have done it better. But I must acknowledge all this put me upon the rack again. I was quite discouraged, not at all doubting but that the jade had a right scent of things, and that she knew and remembered my face, but had artfully concealed her knowledge of me till she might perhaps do it more to my disadvantage. I told all this to Amy, for she was all the relief I had. The poor soul, Amy, was ready to hang herself, but, as she said, she had been the occasion of it all, and that if I was ruined, which was the word I always used to her, she had ruined me, and she tormented herself about it so much that I was sometimes fain to comfort her, and myself too. What Amy vexed herself at was chiefly that she should be surprised so by the girl, as she called her. I mean surprised into a discovery of herself to the girl, which indeed was a false step of Amy's, and so I had often told her. But it was to no purpose to talk of that now. The business was how to get clear of the girl's suspicions, and of the girl too, for it looked more threatening every day than another. And if I was uneasy at what Amy had told me of her rambling and rattling to her, I had 1,000 times as much reason to be uneasy now, when she had chopped upon me so unhappily as this, and not only had seen my face, but knew too where I lived, what name I went by, and the like. And I am not come to the worst of it yet neither, for a few days after my friend the Quaker had made her visit, and excused me on the account of indisposition, as if they had done it in over and above kindness, because they had been told I was not well, they come both directly to my lodgings to visit me, the captain's wife, and my daughter, who she called sister, and the captain, to show them the place. The captain only brought them to the door, put them in, and went away upon some business. Had not the kind Quaker in a lucky moment come running in before them, they had not only clapped in upon me in the parlour as it had been a surprise, but, which would have been 1,000 times worse, had seen Amy with me. I think if that had happened, I had had no remedy but to take the girl by herself, and have made myself known to her, which would have been all distraction. But the Quaker, a lucky creature to me, happened to see them come to the door before they rung the bell, instead of going to let them in, came running in with some confusion in her countenance, and told me who was a-coming, at which Amy ran first, and I after her, and bid the Quaker come up as soon as she had let them in. I was going to bid her deny me, but it came into my thoughts that, having been represented so much out of order, it would have looked very odd. Besides, I knew the honest Quaker, though she would do anything else for me, would not lie for me, and it would have been hard to have desired it of her. After she had let them in and brought them into the parlour, she came up to Amy and I, who were hardly out of the fright, and yet were congratulating one another that Amy was not surprised again. They paid their visit in form, and I received them as formerly, but took occasion 2 or 3 times to hint that I was so ill that I was afraid I should not be able to go to Holland, at least not so soon as the captain must go off, and made my compliment, how sorry I was to be disappointed of the advantage of their company and assistance in the voyage. And sometimes I talked as if I thought I might stay till the captain returned, and would be ready to go again. And the Quaker put in that then I might be too far gone, meaning with child, that I should not venture at all, and then, as she should be pleased with it, added she hoped I would stay and lie in at her house, so as this carried its own face with it was well enough. But it was now high time to talk of this to my husband, which, however, was not the greatest difficulty before me, for after this and other chat had taken up some time, the young fool began her tattle again, and 2 or 3 times she brought it in that I was so like a lady as she had the honour to know at the other end of town, that she could not put that lady out of her mind when I was by, and once or twice I fancied the girl was ready to cry. By and by she was at it again, and at last I plainly saw tears in her eyes, upon which I asked if the lady was dead, because she seemed to be in some concern for her. She made me much easier by her answer than ever she did before. She said she did not really know, but she believed she was dead. This, I say, a little relieved my thoughts, but I was soon down again, for after some time the jade began to grow talkative, as it was plain that she had been told all that her head could retain of Roxana, and the days of joy which I had spent at that part of the town. Another accident had like to have blown us all up again. I was in a kind of dishabille when they came, having on a loose robe with a morning gown, but much after the Italian way, and I had not altered it when I went up, only dressed my head a little, and as I had been represented as having been lately very ill, so the dress was becoming enough for a chamber. This morning vest or robe, call it as you please, was more shaped to the body than we wear them since, showing the body in its true shape, and perhaps a little too plainly, if it had been to be worn where any men were to come, but among ourselves it was well enough, especially for hot weather. The colour was green, figured, and the stuff a French damask, very rich. This gown or vest put the girl's tongue a-running again, and her sister, as she called her, prompted it, for as they both admired my vest, and were taken up much about the beauty of the dress, the charming damask, the noble trimming, and the like, my girl puts in a word to the sister, captain's wife. This is just such a thing as I told you, says she, the lady danced in. What, says the captain's wife, the lady Roxana that you told me of? Oh, that's a charming story, says she. Tell it, my lady. I could not avoid saying so too, though from my soul I wished in heaven for but naming it. Nay, I won't say, but if she had been carried t'other way, it had been much as one to me, if I could but have been rid of her and her story too, for when she came to describe the Turkish dress, it was impossible but the Quaker, who was a sharp, penetrating creature, should receive the impression in a more dangerous manner than the girl, only that indeed she was not so dangerous a person, for if she had known it all, I could more freely have trusted her than I could the girl by a great deal. I should have been perfectly easy in her. However, as I have said, her talk made me dreadfully uneasy, and the more when the captain's wife mentioned but the name of Roxana. What my face might do towards betraying me I knew not, because I could not see myself, but my heart beat as if it would have jumped out at my mouth, and my passion was so great that for want of vent I thought I should have burst. In a word, I was in a kind of a silent rage, for the force I was under of restraining my passion was such as I never felt the like of. I had no vent, nobody to open myself to, or to make a complaint to for my relief. I durst not leave the room by any means, or then she would have told all the story in my absence, and I should have been perpetually uneasy to know what she had said or had not said, so that, in a word, I was obliged to sit and hear her tell all the story of Roxana, that is to say, of myself, and not know at the same time whether she was in earnest or in jest, whether she knew me or no, or, in short, whether I was to be exposed or not exposed. She began only in general with telling where she lived, what a place she had of it, how gallant a company her lady had always had in the house, how they used to sit up all night in the house gaming and dancing, what a fine lady her mistress was, what a vast deal of money the upper servants got. As for her, she said her whole business was in the next house, so that she got but little, except one night that there was 20 guineas given to be divided among the servants, when she said she got 2 guineas and a half for her share. She went on and told them how many servants there was, and how they were ordered, but she said there was one Mrs. Amy who was over them all, and that she, being the lady's favourite, got a great deal. She did not know, she said, whether Amy was her Christian name or her surname, but she supposed it was her surname. They were told she got 60 pieces of gold at one time, being the same night that the rest of the servants had the 20 guineas divided among them. I put in at that word, and said it was a vast deal to give away. Why, says I, it was a portion of a servant. Oh, madam, says she, it was nothing to do with what she got afterwards. We that were servants hated her heartily for it, that is to say, we wished it had been our lot in her stead. And I said again, why, it was enough to get her a good husband, and settle her for the world if she had sense to manage it. So it might, to be sure, madam, says she, for we were told she laid up above £500, but I suppose Mrs. Amy was too sensible that her character would require a good portion to put her off. Oh, said I, if that was the case, it was another thing. Nay, says she, I don't know, but they talked very much of a young lord that was very great with her. And pray, what came of her at last, said I, if I was willing to hear a little, seeing she would talk of it, what she had to say as well of myself. I don't know, madam, says she, I never heard of her for several years, till t'other day I happened to see her. Did you indeed, says I, and made mighty strange of it. What? And in rags it may be, said I. That's often the end of such creatures. Just the contrary, madam, says she. She came to visit an acquaintance of mine, little thinking, I suppose, to see me, and I assure you she came in her coach. In her coach, said I. Upon my word, she had made her market then. I suppose she made hay while the sun shone. Was she married, pray? I believe she had been married, madam, says she, but it seems she had been at the East Indies, and if she was married, it was there, to be sure. I think she said she had good luck in the Indies. That is, I suppose, said I, had buried her husband there. I understood it so, madam, says she, and that she had got his estate. Was that her good luck, said I? It might be good to her, as to the money indeed, but it was but the part of a jade to call it good luck. Thus far our discourse of Mrs. Amy went, and no farther, for she knew no more of her. And then the Quaker, unhappily, though undesignedly, put in a question which the honest, good-humoured creature would have been far from doing, if she had known that I had carried on the discourse of Amy on purpose to drop Roxana out of the conversation. I was not to be made easy too soon, the Quaker put in, "But I think thou saidst something was behind of thy mistress. What didst thou call her? Roxana, was it not? Pray, what became of her?" "Ay, ay, Roxana," says the captain's wife. "Pray, sister, let's hear the story of Roxana. It will divert my lady, I'm sure." "That's a damned lie," said I to myself. "If you knew how little 'twould divert me, you would have too much advantage over me." Well, I saw no remedy, but the story must come on, so I prepared to hear the worst of it. "Roxana," says she, "I know not what to say of her. She was so much above us, and so seldom seen, that we could know little of her but by report. But we did sometimes see her too. She was a charming woman indeed, and the footmen used to say that she was to be sent for to court." "To court!" said I. "Why, she was at court, wasn't she? The Pall Mall is not far off from Whitehall." "Yes, madam," says she, "but I mean another way." "I understand thee," says the Quaker. "Thou meanest, I suppose, to be mistress to the king?" "Yes, madam," said she. I cannot help confessing what a reserve of pride still was left in me, and though I dreaded the sequel of the story, yet when she talked how handsome and how fine this Lady Roxana was, I could not help being pleased and tickled with it, and put in questions 2 or 3 times of how handsome she was, and was she really so fine a woman as they talked of, and the like, on purpose to hear her repeat what the people's opinion of me was, and how I had behaved. "Indeed," says she at last, "she was a most beautiful creature as ever I saw in my life." "But then", said I, "you have never had the opportunity to see her but when she was set out to the best advantage." "Yes, yes, madam", says she, "I have seen her several times in her dishabille, and I can assure you she was a very fine woman, and that which was more still, everybody said she did not paint." This was still agreeable to me one way, but there was a devilish sting in the tail of it all, and this last article was one, wherein she said that had seen me several times in my dishabille. This put me in mind that then she must certainly know me, and it would come out at last, which was death to me but to think of. "Well, but sister", says the captain's wife, "tell my lady about the ball. That's the best of all the story, and of Roxana's dancing in a fine outlandish dress." "That's one of the brightest parts of the story, indeed", says the girl. "The case was this. We had balls and meetings in her ladyship's apartments every week almost, but one time my lady invited all the nobles to come such a time, and she would give them a ball, and there was a vast crowd indeed", says she. "I think you said the king was there, sister, didn't you?" "No, madam", says she, "that was the second time, when they said the king had heard how finely the Turkish lady danced, and that he was there to see her. But the king, if his majesty was there, came disguised." "That is what they call incognito", says my friend the Quaker. "Thou canst not think the king would disguise himself?" "Yes", says the girl, "it was so. He did not come in public with his guards, but we all knew which was the king well enough, that is to say, which they said was the king." "Well", says the captain's wife, "about the Turkish dress, pray let us hear that." "Why", says she, "my lady sat in a fine little drawing room which opened into the great room, and where she received the compliments of the company, and when the dancing began, a great lord", says she, "I forget who they called him, but he was a very great lord or duke, I don't know which, took her out and danced with her, but after a while my lady in a sudden shut the drawing room and ran upstairs with her woman, Mrs Amy, and though she did not stay long, for I suppose she had contrived it all beforehand, she came down dressed in the strangest figure that I ever saw in my life, but it was exceeding fine." Here she went on to describe the dress, as I have done already, but did it so exactly that I was surprised at the manner of her telling it. There was not a circumstance of it left out. I was now under a new perplexity, for this young slut gave so complete an account of everything in the dress that my friend the Quaker coloured at it, and looked 2 or 3 times at me to see if I did not do so too, for, as she told me afterwards, she immediately perceived it was the same dress that she had seen me have on, as I have said before. However, as she saw I took no notice of it, she kept her thoughts private to herself, and I did so too, as well as I could. I put in 2 or 3 times that she had a good memory, that could be so particular in every part of such a thing. "Oh, madam," says she, "we that were servants stood by ourselves in a corner, but so as we could see more than some strangers besides," says she. "It was all our conversation for several days in the family, and what one did not observe another did." "Why," says I to her, "this was no Persian dress, only I suppose your lady was some French comedian, that is to say, a stage Amazon, that put on a counterfeit dress to please the company, such as they used in the play of Tamerlane at Paris, or some such." "No, indeed, madam," says she, "I assure you my lady was no actress. She was a fine modest lady, fit to be a princess. Everybody said, if she was a mistress, she was fit to be a mistress to none but the king, and they talked her up for the king as if it had really been so. Besides, madam," says she, "my lady danced a Turkish dance. All the lords and gentry said it was so, and one of them swore he had seen it danced in Turkey himself, so that it could not come from the theatre at Paris. And then the name Roxana," says she, "was a Turkish name." "Well," said I, "but that was not your lady's name, I suppose?" "No, no, madam," said she, "I know that. I know my lady's name and family very well. Roxana was not her name, that's true indeed." Here she run me aground again, for I durst not ask her what was Roxana's real name, lest she had really dealt with the devil, and had boldly given my own name in for answer, so that I was still more and more afraid that the girl had really gotten the secret somewhere or other, though I could not imagine neither how that could be. In a word, I was sick of the discourse, endeavoured many ways to put an end to it, but it was impossible, for the captain's wife, who called her sister, prompted her and pressed her to tell it, most ignorantly, thinking that it would be a pleasant tale to all of us. 2 or 3 times the Quaker put in that this Lady Roxana had a good stock of assurance, and that it was likely, if she had been in Turkey, she had lived with, or been kept by, some great bashaw there, but still she would break in upon all such discourse, and fly out into the most extravagant praises of her mistress, the famed Roxana. I run her down as some scandalous woman, that it was not possible to be otherwise, but she would not hear of it. Her lady was a person of such and such qualifications, that nothing but an angel was like her, to be sure, and yet, after all she could say, her own account brought her down to this, that, in short, her lady kept little less than a gaming ordinary, or, as it would be called in the times since that, an assembly for gallantry and play. All this while I was very uneasy, as I said before, and yet the whole story went off again without any discovery, only that I seemed a little concerned that she should liken me to this gay lady, whose character I pretended to run down very much, even upon the foot of her own relation. But I was not at the end of my mortifications yet, neither, for now my innocent Quaker threw out an unhappy expression, which put me upon the tenters again. Says she to me, "This lady's habit, I fancy, is just such a one as thine, by the description of it." And then, turning to the captain's wife, says she, "I fancy my friend has a finer Turkish or Persian dress, a great deal." "Oh," says the girl, "'tis impossible to be finer, my ladies," says she, "was all covered with gold and diamonds. Her hair and headdress, I forget the name they gave it, said she, shone like the stars, there were so many jewels in it." I never wished my good friend the Quaker out of my company before now, But indeed I would have given some guineas to have been rid of her just now, for beginning to be curious in the comparing the two dresses, she innocently began a description of mine, and nothing terrified me so much as the apprehension lest she should importune me to show it, which I was resolved I would never agree to. But before it came to this, she pressed my girl to describe the tihaya or headdress, which she did so cleverly that the Quaker could not help saying mine was just such a one, and after several other similitudes, all very vexatious to me, out comes the kind motion to me to let the ladies see my dress, and I joined their eager desires of it, even to importunity. I desired to be excused, though I had little to say at first why I declined it, but at last it came into my head to say it was packed up with my other clothes that I had least occasion for, in order to be sent on board the captain's ship, but that if we lived to come to Holland together, which by the way I resolved should never happen, then I told them at unpacking my clothes they should see me dressed in it, but they must not expect I should dance in it, like the Lady Roxana in all her fine things. This carried it off pretty well, and getting over this, got over most of the rest. I began to be easy again, and in a word, that I may dismiss the story too, as soon as may be, I got rid at last of my visitors, who I had wished gone 2 hours sooner than they intended it. As soon as they were gone, I ran up to Amy and gave vent to my passions by telling her the whole story, and letting her see what mischiefs one false step of hers had like, unluckily, to have involved us all in, more perhaps than we could ever have lived to get through. Amy was sensible of it enough, and was just giving her wrath a vent another way, viz., by calling the poor girl all the damned jades and fools, and sometimes worse names, that she could think of, in the middle of which up comes my honest good Quaker, and put an end to our discourse. The Quaker came in smiling, for she was always soberly cheerful. "Well", says she, "thou art delivered at last. I come to joy thee of it. I perceived thou wert tired grievously of thy visitors." "Indeed", says I, "so I was. That foolish young girl held us all in a Canterbury story. I thought she would never have done with it." "Why, truly, I thought she was very careful to let thee know she was but a cook maid." "Ay", says I, "and at a gaming house, or gaming ordinary, and at t'other end of the town too, all which, by the way, she might know would add a very little to her good name among us citizens." "I can't think", says the Quaker, "but she had some other drift in that long discourse. There's something else in her head." Says she, "I am satisfied of that." Thought I, are you satisfied of it? I am sure I am the less satisfied for that. At least 'tis but small satisfaction to me to hear you say so. "What can this be?" says I, "and when will my uneasiness have an end?" This was silent, and to myself, you may be sure. But in answer to my friend the Quaker, I returned by asking her a question or two about it, as what she thought was in it, and why she thought there was anything in it. "For", says I, "she can have nothing in it relating to me." "Nay", says the kind Quaker, "if she had any view towards thee, that's no business of mine, and I should be far from desiring thee to inform me." This alarmed me again. Not that I feared trusting the good-humoured creature with it, if there had been anything of just suspicion in her, but this affair was a secret I cared not to communicate to anybody. However, I say this alarmed me a little, for as I had concealed everything from her, I was willing to do so still, but as she could not but gather up abundance of things from the girl's discourse, which looked towards me, so she was too penetrating to be put off with such answers as might stop another's mouth. Only there was this double felicity in it: first, that she was not inquisitive to know or find anything out, and not dangerous if she had known the whole story. But, as I say, she could not but gather up several circumstances from the girl's discourse, as particularly the name of Amy, and several descriptions of the Turkish dress which my friend the Quaker had seen, and had taken so much notice of, as I have said above. As for that, I might have turned it off by jesting with Amy, and asking her who she lived with before she came to live with me, but that would not do, for we had unhappily anticipated that way of talking, having often talked so long on how Amy had lived with me, and which was still worse, by having owned formerly that I had had lodgings in the Pall Mall, so that all those things corresponded too well. There was only one thing that helped me out with the Quaker, and that was the girls having reported how rich Mrs Amy was grown, and that she kept her coach. Now, as there might be many more Mrs Amy's besides mine, so it was not likely to be my Amy, because she was far from such a figure as keeping her coach, and this carried it off from the suspicions which the good friendly Quaker might have in her head. But as to what she imagined the girl had in her head, there lay more real difficulty in that part a great deal, and I was alarmed at it very much, for my friend the Quaker told me that she observed the girl was in a great passion when she talked of the habit, and more when I had been importuned to show her mine, but declined it. She said she several times perceived her to be in disorder, and to restrain herself with great difficulty, and once or twice she muttered to herself that she had found it out, or that she would find it out, and she could not tell whether, and that she often saw tears in her eyes, that when I said my suit of Turkish clothes was put up, but that she should see it when we arrived in Holland. She heard her say softly she would go over on purpose then. After she had ended her observations, I added, I observed too that the girl talked and looked oddly, and that she was mighty inquisitive, but I could not imagine what it was she aimed at. Aimed at, says the Quaker. 'Tis plain to me what she aims at. She believes thou art the same Lady Roxana that danced in the Turkish fest, but she is not certain. Does she believe so? Says I. If I had thought that, I would have put her out of her pain. Believe so, says the Quaker. Yes, and I began to think so too, and should have believed so still, if thou hadst not satisfied me to the contrary by thy taking no notice of it, and by what thou hast said since. Should you have believed so, said I warmly, I am very sorry for that. Why would you have taken me for an actress or a French stage player? No, says the good kind creature, thou carriest it too far. As soon as thou madest thy reflections upon her, I knew it could not be. But who could think any other when she described the Turkish dress which thou hast here, with the headgear and jewels, and when she named thy maid Amy too, and several other circumstances concurring? I should certainly have believed it, said she, if thou hadst not contradicted it, but as soon as I heard thee speak, I concluded it was otherwise. That was very kind, said I, and I am obliged to you for doing me so much justice. It is more, it seems, than that young talking creature does. Nay, says the Quaker, indeed she does not do thee justice, for she certainly believes it still as ever she did. Does she? Said I. Ay, says the Quaker, and I warrant thee she'll make thee another visit about it. Will she? Said I. Then I believe I shall downright affront her. No, thou shalt not affront her, says she, full of a good humour and temper. I'll take that part off thy hands, for I'll affront her for thee, and not let her see thee. I thought that was a very kind offer, but was at a loss how she would be able to do it, and the thought of seeing her there again half distracted me, not knowing what temper she would come in, much less what manner to receive her in. But my fast friend and constant comforter, the Quaker, said she perceived the girl was impertinent, and that I had no inclination to converse with her, and she was resolved I should not be troubled with her. But I shall have occasion to say more of this presently, for this girl had gone further yet than I thought she had. End of section 29. Section 30 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was now time, as I said before, to take measures with my husband in order to put off my voyage, so I fell into talk with him one morning as he was dressing, and while I was in bed. I pretended I was very ill, but as I had but too easy a way to impose upon him, because he so absolutely believed everything I said, so I managed my discourse as that he should understand by it as I was a breeding, though I did not tell him so. However, I brought it about so handsomely that before he went out of the room he came and sat down by my bedside and began to talk very seriously to me upon the subject of my being so every day ill, and that, as I hoped I was with child, he would have me consider well of it, whether I had not better alter my thoughts of the voyage to Holland, for that being seasick, and which was worse, if a storm should happen, might be very dangerous to me. And after saying abundance of the kindest things that the kindest of husbands in the world could say, he concluded that it was his request to me that I would not think any more of going till after all should be over, but that I would, on the contrary, prepare to lie in where I was, and where I knew as well as he I could be very well provided and very well assisted. This was just what I wanted, for I had, as you have heard, 1,000 good reasons why I should put off the voyage, especially with that creature in company. But I had a mind the putting it off should be at his motion, not my own, and he came into it of himself, just as I would have had. This gave me an opportunity to hang back a little, to seem as if I was unwilling. I told him I could not abide to put him to difficulties and perplexities in his business, that now he had hired the great cabin in the ship, and perhaps paid some of the money, and it may be taken freight for goods, and to make him break it all off again would be a needless charge to him, or perhaps a damage to the captain. As to that, he said it was not to be named, and he would not allow it to be any consideration at all, that he could easily pacify the captain of the ship by telling him the reason of it, and that if he did make him some satisfaction for the disappointment, it should not be much. But, my dear, says I, you had heard me say I am with child, neither can I say so, and if it should not be so at last, then I shall have made a fine piece of work of it indeed. Besides, says I, the two ladies, the captain's wife and her sister, they depend upon our going over, and have made great preparations, and all in compliment to me. What must I say to them? Well, my dear, says he, if you should not be with child, though I hope you are, yet there is no harm done. The staying 3 or 4 months longer in England will be no damage to me, and we can go when we please, when we are sure you are not with child, or when it appearing that you are with child, you shall be down and up again. And as for the captain's wife and sister, leave that part to me. I'll answer for it there shall be no quarrel raised upon that subject. I'll make your excuse to them by the captain himself, so all will be well enough there, I'll warrant you. This was as much as I could desire, and thus it rested for a while. I had indeed some anxious thoughts about this impertinent girl, but believed that putting off the voyage would have put an end to it all, so I began to be pretty easy. But I found myself mistaken. I was brought to the point of destruction by her again, and that in the most unaccountable manner imaginable. My husband, as he and I had agreed, meeting the captain of the ship, took the freedom to tell him that he was afraid he must disappoint him, for that something had fallen out which had obliged him to alter his measures, and that his family could not be ready to go time enough for him. I know the occasion, sir, says the captain. I hear your lady has got a daughter more than she expected. I give you joy of it. What do you mean by that? Says my spouse. Nay, nothing, says the captain, but what I hear the woman tattle over the tea table. I know nothing but that you don't go the voyage upon it, which I am sorry for, but you know your own affairs, added the captain. That's no business of mine. Well, but, says my husband, I must make you some satisfaction for the disappointment, and so pulled out his money. No, no, says the captain, and so they fell to straining their compliments one upon another, but in short my spouse gave him 3 or 4 guineas, and made him take it. And so the first discourse went off again, and they had no more of it. But it did not go off so easily with me, for now, in a word, the clouds began to thicken about me, and I had alarms on every side. My husband told me what the captain had said, but very happily took it that the captain had brought a tale by halves, and having heard it one way had told it another, and that neither could he understand the captain, neither did the captain understand himself. So he contented to tell me, he said, word for word, as the captain delivered it. And how I kept my husband from discovering my disorder you shall hear presently, but let it suffice to say just now that if my husband did not understand the captain, nor the captain understand him, yet I understood them both very well, and to tell the truth, it was a worse shock than ever I had yet. Invention supplied me, indeed, with a sudden motion to avoid showing my surprise, for as my spouse and I was sitting by a little table near the fire, I reached out my hand, as if I had intended to take a spoon which lay on the other side, and threw one of the candles off of the table, and then, snatching it up, started up upon my feet, and stooped to the lap of my gown, and took it in my hand. Oh, says I, my gown's spoiled. The candle has greased it prodigiously. This furnished me with an excuse to my spouse to break off the discourse for the present, call Amy down, and Amy not coming presently, I said to him, my dear, I must run upstairs and put it off, and let Amy clean it a little. So my husband rose up too, and went into a closet where he kept his papers, and fetched a book out, and sat down by himself to read. Glad I was that I had got away, and up I run to Amy, who, as it happened, was alone. Oh, Amy, says I, we are all utterly undone. And with that I burst out a-crying, and could not speak a word for a great while. I cannot help saying that some very good reflections offered themselves upon this head. It presently occurred what a glorious testimony it is to the justice of Providence, and to the concern Providence has in guiding all the affairs of men, even the least as well as the greatest, that the most secret crimes are, by the most unforeseen accidents, brought to light and discovered. Another reflection was, how just it is that sin and shame follow one another so constantly at the heels, that they are not like attendants only, but like cause and consequence, necessarily connected one with another, that the crime going before the scandal is certain to follow, and that 'tis not in the power of human nature to conceal the first, or avoid the last. What shall I do, Amy, said I, as soon as I could speak, and what will become of me? And then I cried again, so vehemently that I could say no more a good while. Amy was frighted almost out of her wits, but knew nothing what the matter was, but she begged to know, and persuaded me to compose myself, and not cry so. Why, madam, if my master should come up now, says he will see what a disorder you are in. He will know you have been crying, and then he will want to know the cause of it. With that I broke out again. Oh, he knows it already, Amy, says I. He knows all. 'Tis all discovered, and we are undone. Amy was thunderstruck now indeed. Nay, says Amy, if that be true, we are undone indeed, but that can never be. That's impossible, I'm sure. No, no, says I, 'tis far from impossible, for I tell you 'tis so. By this time, being a little recovered, I told her what discourse my husband and the captain had had together, and what the captain had said. This put Amy into such a hurry that she cried, she raved, she swore and cursed like a mad thing. Then she upbraided me that I would not let her kill the girl, and she would have done it, and that it was all my own doing, and the like. Well, however, I was not for killing the girl yet. I could not bear the thought of that neither. We spent half an hour in these extravagances, and brought nothing out of them neither, for indeed we could do nothing, or say nothing that was to the purpose. For if anything was to come out of the way, there was no hindering it, or helping for it. So after thus giving a vent to myself by crying, I began to reflect how I had left my spouse below, and what I had pretended to come up for. So I changed my gown that I pretended the candle fell upon, and put on another, and went down. When I had been down a good while, and found my spouse did not fall into the story again as I expected, I took heart and called for it. My dear, said I, the fall of the candle put you out of your history. Would you go on with it? What history? Says he. Why, says I, about the captain. Oh, says he, I had done with it. I know no more than that the captain told a broken piece of news that he had heard by halves, and told more by halves than he heard it, namely of your being with child, and that you could not go the voyage. I perceived my husband entered not into the thing at all, but took it for a story, which being told 2 or 3 times over was puzzled and come to nothing, and that all that was meant by it was that he knew, or thought he knew, that I was with child, which he wished might be true. His ignorance was a cordial to my soul, and I cursed them in my thoughts that should ever undeceive him, and as I saw him willing to have the story end there, as not worth being farther mentioned, I closed it too, and said I supposed the captain had it from his wife. She might have found somebody else to make her remarks upon, and so it passed off with my husband well enough, and I was still safe there where I thought myself in most danger. But I had 2 uneasinesses still. The first was lest the captain and my spouse should meet again, and enter into farther discourse about it, and the second was lest the busy, impertinent girl should come again, and when she came, how to prevent her seeing Amy, which was an article as material as any of the rest, for seeing Amy would have been as fatal to me as her knowing all the rest. As to the first of these, I knew the captain could not stay in town above a week, but that his ship being already full of goods, and fallen down the river, he must soon follow. So I contrived to carry my husband somewhere out of town for a few days, that they might be sure not to meet. My greatest concern was where we should go. At last I fixed upon North Hall, not, I said, that I would drink the waters, but that I thought the air was good, and might be for my advantage. He, who did everything upon a foundation of obliging me, readily came into it, and the coach was appointed to be ready the next morning. But as we were settling matters, he put in an ugly word that thwarted all my design, and it was that he had rather I would stay till afternoon, for that he should speak to the captain the next morning, if he could, to give him some letters, which he could do, and be back again about 12 o'clock. I said aye, by all means, but it was but a cheat on him, and my voice and my heart differed, for I resolved, if possible, he should not come near the captain, nor see him, whatever came of it. In the evening, therefore, a little before we went to bed, I pretended to have altered my mind, and that I would not go to North Hall, but I had a mind to go another way. But I told him I was afraid his business would not permit him. He wanted to know where it was. I told him, smiling, I would not tell him, lest it should oblige him to hinder his business. He answered with the same temper, but with infinitely more sincerity, that he had no business of so much consequence as to hinder him going with me anywhere that I had a mind to go. Yes, says I, you want to speak with the captain before he goes away. Why, that's true, says he, so I do, and paused a while, and then added, but I'll write a note to a man that does business for me to go to him. 'Tis only to get some bills of loading signed, and he can do it. When I saw I had gained my point, I seemed to hang back a little. My dear, says I, don't hinder an hour's business for me. I can put it off for a week or 2, rather than you shall do yourself any prejudice. No, no, says he, you shall not put it off an hour for me, for I can do my business by proxy with anybody but my wife. and then he took me in his arms and kissed me. He did my blood flush up into my face when I reflected how sincerely, how affectionately this good-humoured gentleman embraced the most cursed piece of hypocrisy that ever came to the arms of an honest man. His was all tenderness, all kindness, and the utmost sincerity, mine all grimace and deceit, a piece of mere managed and framed conduct to conceal a past life of wickedness, and prevent his discovering that he had in his arms a she-devil, whose whole conversation for 25 years had been black as hell, a complication of crime, and for which, had he been let into it, he must have abhorred me, the very mention of my name. But there was no help for me in it. All I had to satisfy myself was that it was my business to be what I was, and conceal what I had been, that all the satisfaction I could make him was to live virtuously for the time to come, not being able to retrieve what had been in time past. And this I resolved upon, though had the great temptation offered, as it did afterwards, I had reason to question my stability. But of that hereafter. After my husband had kindly thus given up his measures to mine, we resolved to set out in the morning early. I told him that my project, if he liked it, was to go to Tunbridge, and he, being entirely passive in the thing, agreed to it with the greatest willingness, but said if I had not named Tunbridge, he would have named Newmarket, there being a great court there, and abundance of fine things to be seen. I offered him another piece of hypocrisy here, for I pretended to be willing to go thither as the place of his choice, but indeed I would not have gone for £1,000, for the court being there at that time, I durst not run the hazard of being known at a place where there were so many eyes that had seen me before. So that after some time I told my husband that I thought Newmarket was so full of people at that time that we should not get any accommodation, that seeing the court and the crowd was no entertainment at all to me, unless, as it might be so to him, that if he thought fit we would rather put it off to another time, and that if, when we went to Holland, we should go by Harwich, we might take a road by Newmarket and Bury, and so come down to Ipswich, and go from thence to the seaside. It was easily put off from this, so as he was from anything else that I did not approve, and so with all imaginable facility he appointed to be ready early in the morning, and to go with me for Tunbridge. I had a double design in this: first, to get away my spouse from seeing the captain any more, and secondly, to be out of the way myself, in case this impertinent girl, who was now my plague, should offer to come again, as my friend the Quaker believed she would, and as indeed happened within 2 or 3 days afterwards. Having thus secured my going away the next day, I had nothing to do but to furnish my faithful agent the Quaker with some instructions what to say to this tormentor, for such she proved afterwards, and how to manage her if she made any more visits than ordinary. I had a great mind to leave Amy behind too, as an assistant, because she understood so perfectly well what to advise upon any emergence, and Amy importuned me to do so. But I know not what secret impulse prevailed over my thoughts against it. I could not do it, for fear the wicked jade should make her a way which my very soul abhorred the thoughts of, which, however, Amy found means to bring to pass afterwards, as I may in time relate more particularly. It is true, I wanted as much to be delivered from her as ever a sick man did from a 3rd day ague, and had she dropped into the grave by any fair way, as I may call it, I mean, had she died by any ordinary distemper, I should have shed but very few tears for her. But I was not arrived to such a pitch of obstinate wickedness as to commit murder, especially such as to murder my own child, or so much as to harbour a thought so barbarous in my mind. But, as I said, Amy effected all afterwards without my knowledge, for which I gave her my hearty curse, though I could do little more, for to have fallen upon Amy had been to have murdered myself. But this tragedy requires a longer story than I have room for here. I return to my journey. My dear friend the Quaker was kind, and yet honest, and would do anything that was just and upright to serve me, but nothing wicked or dishonourable, that she might be able to say boldly to the creature, if she came, she did not know where I was gone. She desired I would not let her know, and to make her ignorance the more absolutely safe to herself, and likewise to me. I allowed her to say that she heard us talk of going to Newmarket, etc. She liked that part, and I left all the rest to her, to act as she thought fit. Only charged her that if the girl entered into the story of the Pall Mall, she should not entertain much talk about it, but let her understand that we all thought she spoke of it a little too particularly, and that the lady, meaning me, took it a little ill to be so likened to a public mistress or a stage player and the like, so to bring her, if possible, to say no more of it. However, though I did not tell my friend the Quaker how to write to me, or where I was, yet I left a sealed paper with her maid to give her, in which I gave her the direction how to write to Amy, and so in effect to myself. It was but a few days after I was gone, and the impatient girl came to my lodgings on pretence to see how I did, and to hear if I intended to go the voyage, and the like. My trusty agent was at home, and received her coldly at the door, but told her that the lady, which she supposed she meant, was gone from the house. This was a full stop to all she could say for a good while, but as she stood musing some time at the door, considering what to begin a talk upon, she perceived my friend the Quaker looked a little uneasy, as if she wanted to go in and shut the door, which stung her to the quick, and the wary Quaker had not so much as asked her to come in, for seeing her alone she expected she would be very impertinent, and concluded that I did not care how coldly she received her. But she was not to be put off so. She said if the lady was not to be spoken with, she desired to speak 2 or 3 words with her, meaning my friend the Quaker. Upon that the Quaker civilly but coldly asked to walk in, which was what she wanted. Note, she did not carry her into her best parlour as formerly, but into a little outer room where the servants usually waited. By the first of her discourse she did not stick to insinuate as if she believed I was in the house, but was unwilling to be seen, and pressed earnestly that she might speak but 2 words with me, to which she added earnest entreaties, and at last tears. I am sorry, says my good creature the Quaker, thou hast so ill an opinion of me as to think I would tell thee an untruth, and say that the lady was gone from my house, if she was not. I assure thee I do not use any such method, nor does the lady desire any such service from me, as I know of. If she had been in the house, I should have told thee so. She said little to that, but said it was business of the utmost importance that she desired to speak with me about, and then cried again very much. Thou seemst to be sorely afflicted, says the Quaker. I wish I could give thee any relief, but if nothing will comfort thee but seeing the lady, it is not in my power. I hope it is, says she again. To be sure it is of great consequence to me, so much that I am undone without it. Thou troublest me very much to hear thee say so, says the Quaker. But why then didst thou not speak to her apart than thou wast here before? I had no opportunity, says she, to speak to her alone, and I could not do it in company. If I could have spoken but 2 words to her alone, I would have thrown myself at her foot, and asked her blessing. I am surprised at thee, I do not understand thee, says the Quaker. Oh, says she, stand my friend if you have any charity, or if you have any compassion for the miserable, for I am utterly undone. Thou terrifiest me, says the Quaker. with such passionate expressions, for verily I cannot comprehend thee. Oh, says she is my mother. She is my mother, and she does not own me. Thy mother, says the Quaker, and began to be greatly moved indeed. I am astonished at thee. What dost thou mean? I mean nothing but what I say, says she. I say again, she is my mother, and will not own me. And with that she stopped with a flood of tears. And not only, said the Quaker, the good, kind woman wept too. Why, says she does not know thee, and never saw thee before. No, says the girl, I believe she does not know me, but I know her, and I know that she is my mother. It's impossible, thou talk'st mystery, says the Quaker. Wilt thou explain thyself a little to me? Yes, yes, says she, I can explain it well enough. I am sure she is my mother, and I have broke my heart to search for her, and now to lose her again, when I was so sure I had found her, will break my heart more effectually. Well, but if she be thy mother, says the Quaker, how can it be that she should not know thee? Alas, says she, I have been lost to her ever since I was a child. She has never seen me. And hast thou never seen her, says the Quaker? Yes, says she, I have seen her. Often enough I saw her, for when she was the Lady Roxana, I was her housemaid, being a servant, but I did not know her then, nor she me. But it has all come out since. Has she not a maid named Amy? Note, the honest Quaker was nonplussed, and greatly surprised at that question. Truly, says she, the lady has several women servants, but I do not know all their names. But her woman, her favourite, adds the girl, is not her name Amy? Why, truly, says the Quaker, with a very happy turn of wit, I do not like to be examined, but lest thou shouldst take up any mistakes by reason of my backwardness to speak, I will answer thee for once, that what her woman's name is I know not, but they call her Cherry. My husband gave her that name in jest on our wedding day, and we had called her by it ever after, so that she spoke literally true at that time. The girl replied very modestly that she was sorry she gave her any offence in asking, that she did not design to be rude to her, or pretend to examine her, but she was in such an agony at this disaster that she knew not what she did or said, and that she should be very sorry to disoblige her, but begged of her again, as she was a Christian and a woman, and had been a mother of children, that she would take pity on her, and, if possible, assist her, so that she might but come to me and speak a few words to me. The tender-hearted Quaker told me the girl spoke this with such moving eloquence that it forced tears from her, but she was obliged to say that she neither knew where I was gone, or how to write to me, but that if she did ever see me again, she would not fail to give me an account of all she had said to her, or that she should yet think fit to say, and to take my answer to it, if I thought fit to give any. Then the Quaker took the freedom to ask a few particulars about this wonderful story, as she called it, at which the girl, beginning at the first distresses of my life, and indeed of her own, went through all the history of her miserable education, her service under the Lady Roxana, she called me, and her relief by Mrs. Amy, with the reasons she had to believe that, as Amy owned herself to be the same that lived with her mother, and especially that Amy was the Lady Roxana's maid too, and came out of France with her, she was, by those circumstances and several others in her conversation, as fully convinced that the Lady Roxana was her mother, as she was that the lady at her house, the Quaker's, was the very same Roxana that she had been servant to. My good friend the Quaker, though terribly shocked at the story, and not well knowing what to say, yet was too much my friend to seem convinced in a thing which he did not know to be true, and which, if it was true, she could see plainly I had a mind should not be known. So she turned the discourse to argue the girl out of it. She insisted upon the slender evidence she had of the fact itself, and the rudeness of claiming so near a relation of one so much above her, and of whose concern in it she had no knowledge, at least no sufficient proof, that, as the lady at her house was a person above any disguises, so she could not believe that she would deny her being her daughter, if she was really her mother, that she was able sufficiently to have provided for her if she had not a mind to have her known, and therefore, seeing she had heard all she had said of the Lady Roxana, and was so far from owning herself to be the person, so she had censured that sham lady as a cheat and a common woman, and that 'twas certain she could never be brought to own a name and a character she had so justly exposed. Besides, she told her that her lodger, meaning me, was not a sham lady, but the real wife of a knight baronet, and that she knew her to be honestly such, and far above such a person as she had described. She then added that she had another reason why it was not very possible to be true, and that is, says she, thy age is in the way, for thou acknowledgest that thou art 24 years old, and that thou wast the youngest of 3 of thy mother's children, so that by thy account thy mother must be extremely young, or this lady cannot be thy mother, for thou seest, says she, and any one may see she is but a young woman now, and cannot be supposed to be above 40 years old, if she is so much, and is now big with child at her going into the country, so that I cannot give any credit to thy notion of her being thy mother, and if I might counsel thee, it should be to give over that thou thought as an improbable story, that does but serve to disorder thee and disturb thy head, for, added she, I perceive thou art much disturbed indeed. But this was all nothing. She could be satisfied with nothing but seeing me. But the Quaker defended herself very well, and insisted on it that she could not give her any account of me, and finding her still importunate, she affected at last being a little disgusted that she should not believe her, and added that indeed if she had known where I was gone she would not have given any one an account of it, unless I had given her orders to do so. But seeing she was not acquainted with me, says she, where she has gone, 'tis an intimation to me she was not desirous it should be publicly known. And with this she rose up, which was as plain a desiring her to rise up too, and be gone as could be expressed, except the downright showing her the door. Well, the girl rejected all this, and told her she could not indeed expect that she, the Quaker, should be affected with the story she had told her, however moving, or that she should take any pity on her; that it was her misfortune that when she was at the house before, and in the room with me, she did not beg to speak a word with me in private, or throw herself upon the floor at my feet, and claim what the affection of a mother would have done for her, but since she had slipped her opportunity, she would wait for another; that she found by her, the Quaker's talk, that she had not quite left her lodgings, but was gone into the country, she supposed for the air, and she was resolved she would take so much knight-errantry upon her that she would visit all the airing places in the nation, and even all the kingdom over, aye, and Holland too, but she would find me, for she was satisfied she could so convince me that she was my own child that I would not deny it, and she was sure I was so tender and compassionate I would not let her perish after I was convinced that she was my own flesh and blood. And in saying she would visit all the airing places in England, she reckoned them all up by name, and began with Tunbridge, the very place I was gone to, then reckoning up Epsom, North Hall, Barnet, Newmarket, Bury, and at last Bath, and with this she took her leave. End of section 30. Section 31 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My faithful agent the Quaker failed not to write to me immediately, but as she was a cunning as well as an honest woman, it presently occurred to her that this was a story which, whether true or false, was not very fit to come to my husband's knowledge, that as she did not know what I might have been or might have been called in former times, and how far there might have been something or nothing in it, so she thought if it was a secret I ought to have the telling it myself, and if it was not, it might as well be public afterwards as now, and that at least she ought to leave it where she found it, and not hand it forwards to anybody without my consent. These prudent measures were inexpressibly kind, as well as seasonable, for it had been likely enough that her letter might have come publicly to me, and though my husband would not have opened it, yet it would have looked a little odd that I should conceal its contents from him, when I had pretended so much to communicate all my affairs. In consequence of this wise caution, my good friend only wrote me in few words that the impertinent young woman had been with her, as she expected she would, and that she thought it would be very convenient that if I could spare Cherry, I would send her up, meaning Amy, because she found there might be some occasion for her. As it happened, this letter was enclosed to Amy herself, and not sent by the way I had at first ordered, but it came safe to my hands, and though I was alarmed a little at it, yet I was not acquainted with the danger I was in of an immediate visit from this teasing creature till afterwards, and I ran a greater risk indeed than ordinary, and that I did not send Amy up under 13 or 14 days, believing myself as much concealed at Tunbridge as if I had been at Vienna. But the concern of my faithful spy, for such my Quaker was now, upon the mere foot of her own sagacity, I say her concern for me was my safety in this exigence, when I was, as it were, keeping no guard for myself, finding Amy not come up, and that she did not know how soon this wild thing might put her designed ramble in practice. She sent a messenger to the captain's wife's house, where she lodged, to tell her that she wanted to speak with her. She was at the heels of the messenger, and came eager for some news, and hoped, she said, the lady, meaning me, had been come to town. The Quaker, with as much caution as she was mistress of, did not tell a downright lie. She made her believe she expected to hear of me very quickly, and frequently, by the by, speaking of being abroad to take the air, talked of the country about Bury, how pleasant it was, how wholesome and how fine an air, how the downs about Newmarket were exceeding fine, and what a vast deal of company there was, now the court was there, till at last the girl began to conclude that my ladyship was gone thither, for she knew, she said, I loved to see a great deal of company. Nay, says my friend, thou takest me wrong. I did not suggest, says she, that the person thou inquirest after is gone thither, neither do I believe she is, I assure thee. Well, the girl smiled, and let her know that she believed it for all that. So to clench it fast, verily, says she, with great seriousness, thou dost not do well, for thou suspectest everything, and believest nothing. I speak solemnly to thee that I do not believe they are gone that way. So if thou givest thyself the trouble to go that way, and art disappointed, do not say that I have deceived thee. She knew well enough that if this did abate her suspicion, it would not remove it, and that it would do little more than amuse her. But by this she kept her in suspense till Amy came up, and that was enough. When Amy came up, she was quite confounded to hear the relation which the Quaker gave her, and found means to acquaint me of it, only letting me know, to my great satisfaction, that she would not come to Tunbridge first, but that she would certainly go to Newmarket or Bury first. However, it gave me very great uneasiness, for as she resolved to ramble in search after me over the whole country, I was safe nowhere, no, not in Holland itself. So indeed I did not know what to do with her, and thus I had a bitter in all my suite, for I was continually perplexed with this hussy, and thought she haunted me like an evil spirit. In the meantime Amy was next door to stark mad about her. She durst not see her at my lodgings for her life. She went days without number to Spitalfields, where she used to come, and to her former lodging, and could never meet with her. At length she took up a mad resolution that she would go directly to the captain's house in Redriff and speak with her. It was a mad step, that's true, but as Amy said, she was mad, so nothing she could do could be otherwise. But if Amy had found her at Redriff, she, the girl, would have concluded presently that the Quaker had given her notice, so that we were all of a knot, and that, in short, all she had said was right. But as it happened, things came to hit better than we expected, for that Amy, going out of a coach to take water at Tower Wharf, meets the girl just come on shore, having crossed the water from Redriff. Amy made it as if she would have passed by her, though they met so full that she did not pretend she did not see her, for she looked fairly upon her first, but then, turning her head away with a slight, offered to go from her. The girl stopped and spoke first, and made some manners to her. Amy spoke coldly to her, a little angry, and after some words standing in the street or passage, the girl saying she seemed to be angry, and would not have spoken to her. Why, says Amy, how can you expect I should have any more to say to you, after I had done so much for you, and you have behaved so to me? The girl seemed to take no notice of that now, but answered, I was going to wait on you now. Wait on me, says Amy. What do you mean by that? Why, says she again, with a kind of familiarity, I was going to your lodgings. Amy was provoked to the last degree at her, and yet she thought it was not her time to resent, because she had a more fickle and wicked design in her head against her, which indeed I never knew till after it was executed, nor durst Amy ever communicate it to me. For as I had always expressed myself vehemently against hurting a hair of her head, so she was resolved to take her own measures without consulting me any more. In order to this, Amy gave her good words, and concealed her resentment as much as she could, and when she talked of going to her lodgings, Amy smiled and said nothing, and called for a pair of oars to go to Greenwich, and asked her, seeing she said she was going to her lodging, to go along with her, for she was going home, and was all alone. Amy did this with such a stock of assurance that the girl was confounded, and knew not what to say. But the more she hesitated, the more Amy pressed her to go, and talking very kindly to her, told her if she did not go to see her lodgings, she might go to keep her company, and she would pay a boat to bring her back again. So, in a word, Amy prevailed on her to go into the boat with her, and carried her down to Greenwich. 'Tis certain that Amy had no more business at Greenwich than I had, nor was she gone thither, but we were all hampered to the last degree with the impertinence of this creature, and in particular I was horribly perplexed with it. As they were in the boat, Amy began to reproach her with ingratitude, treating her so rudely who had done so much for her, and been so kind to her, and to ask her what she had got by it, or what she expected to get. Then came in my share, the Lady Roxana. Amy jested with that, and bantered her a little, and asked her if she had found her yet. But Amy was both surprised and enraged when the girl told her roundly that she thanked her for what she had done for her, but that she would not have her think she was so ignorant as not to know that what she, Amy, had done was by her mother's order, and who she was beholden to for it; that she could never make instruments pass for principals, and pay the debt to the agent when the obligation was all to the original; that she knew well enough who she was, and who she was employed by; that she knew the lady very well, naming the name that I now went by, which was my husband's true name, and by which she might know whether she had found out her mother or no. Amy wished her at the bottom of the Thames, and had there been no watermen in the boat, and nobody in sight, she swore to me she would have thrown her into the river. I was horribly disturbed when she told me this story, and began to think this would at last all end in my ruin. But when Amy spoke of throwing her into the river and drowning her, I was so provoked at her that all my rage turned against Amy, and I fell thoroughly out with her. I had now kept Amy almost 30 years, and found her on all occasions the faithfulest creature to me that ever woman had. I say faithful to me, for however wicked she was, still she was true to me, and even this rage of hers was all upon my account, and for fear any mischief should befall me. But be that how it would, I could not bear the mention of her murdering the poor girl, and it put me so beside myself that I rose up in a rage, and bade her get out of my sight and out of my house, told her I had kept her too long, and that I would never see her face more. I had before told her that she was a murderer, and a bloody-minded creature, that she could not but know that I could not bear the thought of it, much less the mention of it, and that it was the impudentest thing that ever was known to make such a proposal to me, when she knew that I was really the mother of this girl, and that she was my own child; that it was wicked enough in her, but that she must conclude I was 10 times wickeder than herself if I could come into it; that the girl was in the right, and I had nothing to blame her for, but that it was owing to the wickedness of my life that made it necessary for me to keep her from a discovery, but that I would not murder my child, though I was otherwise to be ruined by it. Amy replied, somewhat rough and short, would I not? But she would, she said, if she had an opportunity, and upon these words it was that I bade her get out of my sight and out of my house, and it went so far that Amy packed up her alls and marched off, and was gone for almost good and all. But of that in its order. I must go back to her relation of the voyage which they made to Greenwich together. They held on the wrangle all the way by water. The girl insisted upon her knowing that I was her mother, and told her all the history of my life in the Pall Mall, as well after her being turned away as before, and of my marriage since, and, which was worse, not only who my present husband was, but where he had lived, at Rouen in France. She knew nothing of Paris, or of where we was going to live, namely at Nijmegen, but told her in so many words that if she could not find me here, she would go to Holland after me. They landed at Greenwich, and Amy carried her into the park with her. They walked above 2 hours there, in the farthest and remotest walks, which Amy did, because, as they talked with great heat, it was apparent they were quarrelling, and the people took notice of it. They walked till they came almost to the wilderness at the south side of the park, but the girl, perceiving Amy offered to go in there among the woods and trees, stopped short there, and would go no farther, but said she would not go in there. Amy smiled and asked her what was the matter. She had replied short she did not know where she was, nor where she was going to carry her, and she would go no farther, and without any more ceremony turns back and walks a pace away from her. Amy owned she was surprised, and came back too, and called to her, upon which the girl stopped, and Amy, coming up to her, asked her what she meant. The girl boldly replied she did not know, but she might murder her, and that, in short, she would not trust herself with her, and never would come into her company again alone. It was very provoking, but, however, Amy kept her temper with much difficulty, and bore it, knowing that much might depend upon it. So she mocked her foolish jealousy, and told her she need not be uneasy for her. She would do her no harm, and would have done her good if she would have let her, but since she was of such a refractory humour, she should not trouble herself, for she should never come into her company again, and that neither she or her brother or sister should ever hear from her or see her any more, and so she should have the satisfaction of being the ruin of her brother and sisters as well as of herself. The girl seemed a little mollified at that, and said that for herself she knew the worst of it. She could seek her fortune, but it was hard her brother and sister should suffer on her score, and said something that was tender and well enough on that account. But Amy told her it was for her to take that into consideration, for she would let her see that it was all her own, that she would have done them all good, but that, having been used thus, she would do no more for any of them, and that she should not need to be afraid to come into her company again, for she would never give her occasion for it any more. This, by the way, was false in the girl too, for she did venture into Amy's company again after that, once too much, as I shall relate by itself. They grew cooler, however, afterwards, and Amy carried her into a house at Greenwich, where she was acquainted, and took an occasion to leave the girl in a room a while to speak to the people in the house, and so prepare them to own her as a lodger in the house, and then, going in to her again, told her there she lodged, if she had a mind to find her out, or if anybody else had anything to say to her. So Amy dismissed her, and got rid of her again, and finding an empty hackney coach in the town, came away by land to London, and the girl, going down to the waterside, came by boat. This conversation did not answer Amy's end at all, because it did not secure the girl from pursuing her design of hunting me out, and though my indefatigable friend the Quaker amused her 3 or 4 days, yet I had such notice of it at last that I thought fit to come away from Tunbridge upon it, and where to go I knew not, but in short I went to a little village upon Epping Forest called Woodford, and took lodgings in a private house, where I lived retired about 6 weeks, till I thought she might be tired of her search, and have given me over. Here I received an account from my trusty Quaker that the wench had really been at Tunbridge, had found out my lodgings, and had told her tale there in a most dismal tone, that she had followed us, as she thought, to London. But the Quaker had answered her that she knew nothing of it, which was indeed true, and had admonished her to be easy, and not hunt after people of such fashion as we were, as if we were thieves, that she might be assured that since I was not willing to see her, I would not be forced to it, and treating me thus would effectually disoblige me, and with such discourses as these she quieted her, and she, the Quaker, added that she hoped I should not be troubled much more with her. It was in this time that Amy gave me the history of her Greenwich voyage. She spoke of drowning and killing the girl in so serious a manner, and with such an apparent resolution of doing it, that, as I said, put me in a rage with her, so that I effectually turned her away from me, as I have said above, and she was gone, nor did she so much as tell me whither or which way she was gone. On the other hand, when I came to reflect on it, that now I had neither assistant or confidant to speak to, or receive the latest information from, my friend the Quaker excepted, it made me very uneasy. I waited and expected and wondered from day to day, still thinking Amy would one time or other think a little and come again, or at least let me hear of her. But for 10 days together I heard nothing of her. I was so impatient that I got neither rest by day or sleep by night, and what to do I knew not. I durst not go to town to the Quaker's for fear of meeting that vexatious creature, my girl, and I could get no intelligence where I was. So I got my spouse, upon pretence of wanting her company, to take the coach one day and fetch my good Quaker to me. When I had her, I durst ask her no questions, nor hardly knew which end of the business to begin to talk of. But of her own accord she told me that the girl had been 3 or 4 times haunting her for news from me, and that she had been so troublesome that she had been obliged to show herself a little angry with her, and at last told her plainly that she need give herself no trouble in searching after me by her means, for she, the Quaker, would not tell her if she knew, upon which she refrained a while. But on the other hand, she told me it was not safe for me to send my own coach to come in, for she had some reason to believe that she, my daughter, watched her door night and day, nay, and watched her too every time she went in and out, for she was so bent upon a discovery that she spared no pains, and she believed she had taken a lodging very near their house for that purpose. I could hardly give her a hearing of all this for my eagerness to ask for Amy, but I was confounded when she told me she had heard nothing of her. It is impossible to express the anxious thoughts that rolled about in my mind, and continually perplexed me about her. Particularly I reproached myself with my rashness in turning away so faithful a creature that for so many years had not only been a servant, but an agent, and not only an agent, but a friend, and a faithful friend too. Then I considered too that Amy knew all the secret history of my life, had been in all the intrigues of it, and had been a party in both evil and good, and at best there was no policy in it; that, as it was very ungenerous and unkind to run things to such an extremity with her, and for an occasion too in which all the fault she was guilty of was owing to her excessive care for my safety, so it must be only her steady kindness to me, and an excess of generous friendship for me, that should keep her from ill-using me in return for it, which ill-using me was enough in her power, and might be my utter undoing. These thoughts perplexed me exceedingly, and what course to take I really did not know. I began indeed to give Amy quite over, for she had now been gone above a fortnight, and as she had taken away all her clothes, and her money too, which was not a little, and so had no occasion of that kind to come any more, so she had not left any word where she was gone, or to which part of the world I might send to her. And I was troubled on another account too, that my spouse and I too had resolved to do very handsomely for Amy, without considering what she might have got another way at all, but we had said nothing of it to her. So I thought, as she had not known what was likely to fall in her way, she had not the influence of that expectation to make her come back. Upon the whole, the perplexity of this girl, who hunted me as if, like a hound, she had had a hot scent, but was now at her fault. I say that perplexity, and this other part of Amy being gone, issued in this: I resolved to be gone and go over to Holland. There I believed I should be at rest. So I took occasion one day to tell my spouse. that I was afraid he might take it ill that I had amused him thus long, and that at last I doubted I was not with child, and that since it was so, our things being packed up and all in order for going to Holland, I would go away now when he pleased. My spouse, who was perfectly easy whether in going or staying, left it all entirely to me, so I considered of it, and began to prepare again for my voyage. But alas! I was irresolute to the last degree. I was, for want of Amy, destitute. I had lost my right hand. She was my steward, gathered in my rents, I mean my interest money, and kept my accounts, and, in a word, did all my business. And without her, indeed, I knew not how to go away, nor how to stay. But an accident thrust itself in here, and that even in Amy's conduct too, which frighted me away, and without her too in the utmost horror and confusion. End of section 31. Section 32 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I have related how my faithful friend the Quaker was come to me, and what account she gave me of her being continually haunted by my daughter, and that, as she said, she watched her very door night and day. The truth was, she had set a spy to watch so effectually, that she, the Quaker, neither went in or out, but she had notice of it. This was too evident when the next morning, after she came to me, for I kept her all night, to my unspeakable surprise I saw a hackney coach stop at the door where I lodged, and saw her, my daughter, in the coach all alone. It was a very good chance, in the middle of a bad one, that my husband had taken out the coach that very morning, and was gone to London. As for me, I had neither life nor soul left in me. I was so confounded I knew not what to do or to say. My happy visitor had more presence of mind than I, and asked me if I had made no acquaintance among the neighbours. I told her, yes, there was a lady lodged 2 doors off, that I was very intimate with. But hast thou no way out backward to go to her? Says she. Now it happened there was a back door in the garden, by which we usually went and came to and from the house, so I told her of it. Well, well, says she, go out and make a visit then, and leave the rest to me. Away I ran, told the lady, for I was very free there, that I was a widow today, my spouse being gone to London. So I came not to visit her, but to dwell with her that day, because also our landlady had got strangers come from London. So having framed this orderly lie, I pulled some work out of my pocket, and added I did not come to be idle. As I went out one way, my friend the Quaker went the other to receive this unwelcome guest. The girl made but little ceremony, but having bid the coachman ring at the gate, gets down out of the coach and comes to the door, a country girl going to the door, belonging to the house, for the Quaker forbid any of my maids going. Madame asked for my Quaker by name, and the girl asked her to walk in. Upon this, my Quaker, seeing there was no hanging back, goes to her immediately, but put all the gravity upon her countenance that she was mistress of, and that was not a little indeed. When she, the Quaker, came into the room, for they had showed my daughter into a little parlour, she kept her grave countenance, but said not a word, nor did my daughter speak a good while, but after some time my girl began and said, I suppose you know me, madame. Yes, says the Quaker, I know thee. And so the dialogue went on. Then you know my business too? No, verily, I do not know any business thou canst have here with me. Indeed, my business is not chiefly with you. Why then dost thou come after me thus far? You know whom I seek. And with that she cried. But why shouldst thou follow me for her, since thou knowest that I assured thee more than once that I knew not where she was, but I hoped you could. Then thou must hope that I did not speak the truth, which would be very wicked. I doubt not but she is in this house. If those be thy thoughts, thou mayst inquire in the house, so thou hast no more business with me. Farewell. Offers to go. I would not be uncivil. I beg you to let me see her. I am here to visit some of my friends, and I think thou art not very civil in following me hither. I came in hopes of a discovery in my great affair, which you know of. Thou camest wildly indeed. I counsel thee to go back again, and be easy. I shall keep my word with thee, that I would not meddle in it, or give thee any account if I knew it, unless I had her orders. If you knew my distress, you could not be so cruel. Thou hast told me all thy story, and I think it might be more cruelty to tell thee than not to tell thee, for I understand she is resolved not to see thee, and declares she is not thy mother. Wilt thou be owned where thou hast no relation? Oh, if I could but speak to her, I would prove my relation to her, so that she could not deny it any longer. Well, but thou canst not come to speak with her, it seems. I hope you will tell me if she is here. I had a good account that you were come out to see her, and that she sent for you. I much wonder how thou couldst have such an account. If I had come out to see her, thou hast happened to miss the house, for I assure thee she is not to be found in this house. Here the girl importuned her again with the utmost earnestness, and cried bitterly, insomuch that my poor Quaker was softened, and began to persuade me to consider of it, and if it might consist with my affairs, to see her, and hear what she had to say. This was afterwards. I return to the discourse. The Quaker was perplexed with her a long time. She talked of sending back the coach and lying in the town all night. This my friend knew would be very uneasy to me, but she durst not speak a word against it. But on a sudden thought she offered a bold stroke, which, though dangerous if it had happened wrong, had its desired effect. She told her that, as for dismissing her coach, that was as she pleased. She believed she would not easily get a lodging in the town, but that, as she was in a strange place, she would so much befriend her, that she would speak to the people of the house, that if they had room, she might have a lodging there for one night, rather than be forced back to London before she was free to go. This was a cunning, though a dangerous step, and it succeeded accordingly, for it amused the creature entirely, and she presently concluded that really I could not be there then, otherwise she would never have asked her to lie in the house. So she grew cold again presently as to her lodging there, and said, no, since it was so, she would go back that afternoon, but she would come again in 2 or 3 days, and search that and all the towns round in an effectual manner if she stayed a week or 2 to do it. For, in short, if I was in England or Holland, she would find me. In truth, says the Quaker, thou wilt make me very hurtful to thee then. Why so, says she, because wherever I go thou wilt put thyself to great expense, and the country to a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Not unnecessary, says she. Yes, truly, says the Quaker, it must be unnecessary, because it will be to no purpose. I think I must abide in my own house to save thee that charge and trouble. She said little to that, except that she said she would give her as little trouble as possible, but she was afraid she should sometimes be uneasy to her, which she hoped she would excuse. My Quaker told her she would much rather excuse her if she would forbear, for that if she would believe her, she would assure her she should never get any intelligence of me by her. That set her into tears again, but after a while, recovering herself, she told her perhaps she might be mistaken, and she, the Quaker, should watch herself very narrowly, or she might one day or other get some intelligence from her, whether she would or no, and she was satisfied she had gained some of her by this journey, for that if I was not in the house, I was not far off, and if I did not remove very quickly, she would find me out. Very well, says my Quaker, then if the lady is not willing to see thee, thou givest me notice to tell her, that she may get out of thy way. She flew out in a rage at that, and told my friend that if she did, a curse would follow her, and her children after her, and denounced such horrid things upon her as frighted the poor tender-hearted Quaker strangely, and put her more out of temper than ever I saw her before, so that she resolved to go home the next morning, and I, that was 10 times more uneasy than she, resolved to follow her, and go to London too, which, however, upon second thoughts I did not, but took effectual measures not to be seen or owned if she came any more. But I heard no more of her for some time. I stayed there about a fortnight, and in all that time I heard no more of her, or of my Quaker about her. But after about 2 days more I had a letter from my Quaker, intimating that she had something of moment to say that she could not communicate by letter, but wished I would give myself the trouble to come up, directing me to come with the coach into Goodman's Fields, and then walk to her back door on foot, which being left open on purpose, the watchful lady, if she had any spies, could not well see me. My thoughts had for so long time been kept, as it were, waking, that almost everything gave me the alarm, and this especially, so that I was very uneasy. But I could not bring matters to bear to make my coming to London so clear to my husband as I would have done, for he liked the place, and had a mind, he said, to stay a little longer, if it was not against my inclination. So I wrote my friend the Quaker word that I would not come to town yet, and that besides I could not think of being there under spies, and afraid to look out of doors, and so in short I put off going for near a fortnight more. At the end of that time she wrote again, in which she told me that she had not lately seen the impertinent visitor which had been so troublesome, but that she had seen my trusty agent Amy, who told her she had cried for 6 weeks without intermission, that Amy had given her an account how troublesome the creature had been, and to what straits and perplexities I was driven by her hunting after and following me from place to place, upon which Amy had said that, notwithstanding I was angry with her, and had used her so hardly for saying something about her of the same kind, yet there was an absolute necessity of securing her and removing her out of the way, and that, in short, without asking my leave, or anybody's leave, she should take care she should trouble her mistress, meaning me, no more, and that after Amy had said so, she had indeed never heard any more of the girl, so that she supposed Amy had managed it so well as to put an end to it. The innocent, well-meaning creature, my Quaker, who was all kindness and goodness in herself, and particularly to me, saw nothing in this, but she thought Amy had found some way to persuade her to be quiet and easy, and to give over teasing and following me, and rejoiced in it for my sake, as she thought nothing of any evil herself, so she suspected none in anybody else, and was exceeding glad of having such good news to write to me. But my thoughts of it run otherwise. I was struck, as with a blast from heaven, at the reading her letter. I fell into a fit of trembling from head to foot, and I ran raving about the room like a mad woman. I had nobody to speak a word to give vent to my passion, nor did I speak a word for a good while, till after it had almost overcome me. I threw myself on the bed and cried out, "Lord, be merciful to me, she has murdered my child." And with that a flood of tears burst out, and I cried vehemently for above an hour. My husband was very happily gone out hunting, so that I had the opportunity of being alone, and to give my passions some vent, by which I a little recovered myself. But after my crying was over, then I fell in a new rage at Amy. I called her 1,000 devils and monsters and hard-hearted tigers. I reproached her with her knowing that I abhorred her, and had let her know it sufficiently, and that I had, as it were, kicked her out of doors after so many years' friendship and service, only for naming it to me. Well, after some time my spouse came in from his sport, and I put on the best looks I could to deceive him. But he did not take so little notice of me as not to see I had been crying, and that something troubled me, and he pressed me to tell him. I seemed to bring it out with reluctance, but told him my backwardness was more because I was ashamed that such a trifle should have any effect upon me than for any weight that was in it. So I told him I had been vexing myself about my woman Amy's not coming again, that she might have known me better than not to believe I should have been friends with her again, and the like, and that, in short, I had lost the best servant by my rashness that ever woman had. Well, well, says he, if that be all your grief, I hope you will soon shake it off. I'll warrant you in a little while we shall hear of Mrs. Amy again. And so it went off for that time. It did not go off with me. I was uneasy and terrified to the last degree, and wanted to get some farther account of the thing. So I went away to my sure and certain comforter, the Quaker, and there I had the whole story of it, and the good innocent Quaker gave me joy of my being rid of such an unsufferable tormentor. Rid of her? Ay, says I, if I was rid of her fairly and honourably, but I don't know what Amy may have done. Sure she had made her away. Fie, says my Quaker, how canst thou entertain such a notion? No, no, made her away, Amy didn't talk like that. I dare say thou mayst be easy in that. Amy has nothing of that in her head, I dare say, says she, and so threw it, as it were, out of my thoughts. But it would not do. It run in my head continually, night and day. I could think of nothing else, and it fixed such a horror of the fact upon my spirits, and such a detestation of Amy, who I looked upon as the murderer, that, as for her, I believe if I could have seen her, I should certainly have sent her to Newgate, or to a worse place upon suspicion. Indeed, I think I could have killed her with my own hands. As for the poor girl herself, she was ever before my eyes. I saw her by night and by day. She haunted my imagination, if she did not haunt the house. My fancy showed me her in 100 shapes and postures, sleeping or waking, she was with me. Sometimes I thought I saw her with her throat cut, sometimes with her head cut, and her brains knocked out, other times hanged up upon a beam, another time drowned in the great pond at Camberwell. And all these appearances were terrifying to the last degree, and that which was still worse, I could really hear nothing of her. I sent to the captain's wife in Redriff, and she answered me she was gone to her relations in Spitalfields. I sent thither, and they said she was there about 3 weeks ago, but that she went out in a coach with a gentlewoman that used to be so kind to her, but whither she was gone they knew not, for she had not been there since. They sent back the messenger for a description of the woman she went out with, and they described her so perfectly that I knew it to be Amy and none but Amy. I sent word again that Mrs. Amy, who she went out with, left her in 2 or 3 hours, and that they should search for her, for I had a reason to fear she was murdered. This frighted them all intolerably. They believed Amy had carried her to pay her a sum of money, and that somebody had watched her after her having received it, and had robbed and murdered her. I believed nothing of that part, but I believed, as it was, that whatever was done, Amy had done it, and that, in short, Amy had made her away, and I believed it the more, because Amy came no more near me, but confirmed her guilt by her absence. Upon the whole,
I mourned thus for her for above a month, but finding Amy still come not near me, and that I must put my affairs in a posture that I might go to Holland, I opened all my affairs to my dear trusty friend the Quaker, and placed her in matters of trust in the room of Amy, and with a heavy bleeding heart for my poor girl, I embarked with my spouse and all our equipage and goods on board another Hollands trader, not a packet boat, but went over to Holland, where I arrived, as I have said. I must put in a caution, however, here, that you must not understand me as if I let my friend the Quaker into any part of the secret history of my former life, nor did I commit the grand reserved article of all to her, that I was really the girl's mother of the Lady Roxana. There was no need of that part being exposed. It was always a maxim with me that secrets should never be opened without evident utility. It could be of no manner of use to me or her to communicate that part to her. Besides, she was too honest herself to make it safe to me, for though she loved me very sincerely, and it was plain by many circumstances that she did so, yet she would not lie for me upon occasion, as Amy would, and therefore it was not advisable on any terms to communicate that part, for if the girl or any one else should have come to her afterwards and put it home to her, whether she knew that I was the girl's mother or not, or was the same as the Lady Roxana or not, she either would not have denied it, or would have done it with so ill a grace, such blushing, such hesitations and falterings in her answers, as would have put the matter out of doubt, and betrayed herself and the secret too. For this reason, I say, I did not discover anything of that kind to her, but I placed her, as I have said, in Amy's stead in the other affairs of receiving money, interests, rents, and the like, as she was as faithful as Amy could be, and as diligent. But there fell out a great difficulty here, which I knew not how to get over, and this was how to convey the usual supply of provision and money to the uncle and the other sister, who depended, especially the sister, upon the said supply for her support. And indeed, though Amy had said rashly that she would not take any more notice of the sister, and would leave her to perish as above, yet it was neither in my nature, or Amy's either, much less was it in my design, and therefore I resolved to leave the management of what I had reserved for that work with my faithful Quaker. But how to direct her to manage them was the great difficulty. Amy had told them in so many words that she was not their mother, but that she was the maid Amy that carried them to their aunt's, that she and their mother went over to the East Indies to seek their fortune, and that their good things had befallen them, and that their mother was very rich and happy, that she, Amy, had married in the Indies, but being now a widow, and resolving to come over to England, their mother had obliged her to inquire them out, and do for them as she had done, and that now she was resolved to go back to the Indies again, but that she had orders from their mother to do very handsomely by them, and in a word told them she had £2000 apiece for them, upon condition that they proved sober, and married suitably to themselves, and did not throw themselves away upon scoundrels. The good family in whose care they had been, I had resolved to take more than ordinary notice of, and Amy by my order had acquainted them with it, and obliged my daughters to promise to submit to their government as formerly, and to be ruled by the honest man as by a father and counsellor, and engaged him to treat them as his children, and to oblige him effectually to take care of them, and to make his old age comfortable both to him and his wife, who had been so good to the orphans. I had ordered her to settle the other £2000, that is to say, the interest of it, which was £120 a year, upon them, to be theirs for both their lives, but to come to my two daughters after them. This was so just, and was so prudently managed by Amy, that nothing she ever did for me pleased me better. And in this posture, leaving my two daughters with their ancient friend, and so coming away to me, as they thought, to the East Indies, she had prepared everything in order to her going over with me to Holland, and in this posture that,
matter stood when that unhappy girl, who I have said so much of, broke in upon all our measures, as you have heard, and by an obstinacy never to be conquered or pacified, either with threats or persuasions, pursued her search after me, her mother, as I have said, till she brought me even to the brink of destruction, and would, in all probability, have traced me out at last, if Amy had not, by the violence of her passion, and by a way which I had no knowledge of, and indeed abhorred, put a stop to her, of which I cannot enter into the particulars here. However, notwithstanding this, I could not think of going away and leaving this work so unfinished as Amy had threatened to do, and for the folly of one child to leave the other to starve, or to stop my determined bounty to the good family I have mentioned. So, in a word, I committed the finishing it all to my faithful friend the Quaker, to whom I communicated as much of the whole story as was needful to empower her to perform what Amy had promised, and to make her talk so much to the purpose, as one employed more remotely than Amy had been needed to be. To this purpose she had first of all a full possession of the money, and went first to the honest man and his wife, and settled all the matter with them. When she talked of Mrs. Amy, she talked of her as one that had been empowered by the mother of the girls in the Indies, but was obliged to go back to the Indies, and had settled all sooner if she had not been hindered by the obstinate humour of the other daughter; that she had left instructions with her for the rest; that the other had affronted her so much that if she was gone away without doing anything for her, and that now if anything was done it must be by fresh orders from the East Indies. I need not say how punctually my new agent acted, but, which was more, she brought the old man and his wife and my other daughter several times to her house, by which I had an opportunity, being there only as a lodger and a stranger, to see my other girl, which I had never done before since she was a little child. The day I contrived to see them, I was dressed up in a Quaker's habit, and looked so like a Quaker that it was impossible for them, who had never seen me before, to suppose I had ever been anything else. Also, my way of talking was suitable enough to it, for I had learned that long before. I have not time here to take notice what a surprise it was to me to see my child, how it worked upon my affections, with what infinite struggle I mastered a strong inclination that I had to discover myself to her, how the girl was the very counterpart of myself, only much handsomer, and how sweetly and modestly she behaved, how on that occasion I resolved to do more for her than I had appointed by Amy, and the like. It is enough to mention here that, as the settling this affair made way for my going on board, notwithstanding the absence of my old agent Amy, so, however, I left some hints for Amy too, for I did not yet despair of my hearing from her, and that if my good Quaker should ever see her again, she should let her see them, wherein particularly ordering her to leave the affair of Spitalfields, just as I had done, in the hands of my friend, she should come away to me upon this condition. Nevertheless, she gave full satisfaction to my friend the Quaker that she had not murdered my child. If she had, I told her I would never see her face more. However, notwithstanding this, she came over afterwards, without giving my friend any of that satisfaction or any account that she intended to come over. I can say no more now, but that, as above, being arrived in Holland with my spouse and his son formerly mentioned, I appeared there with all the splendour and equipage suitable to our new prospect, as I have already observed. Here, after some few years of flourishing and outwardly happy circumstances, I fell into a dreadful course of calamities, and Amy also, the very reverse of our former good days. The blast of heaven seemed to follow the injury done the poor girl by us both, and I was brought so low again that my repentance seemed to be only the consequence of my misery, as my misery was of my crime. End of section 32. Section 33 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In resolving to go to Holland with my husband, and take possession of the title of Countess as soon as possible, I had a view of deceiving my daughter, were she yet alive, and seeking me out. For it seldom happens that a nobleman or his lady are called by their surnames, and as she was a stranger to our noble title, might have inquired at our next-door neighbours for the Dutch merchant, and not have been one jot the wiser for her inquiry. So one evening, soon after this resolution, as I and my husband were sitting together when supper was over, and talking of several various scenes in life, I told him that, as there was no likelihood of my being with child, as I had some reason to suspect I was, some time before, I was ready to go with him to any part of the world, whenever he pleased. I said that great part of my things were packed up, and what was not would not be long about, and that I had little occasion to buy any more clothes, linen, or jewels whilst I was in England, having a large quantity of the richest and best of everything by me already. On saying these words, he took me in his arms, and told me that he looked on what I had now spoken with so great an emphasis to be my settled resolution, and the fault should not lie on his side if it miscarried being put in practice. The next morning he went out to see some merchants who had received advice of the arrival of some shipping which had been in great danger at sea, and whose insurance had run very high, and it was this interval that gave me an opportunity of my coming to a final resolution. I now told the Quaker, as she was sitting at work in her parlour, that we should very speedily leave her, and although she daily expected it, yet she was really sorry to hear that we had come to a full determination. She said abundance of fine things to me, and happiness of the life I did then, and was going to live, believing, I suppose, that Countess could not have a foul conscience. But at that very instant I would have, had it been in my power, resigned husband, estate, title, and all the blessings she fancied I had in the world, only for her real virtue and the sweet peace of mind, joined to a loving company of children, which she really possessed. When my husband returned, he asked me at dinner if I persevered in my resolution of leaving England, to which I answered in the affirmative. Well, says he, as all my affairs will not take up a week's time to settle, I will be ready to go from London with you in 10 days' time. We fixed upon no particular place or abode, but in general concluded to go by Dover, cross the Channel to Calais, and proceed from thence by easy journeys to Paris, where, after staying about a week, we intended to go through part of France, the Austrian Netherlands, and so on to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, or the Hague, as we were to settle before we went from Paris. As my husband did not care to venture all our fortune in one bottom, so our goods, money, and plate were consigned for several merchants who had been his intimates many years, and he took notes of a prodigious value in his pocket, because what he gave me to take care of during our journey. The last thing to be considered was how we should go ourselves, and what equipage we should take with us. My thoughts were wholly taken up about it some time. I knew I was going to be a countess, and did not care to appear anything mean before it came to that honour. But, on the other hand, if I left London in any public way, I might possibly hear of inquiries after me in the road that I had been acquainted with before. At last I said we would discharge all our servants, except 2 footmen, who should travel with us to Dover, and 1 maid to wait on me, that had lived with me only since the retreat of Amy, and she was to go through if she was willing. And as to the carriage of us, a coach should be hired for my husband, myself, and maid, and 2 horses were to be hired for the footmen, who were to return with them to London. When the Quaker had heard when and how we intended to go, she begged, as there would be a spare seat in the coach, to accompany us as far as Dover, which we both readily consented to. No woman could be a better companion, neither was there any acquaintance that we loved better, or could show more respect to us. The morning before we set out, my husband sent for a master coachman to know the price of a handsome coach with 6 able horses to go to Dover. He inquired how many days we intended to be on the journey. My husband said he would go but very easy, and choose to be 3 days on the road, should stay there 2 days, and be 3 more returning to London, with a gentlewoman, meaning the Quaker, in it. The coachman said it would be an 8 days' journey, and he would have 10 guineas for it. My husband consented to pay him his demand, and he received orders to be ready at the door by 7 o'clock the next morning. I was quite prepared to go, having no person to take leave of but the Quaker, and she had desired to see us take the packet-boat at Dover before we parted with her. And the last night of my stay in London was spent very agreeably with the Quaker and her family. My husband, who stayed out later than usual in taking his farewell of several merchants of his acquaintance, came home about 11 o'clock and drank a glass or 2 of wine with us before we went to bed. The next morning the whole family got up about 5 o'clock, and I, with my husband's consent, made each of the Quaker's daughters a present of a diamond ring valued at £20, and a guinea apiece to all the servants without exception. We all breakfasted together, and at the hour appointed the coach and the attendants came to the door. This drew several people about it, who were all very inquisitive to know who was going into the country, and what is never forgot on such occasions, all the beggars in the neighbourhood were prepared to give us their benedictions and hopes of an alms. When the coachman had packed up what boxes were designed for our use, we, namely my husband, the Quaker, myself, and the waiting-maid, all got into the coach. The footmen were mounted on horses behind, and in this manner the coach, after I had given a guinea to one of the Quaker's daughters, equally to divide among beggars at the door, drove away from the house, and I took leave of my lodgings in the Minories, as well as of London. At St. George's Church, Southwark, we were met by 3 gentlemen on horseback, who were merchants of my husband's acquaintance, and had come out on purpose to go half a day's journey with us. And as they kept talking to us at the coach side, we were going at a good pace, and were very merry together. We stopped at the best house of entertainment on Shooter's Hill. Here we stopped for about an hour, and drank some wine, and my husband, whose chief study was how to please and divert me, caused me to alight after the coach, which the gentleman who accompanied us observing, alighted also. The waiter showed us upstairs into a large room, whose window opened to our view a fine prospect of the river Thames, which here, they say, forms one of the most beautiful meanders. It was within an hour of high water, and such a number of ships coming in under sail quite astonished us, as well as delighted me, insomuch that I could not help breaking out into such like expressions. My dear, what a fine sight this is! I never saw the like before. Pray, will they get to London this tide? At which the good-natured gentleman smiled and said, "Yes, my dear, why there is London, and as the wind is quite fair for them, some of them will come to an anchor in about half an hour, and all within an hour." I was so taken up with looking down the river, that, till my husband spoke, I had not once looked up the river, but when I did, and saw London, the Monument, the Cathedral Church of St. Paul, and the steeples belonging to the several parish churches, I was transported into an ecstasy, and could not refrain from saying, "Sure that cannot be the place we are now just come from. It must be further off, for that looks to be scarce 3 miles off, and we have been 3 hours by my watch, coming from our lodgings in the Minories. No, no, it is not London, it is some other place." Upon which one of the gentlemen present offered to convince me that the place I saw was London, if I would go up to the top of the house and view it from the turret. I accepted the offer, and I, my husband, and the 3 gentlemen were conducted by the master of the house upstairs into the turret. If I was delighted before with my prospect, I was now ravished. I was elevated above the room I was in before upwards of 30 feet. I seemed a little dizzy, for the turret being a lantern, and giving light all ways for some time, I thought myself suspended in the air. But sitting down, and having eat a mouthful of biscuit and drank a glass of sack, I soon recovered, and then the gentleman who had undertaken to convince me that the place I was shown was really London thus began, after having drawn aside one of the windows: "You see, my lady," says the gentleman, "the greatest, the finest, the richest, and the most populous city in the world, at least in Europe, as I can assure your ladyship, upon my own knowledge, it deserves the character I have given it. But this, sir, will never convince me that the place you now show me is London, though I have before heard that London deserves the character you have with so much cordiality bestowed upon it. This I can testify, that London in every particular you have mentioned greatly surpasses Paris, which is allowed by all historians and travellers to be the second city in Europe." Here the gentleman, pulling out his pocket-glass, desired me to look through it, which I did, and then he directed me to look full at St. Paul's, and to make that the centre of my future observation, and thereupon he promised me conviction. Whilst I took my observation, I sat in a high chair, made for that purpose, with a convenience before you to hold the glass. I soon found the cathedral, and then I could not help saying I have been several times up to the stone gallery, but not quite so often up to the iron gallery. Then I brought my eye to the monument, and was obliged to confess I knew it to be such. The gentleman then moved the glass and desired me to look, which doing, I said, "I think I see Whitehall and St. James's Park, and I see also two great buildings like barns, but I do not know what they are." "Oh," says the gentleman, "they are the Parliament House and Westminster Abbey." "They may be so," said I, and continuing looking, I perceived the very house at Kensington which I had lived in some time. But of that I took no notice, yet I found my colour come to think what a life of gaiety and wickedness I had lived. The gentleman, perceiving my disorder, said, "I am afraid I have tired your ladyship. I will make but one remove more easterly, and then I believe you will allow the place we see to be London." He might have saved himself the trouble, for I was thoroughly convinced of my error, but to give myself time to recover, and to hide my confusion, I seemed not yet to be quite convinced. I looked, and the first object that presented itself was Aldgate Church, which, though I confess to my shame I seldom saw the inside of it, yet I was well acquainted with the outside, for many times my friend the Quaker and I had passed and repassed by it when we used to go in the coach to take an airing. I saw the church, or the steeple of the church, so plain, and knew it so well, that I could not help saying with some earnestness, "My dear, I see our church, the church, I mean, belonging to our neighbourhood. I am sure it is Aldgate Church." Then I saw the tower and all the shipping, and taking my eye from the glass, I thanked the gentleman for the trouble I had given him, and said to him that I was fully convinced that the place I saw was London, and that it was the very place we came from that morning. When we came to Sittingbourne, our servant soon brought us word that, although we were at the best inn in the town, yet there was nothing in the larder fit for our dinner. The landlord came in after him, and began to make excuses for his empty cupboard. He told us withal that if we would please to stay, he would kill a calf, a sheep, or a hog, or anything we had fancy to. We ordered him to kill a pig and some pigeons, which, with a dish of fish, a cherry pie, and some pastry, made up a tolerable dinner. We made up £2 10s, for we caused the landlord, his wife, and 2 daughters to dine with us, and help us off with our wine. Our landlady and her 2 daughters, with a glass or 2 given to the cook, managed 2 bottles of white wine. This operated so strong upon one of the young wenches, that my spouse being gone out into the yard, her tongue began to run, and looking at me, she says to her mother, "La, mother, how much like the lady her ladyship is, speaking of me, the young woman who lodged here the other night, and stayed here part of the next day, and then set forward for Canterbury, described. This lady is the same person, I am sure." This greatly alarmed me, and made me very uneasy, for I concluded this young woman could be no other than my daughter, who was resolved to find me out, whether I would or no. I desired the girl to describe the young woman she mentioned, which she did, and I was convinced it was my own daughter. I asked in what manner she travelled, and whether she had any company. I was answered that she was on foot, and that she had no company, but that there she always travelled from place to place in company, that her method was, when she came into any town, to go to the best inns and inquire for the lady she sought, and then, when she had satisfied herself that the lady, whom she called her mother, was not to be found in that town or neighbourhood, she then begged the favour of the landlady of the inn where she was to put her into such a company that she knew that she might go safe to the next town, that this was the manner of her proceeding at her house, and she believed she had practised it ever since she set out from London, and she hoped to meet with her mother, as she called her, upon the road. I asked my landlady whether she described our coach and equipage, but she said the woman did not inquire concerning equipage, but only described a lady so like your ladyship that I have often, since I saw your ladyship, took you to be the very person she was looking for. Amidst the distractions of my mind this afforded me some comfort, that my daughter was not in the least acquainted with the manner in which we travelled. My husband and the landlord returned, and that put an end to the discourse. I left this town with a heavy heart, feeling my daughter would infallibly find me out at Canterbury, but as good luck would have it, she had left that city before we came thither some time. I was very short in one thing, that I had not asked my landlady at Sittingbourne how long it was since my daughter was there. But when I came to Canterbury, I was very anxious and indefatigable in inquiring after my daughter, and found that she had been at the inn where we were then, and had inquired for me, as I found by the description the people gave of myself. Here I learnt my daughter had left Canterbury a week. This pleased me, and I was determined to stay in Canterbury one day, to view the cathedral, and see the antiquities of this metropolis. As we had 16 miles to our journey's end that night, for it was near 4 o'clock before we got into our coach again, the coachman drove with great speed, and at dusk in the evening we entered the west gate of the city, and put up in an inn in High Street, near St. Mary Breadman's Church, which generally was filled with the best of company. The anxiety of my mind on finding myself pursued by this girl, and the fatigue of my journey, had made me much out of order. My head ached, and I had no stomach. This made my husband, but he knew not the real occasion of my illness, and the Quaker very uneasy, and they did all in their power to persuade me to eat anything I could fancy. At length the landlady of the inn, who perceived I was more disturbed in my mind than sick, advised me to eat 1 poached egg, drink a glass of sack, eat a toast, and go to bed, and she warranted, she said, I should be well by the morning. This was immediately done, and I must acknowledge that the sack and toast cheered me wonderfully, and I began to take heart again, and my husband would have the coachman in after supper, on purpose to divert me and the honest Quaker, who, poor creature, seemed much more concerned about misfortune than I was myself. I went soon to bed, but for fear I should be worse in the night, 2 maids of the inn were ordered to sit up in an adjoining chamber. The Quaker and my waiting maid lay in a bed in the same room, and my husband by himself in another apartment. While my maid was gone down on some necessary business, and likewise to get me some burnt wine, which I was to drink going to bed, or rather when I was just got into bed, the Quaker and I had the following dialogue. The news thou heardest at Sittingbourne has disordered thee. I am glad the young woman has been out of this place a week. She went indeed for Dover, and when she comes there and canst not find thee, she may go to Deal, and so miss of thee. What I must depend upon is, that as we do not travel by any particular name, but the general one of the baronet and his lady, and the girl hath no notion what sort of equipage we travelled with, it was not easy to make a discovery of me, unless she accidentally in her travels light upon you, meaning the Quaker, or upon me, either of which must unavoidably blow the secret I had so long laboured to conceal. As thou intendest to stay here tomorrow to see the things which thou callest antiquities, and which are more properly named the relics of the whore of Babylon, suppose thou wert to send Thomas, who at thy command followeth after us, to the place called Dover, to inquire whether such a young woman has been inquiring for thee. He may go out betimes in the morning, and may return by night, for it is but 12 or 14 miles at farthest thither. I like thy scheme very well, and I beg the favour of you in the morning, as soon as you are up, to send Tom to Dover with such instructions as you shall think proper." After a good night's repose I was well recovered, to the great satisfaction of all that were with me. The good-natured Quaker, always studious to serve and oblige me, got up about 5 o'clock in the morning, and going down into the inn-yard met with Tom, gave him his instructions, and he set out for Dover before 6 o'clock. As we were at the best inn in the city, so we could readily have whatever we pleased, and whatever the season afforded, and my husband, the most indulgent man that ever breathed, having observed how heartily I ate my dinner at Rochester 2 days before, ordered the very same bill of fare, and of which I made a heartier meal than I did before. We were very merry, and after we had dined we went to see the town house, but as it was near 5 o'clock, I left the Quaker behind me to receive what intelligence she could get concerning my daughter from the footman, who was expected to return from Dover at 6. We came to the inn just as it was dark, and then excusing myself to my husband, I immediately ran up to my chamber, where I had appointed the Quaker to be against my return. I ran to her with eagerness, and inquired what news from Dover by Tom the footman. She said Tom had been returned 2 hours, that he got to Dover that morning between 7 and 8, and found at the inn he put up at there had been an inquisitive young woman to find out a gentleman that was a Dutch merchant, and a lady who was her mother, that the young woman perfectly well described his lady, that he found that she had visited every public inn in the town, that she said she would go to Deal, and that if she did not find the lady, her mother, there, she would go by the first ship to the Hague, and go from thence to Amsterdam and Rotterdam, searching all the towns through which she passed in the United Provinces. This account pleased me very well, especially when I understood that she had been gone from Dover 5 days. The Quaker comforted me, and said it was lucky this busy creature had passed the road before us, otherwise she might easily have found means to have overtaken us. For, as she observed, the wench had such an artful way of telling her story that she moved everybody to compassion, and she did not doubt but that if we had been before, as we were behind, she would have got those who would have assisted her with the coach, etc., to have pursued us, and they might have come up with me. I was of the honest Quaker's sentiments. I grew pretty easy, called Tom, and gave him half a guinea for his diligence. Then I and the Quaker went into the parlour to my husband, and soon after supper came in, and I ate moderately, and we spent the remainder of the evening, for the clock had then tolled 9, very cheerfully. For my Quaker was so rejoiced at my good fortune, as she called it, that she was very alert, and exceeding good company, and her wit, and she had no small share of that, I thought was better played off than ever I had heard it before. My husband asked me how I should choose to go on board. I desired him to settle it as he pleased, telling him it was a matter of very great indifference to me, as he was to go with me. That may be true, my dear, says he, but I ask you for a reason or two which I will lay before you. If we hire a vessel for ourselves, we may set sail when we please, have the liberty of every part of the ship to ourselves, and land at what port, either in Holland or France, we might make choice of. Besides, added he, another reason I mention it to you is that I know you do not love much company, which, in going into the packet-boat, it is almost impossible to avoid. I own, my dear, said I, your reasons are very good. I have but one thing to say against them, which is that the packet-boat, by its frequent voyages, must of course be furnished with experienced seamen, who know the seas too well even to run any hazard. At this juncture the terrible voyage I and Amy made from France to Harwich came so strong in my mind that I trembled so as to be taken notice of by my husband. Besides, added I, the landlord may send the master of one of them to you, and I think it may be best to hire the state cabin, as they call it, to ourselves, by which method we shall avoid company, without we have an inclination to associate ourselves with such passengers we may happen to like. The expense will be much cheaper than hiring a vessel to go the voyage with us alone, and every whit as safe. The Quaker, who had seriously listened to our discourse, gave it as her opinion that the method I had proposed was by far the safest, quickest and cheapest. Not, said she, as I think thou wouldst be against any necessary expense, though I am certain thou wouldst not fling thy money away. Soon after, my husband ordered the landlord to send for one of the masters of the packet boats, of whom we hired the great cabin, and agreed to sail from thence the next day, if the wind and tide answered. The settling our method of going over sea had taken up the time till the dinner was ready, which we, being informed of, came out of a chamber we had been in all the morning to a handsome parlour, where everything was placed suitable to our rank. There was a large old-fashioned service of plate, and a sideboard genteelly set off. The dinner was excellent and well dressed. After dinner we entered into another discourse, which was the hiring of servants to go with us from Dover to Paris, a thing frequently done by travellers, and such are to be met with at every stage inn. Our footmen set out this morning on their return to London, and the Quaker and coach was to go the next day. My new chambermaid, whose name was Isabel, was to go through the journey, on condition of doing no other business than waiting on me. In a while we partly concluded to let the hiring of men servants alone, till we came to Calais, for they could be of no use to us on board a ship, the sailor's or cabin boy's place being to attend the cabin passengers as well as his master. To divert ourselves, we took a walk, after we had dined, round about the town, and coming to the garrison, being somewhat thirsty, all went into the sutler's for a glass of wine. A pint was called for and brought, but the man of the house came in with it, raving like a madman, saying, "Don't you think you are a villain to ask for a pot of ale when I know you have spent all your money, and are ignorant of the means of getting more, without you hear of a place which I look upon to be very unlikely?" "Don't be in such a passion, landlord," said my husband. "Pray, what is the matter?" "Oh, nothing, sir," says he, "but a young fellow in the sutling room, whom I find to have been a gentleman's servant, wants a place, and having spent all his money, would willingly run up a score with me, knowing I must get him a master if ever I intend to have my money." "Pray, sir," said my husband, "send the young fellow to me. If I like him, and can agree with him, it is possible I may take him into my service." The landlord took care we should not speak to him twice. He went and fetched him in himself, and my husband examined him before he spoke as to his size, mien, and garb. The young man was clean dressed, of a middling stature, a dark complexion, and about 27 years old. "I hear, young man," says he to him, "that you want a place. It may perhaps be in my power to serve you. Let me know at once what education you have had, if you have any family belonging to you, or if you are fit for a gentleman's service, can bring any person of reputation to your character, and are willing to go and live in Holland with me. We will not differ about your wages." The young fellow made a respectful bow to each of us, and addressed himself to my husband as follows: "Sir," said he, "in me you behold the eldest child of misfortune. I am but young, as you may see. I have no comers after me, and having lived with several gentlemen, some of whom are in their travels, others settled in divers parts of the world, besides what are dead, makes me unable to produce a character without a week's notice to write to London. I should not doubt but by the return of the post to let you see some letters, as would satisfy you in any doubts about me. My education," continued he, "is but very middling, being taken from school before I had well learnt to read, write, and cast accounts, and as to my parentage, I cannot well give you an account of them. All that I know is that my father was a brewer, and by his extravagance ran out a handsome fortune, and afterwards left my poor mother almost penniless, with 5 small children, of which I was the second. They are not above 5 years old. My mother knew not what to do with me, so she sent a poor girl, our maid, whose name I have forgot this many years, with us all to her relations, and they left us, and I never saw or heard of or from any of them any more. Indeed, I inquired among the neighbours, and all that I could learn was that my mother's goods were seized. that she was obliged to apply to the parish for relief, and died of grief soon after. For my part, says he, I was put into the hands of my father's sister, where by her cruel usage I was forced to run away at 9 years of age, and the numerous scenes of life I have since gone through are more than would fill a small volume. Pray, sir, added he, let it satisfy you that I am thoroughly honest, and shall be glad to serve you at any rate. And although I cannot possibly get a good character from anybody at present, yet I defy the whole world to give me an ill one, either in public or private life. If I had had the eyes of Argus, I should have seen with them all on this occasion. I knew that this was my son, and one that among all my inquiry I could never get any account of. The Quaker, seeing my colour come and go, and also tremble, said, I verily believe thou art not well. I hope this Kentish air, which was always reckoned a gwish, does not hurt thee. I am taken very sick of a sudden, said I, so pray let me go to our inn, that I may go to my chamber. Isabel being called in, she and the Quaker attended me there, leaving the young fellow with my spouse. When I was got into my chamber, I was seized with such a grief as I had never known before, and flinging myself down upon the bed, burst into a flood of tears, and soon after fainted away. Soon after I came a little to myself, and the Quaker begged of me to tell her what was the cause of my sudden indisposition. Nothing at all, says I, as I know of, but a sudden chilliness seized my blood, and that joined to a fainting of the spirits made me ready to sink. Presently after, my husband came to see how I did, and finding me somewhat better, he told me that he had a mind to hire the young man I had left him with, for he believed he was honest and fit for our service. My dear, says I did not mind him. I would desire you to be cautious how we pick up on the road, but as I have the satisfaction of hiring my maids, I shall never trouble myself with the men servants. That is wholly your province. However, added I, for I was very certain he was my son, and was resolved to have him in my service, though it was my interest to keep my husband off in order to bring him on. If you like the fellow, I am not averse to your hiring one servant in England. We are not obliged to trust him with much before we see his conduct, and if he does not prove as you may expect, you may turn him off whenever you please. I believe, said my husband, he has been ingenuous in his relation to me, and as a man who has seen great variety of life, and may have been the shuttlecock of fortune, the butt of envy, and the mark of malice, I will hire him when he comes to me here anon, as I have ordered him. As I knew he was to be hired, I resolved to be out of the way when he came to my husband. So about 5 o'clock I proposed to the Quaker to take a walk on the pier and see the shipping while the tea kettle was boiling. We went and took Isabel with us, and as we were going along I saw my son Thomas, as I shall for the future call him, going to our inn. So we stayed about an hour, and when we returned my husband told me he had hired the man, and that he was to come to him as servant on the morrow morning. Pray, my dear, said I, did you ask where he ever lived, or what his name is? Yes, replied my husband, he says his name is Thomas, and as to places he has mentioned several families of note, and among others he lived at my lord's next door to the great French lady's in Pall Mall, whose name he tells me was Roxana. I was now in a sad dilemma, and was fearful I should be known by my own son, and the Quaker took notice of it, and afterwards told me she had believed fortune had conspired that all the people I became acquainted with should have known the lady Roxana. I warrant, said she, this young fellow is somewhat acquainted with the impertinent wench that calls herself thy daughter. I was very uneasy in mind, but had one thing in my favour, which was always to keep myself at a very great distance from my servants, and as the Quaker was to part with us the next day or night, he would have nobody to mention the name Roxana to, and so of course it would drop. End of section 33. Section 34 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We supped pretty late at night, and were very merry, for my husband said all the pleasant things he could think of, to divert me from the supposed illness he thought I had been troubled with in the day. The Quaker kept up the discourse with great spirit, and I was glad to receive the impression, for I wanted the real illness to be drove out of my head. The next morning after breakfast, Thomas came to his new place. He appeared very clean, and brought with him a small bundle, which I supposed to be linen, tied up in a handkerchief. My husband sent him to order some porters belonging to the quay to fetch our boats to the custom-house, where they were searched, for which we paid 1 shilling, and he had orders to give a crown for head money, as they called it. The demand by custom is but 6d. a head, but we appeared to our circumstances in everything. As soon as our baggage was searched, it was carried from the custom-house on board the packet-boat, and there lodged in the great cabin as we had ordered it. This took up the time till dinner, and when we were sitting together after we had both dined, the captain came to tell us that the wind was very fair, and that he was to sail at high water, which would be about 10 o'clock at night. My husband asked him to stay and drink part of a bottle of wine with him, which he did, and their discourse being all in the maritime strain, the Quaker and I retired and left them together, for I had something to remind her of in our discourse before we left London. When we got into the garden, which was rather neat than fine, I repeated all my former requests to her about my children, Spitalfields, Amy, etc., and we sat talking together till Thomas was sent to tell us the captain was going, on which we returned. But by the way, I kissed her and put a large gold medal into her hand as a token of my sincere love, and desired that she would never neglect the things she had promised to perform, and her repeated promise gave me great satisfaction. The captain, who was going out of the parlour as we returned in, was telling my husband he would send 6 of his hands to conduct us to the boat, about a quarter of an hour before he sailed, and as the moon was at the full, he did not doubt of a pleasant passage. Our next business was to pay off the coachman, to whom my husband gave half a guinea extraordinary to set the Quaker down at the house he took us all up at, which he promised to perform. As it was low water, we went on board to see the captain that we were to go our voyage in, and the captain would detain us to drink a glass of the best punch, I think, I ever tasted. When we returned to the inn, we ordered supper to be ready by 8 o'clock, that we might drink a parting glass to settle it before we went on board. For my husband, who knew the sea very well, said a full stomach was the forerunner of seasickness, which I was willing to avoid. We invited the landlord, his wife, and daughter to supper with us, and having sat about an hour afterwards, the captain himself with several sailors came to fetch us to the vessel. As all was paid, we had nothing to hinder us, but taking a final leave of the Quaker, who would go to see us safe in the vessel, where tears flowed from both our eyes, and I turned short in the boat while my husband took his farewell, and he then followed me, and I never saw the Quaker or England any more. We were no sooner on board than we hoisted sail. The anchors being up and the wind fair, we cut the waves at a great rate till about 4 o'clock in the morning, when a French boat came to fetch the mail to carry it to the post-house, and the boat cast her anchors, for we were a good distance from the shore, neither could we sail to the town till next tide, the present one being too far advanced in the ebb. We might have gone on shore in the boat that carried the mail, but my husband was sleeping in the cabin when it came to the packet-boat, and I did not care to disturb him. However, we had an opportunity soon after, for my husband awaking, and 2 other boats coming up with oars to see for passengers, Thomas came to let us know we might go on shore if we pleased. My husband paid the master of the packet-boat for our passage, and Thomas, with the sailor's assistance, got our boxes into the wherry, so we sailed for Calais. But before our boat came to touch ground, several men, whose bread, I suppose it is, rushed into the water, without shoes or stockings, to carry us on shore. So having paid 10 shillings for the wherry, we each of us was carried from the boat to the land by 2 men, and our goods brought after us, here was a crown to be paid to save ourselves from being wet, by all which a man that is going a-travelling may see that it is not the bare expense of the packet-boat that will carry him to Calais. It would be needless to inform the reader of all the ceremonies that we passed through at this place before we were suffered to proceed on our journey. However, our boxes having been searched at the custom-house, my husband had them plumbed, as they called it, to hinder any further inquiry about them, and we got them all to the Silver Lion, a noted inn, and the post-house of this place, where we took a stage-coach for ourselves, and the next morning, having well refreshed ourselves, we all, my husband, self, and chambermaid within the coach, and Thomas behind, beside which my husband hired 2 horsemen, well armed, who were pretty expensive to travel with us, set forward on our journey. We were 5 days on our journey from Calais to Paris, which we went through with much satisfaction, for having fine weather and good attendance, we had nothing to hope for. When we arrived at Paris, I began to be sorry I had ever proposed going to it for fear of being known, but as we were to stay there but a few days, I was resolved to keep very retired. We went to the merchant's house of my husband's acquaintancy in the Rue de la Boule, near the Carmelites, in the Faubourg de Saint-Jacques. This being a remote part of the city, on the south side, and near several pleasant gardens, I thought it would be proper to be a little indisposed, that my husband might not press me to go with him to see the curiosities, for he could do the most needful business, such as was going to the bankers to exchange bills, dispatching of letters, settling affairs with merchants, etc., without my assistance. And I had a tolerable plea for my conduct, such as the great fatigue of our journey, being among strangers, etc. So we stayed at Paris 8 days without my going to any particular places, except going one day to the gardens of Luxembourg, another to the church of Notre Dame on the Isle of Paris, a third to the Hôtel Royal des Invalides, a fourth to the gardens of the Tuileries, a fifth to the suburbs of Saint-Laurent to see the fair which was then holding there, a sixth to the gardens of the Louvre, a seventh to the playhouse, and the 8th stayed all day at home to write a letter to the Quaker, letting her know where I then was, and how soon we should go forwards in our journey, but did not mention where we intended to settle, as indeed we had not yet settled that ourselves. One of the days, that in which I went to the gardens of the Tuileries, I asked Thomas several questions about his father, mother, and other relations, being resolved, notwithstanding he was my own son, as he did not know it, to turn him off by some stratagem or another, if he had any manner of memory either as his mother or the Lady Roxana. I asked him if he had any particular memory of his mother or father. He answered, "No, I scarce remember anything of either of them." Said he, "But I have heard from several people that I had 1 brother and 3 sisters, though I never saw them all. To know them, notwithstanding I lived with an aunt 4 years, I often asked after my mother, and some people said she went away with a man, but it was allowed by most people that best knew her that she, being brought to the greatest distress, was carried to the workhouse belonging to the parish, where she died soon after with grief." Nothing could give me more satisfaction than what Thomas had related, so now I thought I would ask about the Lady Roxana, for he had been my next-door neighbour when I had that title conferred on me. "Pray, Thomas," said I, "did not you speak of a great person of quality, whose name I have forgot, that lived next door to my lord, when you was his valet? Pray, who was she? I suppose a foreigner by the name you called her?" "Really, my lady," replied he, "I do not know who she was. All I can say of her is that she kept the greatest company, and was a beautiful woman by report, but I never saw her. She was called the Lady Roxana, was a very good mistress, but her character was not so good as to private life as it ought to be. Therefore I once had an opportunity," continued he, "of seeing a fine outlandish dress she danced in before the king, which I took as a great favour, for the cook took me up in when the lady was out, and she desired my lady's woman to show it to me." All this answered right, and I had nothing to do but to keep my Turkish dress out of the way, to be myself unknown to my child, for as he had never seen Roxana, so he knew nothing of me. In the interval my husband had hired a stage-coach to carry us to the city of Menin, that he intended to go by water down the river Lys to Ghent, and there take coach to Isabella Fort, opposite the city of Anvers, and cross the river to that place, and go from thence by land to Breda, as we had agreed, and settled this patrol. I was satisfied, and we set out next day. We went through several handsome towns and villages before we took water, but by water we went round part of the city of Courtrai and several fortified towns. At Anvers we hired a coach to Breda, where we stayed 2 days to refresh ourselves, for here we had been very much fatigued, as Wilhelmstadt was situated so as to be convenient for our taking water for Rotterdam. We went there, and being shipped, had a safe and speedy voyage to that city. As we had resolved in our journey to settle at The Hague, we did not intend to stay any longer at Rotterdam than while my husband had all our wealth delivered to him from the several merchants he had consigned it to. This business took up a month, during which time we lived in ready furnished lodgings in the Great Quay, where all the respect was shown as was due to our quality. Here my husband hired 2 more men servants, and I took 2 maids, and turned Isabel, who was a well-bred, agreeable girl, into my companion. But that I might not be too much fatigued, my husband went to The Hague first, and left me with 3 maids and Thomas at Rotterdam, while he took a house, furnished it, and had everything ready for my reception, which was done with great expedition. One of his footmen came with a letter to me one morning to let me know his master would come by the scow next day to take me home, in which he desired that I would prepare for my departure. I soon got everything ready, and the next morning, on the arrival of the scow, I saw my husband, and we both, with all the servants, left the city of Rotterdam, and safely got to The Hague the afternoon following. It was now the servants had notice given them to call me by the name of my lady, as the honour of baronetage had entitled me, and with which title I was pretty well satisfied, but should have been more so had not I yet the higher title of countess in view. I now lived in a place where I knew nobody, neither was I known, on which I was pretty careful whom I became acquainted with. Our circumstances were very good, my husband loving to the greatest degree, my servants respectful, and in short I lived the happiest life woman could enjoy. Had my former crimes never crept into my guilty conscience? I was in this happy state of life when I wrote a letter to the Quaker, in which I gave her a direction where she might send to me. And about a fortnight after, as I was one afternoon stepping into my coach in order to take an airing, the postman came to our door with letters, one of which was directed to me, and as soon as I saw it was the Quaker's hand, I bid the coachman put up again, and went into my closet to read the contents, which were as follows. Dear friend, I have had occasion to write to thee several times since we saw each other, but as this is my first letter, so it shall contain all the business thou wouldst know. I got safe to London by thy careful ordering of the coach, and the attendants were not at all wanting in their duty. When I had been at home a few days, thy woman, Mrs. Amy, came to see me, so I took her to task as thou ordered me about murdering thy pretended daughter. She declared her innocence, but said she had procured a false evidence to swear a large debt against her, by that means had put her into a prison, and feed the keepers to hinder her from sending any letter or message out of the prison to any person whatever. This, I suppose, was the reason thou thought she was murdered, because thou wert relieved from her by this base usage. However, when I heard of it, I checked Amy very much, and was well satisfied to hear she was alive. After this I did not hear from Amy for about a month, and in the interim, as I knew thou wast safe, I sent a friend of mine to pay the debt and release the prisoner, which he did, but was so indiscreet as to let her know who was the benefactress. My next care was to manage thy Spitalfields business, which I did with much exactness, and the day that I received thy last letter, Amy came to me again, and I read as much of it to her as she was concerned in. Nay, I entreated her to drink tea with me, and after it 1 glass of citron, in which she drank towards thy good health, and she told me she would come to see thee as soon as possible. Just as she was gone, I was reading thy letter again in the little parlour, and that turbulent creature, thy pretended daughter, came to me, as she said, to return thanks for the favour I had done her. So I accidentally laid thy letter down in the window while I went to fetch her a glass of cordial, for she looked sadly. And before I returned I heard the street door shut, on which I went back without the liqueur, not knowing who might have come in, but missing her, I thought she might be gone to stand at the door, and the wind had blown it too, but I was never the nearer, she was sought for in vain. So when I believed her to be quite gone, I looked to see if I missed anything, which I did not, but at last, to my great surprise, I missed your letter, which she certainly took and made off with. I was so terrified at this unhappy chance that I fainted away, and had not one of my maidens come in at that juncture, it might have been attended with fatal consequences. I would advise thee to prepare thyself to see her, for I verily believe she will come to thee. I dread your knowing of this, but hope the best. Before I went to fetch the unhappy cordial, she told me, as she had often done before, that she was the eldest daughter, that the captain's wife was your second daughter and her sister, and that the younger sister was dead. She also said there were 2 brothers, the eldest of whom had never been seen by any of them since he run away from an uncle's at 9 years of age, and that the youngest had been taken care of by an old lady that kept her coach, whom he took to be his godmother. She gave me a long history in the manner of which she was arrested and thrown into Whitechapel jail, how hardly she fared there, and at length the keeper's wife, to whom she told her pitiful story, took compassion of her, and recommended her to the bounty of a certain lady who lived in that neighbourhood, that redeemed prisoners for small sums, as they lay for their fees every term of the day of their nativity. That she was one of the 6 the lady had discharged, that the lady prompted her to seek after her mother, that she thereupon did seek thee in all the towns and villages between London and Dover, that not finding thee at Dover she went to Deal, and that at length, she being tired of seeking thee, she returned by shipping to London, where she was no sooner arrived, but she was immediately arrested and flung into the Marshalsea prison, where she lived in a miserable condition, without the use of pen, ink, and paper, and without the liberty of having any one of her friends come near her. In this condition I was, continued she, when you sent and paid my debt for me, and discharged me. When she had related all this, she fell into such a fit of crying, sighing, and sobbing, for which, when she was a little recovered, she broke out into loud exclamations against the wickedness of the people in England, that they could be so unchristian as to arrest her twice, when she said it was as true as the gospel that she never did owe to any one person the sum of 1 shilling in all her life, that she could not think who it was that should owe her so much ill will, for that she was not conscious to herself that she had any ways offended any person in the whole universal world, except Mrs. Amy, in the case of her mother, which she affirmed she was acquitted of by all men, and hoped she should be so by her Maker, and that if she, Mrs. Amy, had any hand in her sufferings, God would forgive her, as she heartily did. But then, she added, I will not stay in England, I will go all over the world, I will go to France, to Paris. I know my mother did once live there, and if I do not find her there, I will go through Holland, to Amsterdam, to Rotterdam. In short, I will go till I find my mother out, if I should die in the pursuit. I should be glad to hear of thine and thy spouse's welfare, and remain with much sincerity your sincere friend, M.P. 9th of the month, called October. If thou hast any business to transact in this city, pray let me know. I shall use my best endeavours to oblige thee. My daughters all join with me in wishing thee a hearty farewell. I concealed my surprise for a few minutes, only till I could get into the summer house at the bottom of our large garden, but when I was shut in, no living soul can describe the agony was in. I raved, tore, fainted away, swore, prayed, wished, cried and promised, but all availed nothing. I was now stuck in to see the worst of it, let what would happen. At last I came to the following resolution, which was to write a letter to the Quaker, and in it enclose a £50 bank bill, and tell the Quaker to give that to the young woman if she called again, and also to let her know a £50 bill should be sent her every year, so long as she made no inquiry after me, and kept herself retired in England. Although this opened myself too full to the Quaker, yet I thought I had better venture my character abroad than destroy my peace at home. Soon after my husband came home, and he perceived I had been crying, and asked what was the reason. I told him that I had shed tears both for joy and sorrow. For, said I have received one of the tenderest letters from Amy, as it was possible for any person. And she tells me in it, added I, that she will soon come to see me, which so overjoyed me that I cried, and after it I went to read the letter a second time, as I was looking out of the summer-house window over the canal, and in unfolding it I accidentally let it fall in, by which mischance it was lost, for which I am very sorry, as I intended you should see it. Pray, my dear, said he, do not let that give you any uneasiness. If Amy comes, and you approve of it, you have my consent to take her into the house, in what capacity you please. I am very glad, continued he, that you have nothing of more consequence to be uneasy at. I fancy you would make but an indifferent helpmate if you had. Oh, I thought to myself, if you but knew half the things that lie in my conscience, I believe you would think that I bear them out past all example. About 10 days afterwards, as we were sitting at dinner with two gentlemen, one of the footmen came to the door and said, "My lady, here is a gentlewoman at the door who desires to speak with you. She says her name is Mrs. Amy." I no sooner heard her name, but I was ready to swoon away. But I ordered the footman to call Isabel, and ask the gentlewoman to walk up with her into my dressing-room, which she immediately did, and there I went to have my first interview with her. She kissed me for joy when she saw me, and I sent Isabel downstairs, for I was in pain, till I had some private conversation with my old confidant. There was not much ceremony between us before I told her all the material circumstances that had happened in her absence, especially about the girl's imprisonments, which she had contrived, and how she had got my letter at the Quaker's the very day she had been there. "Well," says Amy, when I told her all, "I find nothing is to ensue, if she lives, but your ruin. You did not agree to her death, so I won't make myself uneasy about her life. It might have been rectified, but you are angry with me for giving you the best of counsel when I proposed to murder her." "Hussy," said I, in the greatest passion imaginable, "how dare you mention the word murder? You wretch, you! I could find in my heart, if my husband and the company were gone, to kick you out of my house. Have you not done enough to kill her in throwing her into one of the worst jails in England, where you see that Providence in a peculiar manner appeared to her assistance? Away! Thou art a wicked wretch. Thou art a murderer in the sight of God." "I will say no more," says Amy, "but if I could have found her, after thy friend the Quaker had discharged her out of the Marshalsea prison, I had laid a scheme to have her taken up for a theft, and by that means got her transported for 14 years. She will be with you soon, I am sure. I believe she is now in Holland." While we were in this discourse, I found the gentlemen who dined with us were going, so we came downstairs, and I went into the parlour to take leave of them before their departure. When they were gone, my husband told me that he had been talking with them about taking upon him the title of Count or Earl, as if he had told me of, and as an opportunity now offered, he was going to put it in execution. I told him I was so well settled as to not want anything this world could afford me, except the continuance of his life and love, for the very thing he had mentioned, joined with the death of my daughter in the natural way, would have been much more to my satisfaction. Well, my dear, says he, the expense will be but small, and as I promised you the title, it shall not be long before the honour shall be brought home to your toilette. He was as good as his word, for that day week he brought the patent home to me in a small box covered with crimson velvet and 2 gold hinges. There, my lady countess, says he, long may you live to bear the title, for I am certain you are a credit to it. In a few days after, I had the pleasure to see our equipage, as coach, chariot, etc., all new painted, and the coronet fixed at the proper place, and in short, everything was proportioned to our quality, so that our house vied with most of the other nobility. It was at this juncture that I was at the pinnacle of all my worldly felicity, notwithstanding my soul was black with the foulest crimes. At the same time I may begin to reckon the beginning of my misfortunes, which were in embryo, but were very soon brought forth, and hurried me on to the greatest distress. End of section 34. Section 35 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As I was sitting one day talking to Amy in our parlour, and the street door being left open by one of the servants, I saw my daughter pass by the window, and without any ceremony she came to the parlour door, and opening of it, came boldly in. I was terribly amazed, and asked her who she wanted, as if I had not known her. But Amy's courage was quite lost, and she swooned away. "Your servant, my lady," says she. "I thought I should have never had the happiness to see you tete-a-tete, till your agent, the Quaker in Hayden Yard in the Minories, carelessly left a direction for me in her own window. However, she is a good woman, for she released me out of a jail, in which I believe that base wretch," pointing to Amy, who was coming to herself, "caused me to be confined." As soon as Amy recovered, she flew at her like a devil, and between them there was so much noise as alarmed the servants, who all came to see what was the matter. Amy had pulled down one of my husband's swords, drawn it, and was just going to run her through the body as the servants came in, who, not knowing anything of the matter, some of them secured Amy, others held the girl, and the rest were busy about me to prevent my fainting away, which is more than they could do, for I fell into strong fits, and in the interim they turned the girl out of the house, who was fully bent on revenge. My lord, as I now called him, was gone out a-hunting. I was satisfied he knew nothing of it as yet, and when Amy and I were thoroughly came to ourselves, we thought it most advisable to find the girl out, and give her a handsome sum of money to keep her quiet. So Amy went out, but in all her searching could hear nothing of her. This made me very uneasy. I guessed she would contrive to see my lord before he came home, and so it proved, as you shall presently hear. When night came on, that I expected his return, I wondered I did not see him. Amy sat up in my chamber with me, and was as much concerned as was possible. Well, he did not come in all that night, but the next morning about 10 o'clock he rapped at the door, with the girl along with him. When it was opened, he went into the great parlour and bid Thomas go call down his lady. This was the crisis. I now summoned up all my resolution, and took Amy down with me, to see if we could not baffle the girl, who, to an inch, was her mother's own child. It will be necessary here to give a short account of our debate, because on it all my future misery depended, and it made me lose my husband's love, and own my daughter, who would not rest there, but told my lord how many brothers and sisters she had. When we entered the room, my lord was walking very gravely about it, but with his brows knit, and a wild confusion in his face, as if all the malice and revenge of a Dutchman had joined to put me out of countenance before I spoke a word. "Pray, madam," says he, "do you know this young woman?" I expect a speedy and positive answer, without the least equivocation." "Really, my lord," replied I, "to give you an answer as quick as you desire, I declare I do not." "Do not!" said he. "What do you mean by that? She tells me that you are her mother, and that her father ran away from you, and left 2 sons and 2 daughters besides herself, who were all sent to their relations for provision, after which you ran away with the jeweller to Paris. Do you know anything of this? Answer me quickly." "My lord," said the girl, "there is Mrs. Amy, who was my mother's servant at the time, as she told me herself about 3 months ago, knows very well I am the person I pretend to be, and caused me to be thrown into jail for debts I knew nothing of, because I should not find out my mother to make myself known to her before she left England." After this she told my lord everything she knew of me, even in the character of Roxana, and described my dress so well that he knew it to be mine. When she had quite gone through her long relation, "Well, madam," says he, "now let me see if I cannot tell how far she has told the truth in relation to you. When I first became acquainted with you, it was on the sale of those jewels in which I stood so much your friend, at a time that you were in the greatest distress, your substance being in the hands of the Jew. You then passed for the jeweller's widow. This agrees with her, saying you ran away with the jeweller. In the next place, you would not consent to marry me about 12 years ago. I suppose then your real husband was living, for nothing else could tally with your condescension to me in everything except marriage. Since that time, your refusing to come to Holland in the vessel I had provided for you, under a distant prospect of your being with child, though in reality it was your having a child too much, as the captain told me of, when I, being ignorant of the case, did not understand him. Now," continued he, "she says that you are the identical Lady Roxana which made so much noise in the world, and has even described the robe and headdress you wore on that occasion, and in that I know she is right, for to my own knowledge you have that very dress by you now. I have seen you dressed in it at our lodging at the Quaker's. From all these circumstances," says he, "I may be assured that you have imposed grossly upon me, and instead of being a woman of honour, as I took you for, I find that you have been an abandoned wretch, and had nothing to recommend you but a sum of money and a fair countenance, joined to a false unrelenting heart." These words of my lord struck such a damp upon my spirits as made me unable to speak in my turn, but at last I spoke as follows: "My lord, I have most patiently stood to hear all it was possible for you to allege against me, which has no other proof than imagination. That I was the wife of a brewer, I have no reason now to deny, neither had I any occasion before to acknowledge it. I brought him a handsome fortune, which, joined to his, made us appear in the light far superior to our neighbours. I had also 5 children by him, 2 sons and 3 daughters, and had my husband been as wise as rich, we might have lived happily together now. But it was not so, for he minded nothing but sporting in almost every branch, and closely following of it, soon run out of all his substance, and then left me in an unhappy, helpless condition. I did not send my children to my relations till the greatest necessity drove me, and after that, hearing my husband was dead, I married the jeweller, who was afterwards murdered. If I had owned how many children I had, the jeweller would not have married me, and the way of life I was in would not keep my family, so I was forced to deny them in order to get them bread. Neither can I say that I have either heard or known anything of my children since, excepting that I heard they were all taken care of, and this was the very reason I would not marry you, when you offered it some years since, for these children lay seriously at my heart, and as I did not want money, my inclination was to come to England, and not entail 5 children upon you the day of marriage." "Pray, madam," said my lord, interrupting me, "I do not find that you kept up to your resolutions when you got there. You were so far from doing your duty as a parent that you even neglected the civility of acquaintances, if they would have asked after them. But your whole scheme has been to conceal yourself as much as possible, and even when you were found out, denied yourself, as witness the case of your daughter here. As to the character of Lady Roxana, which you so nicely managed," said he, Did that become a woman that had 5 children, whose necessity had obliged you to leave them, to live in a continual scene of pageantry and riot, I could almost say debauchery? Look into your conduct, and see if you deserve to have the title or the estate you now so happily enjoy." After this speech he walked about the room in a confused manner for some minutes, and then addressed himself to Amy. "Pray, Mrs. Amy," says he, "give me your judgment in this case. Although I know you are as much as possible in your lady's interest, yet I cannot think you have so little charity as to think she acted like a woman of worth and discretion. Do you really think, as you knew all of them from infants, that this young woman is your lady's daughter?" Amy, who always had spirits enough about her, said at once she believed the girl was my daughter. "And truly," says she, "I think your man Thomas is her eldest son, for the tale he tells of his birth and education suits exactly with their own circumstances." "Why, indeed," said my lord, "I believe so too, for I now recollect that when he first took him into our service at Dover, he told me he was the son of a brewer in London, that his father had run away from his mother and left her in a distressed condition with 5 children, of which he was second child or eldest son." Thomas was then called into the parlour and asked what he knew of his family. He repeated all as above concerning his father's running away and leaving me, but said that he had often asked and inquired after them, but without any success, and concluded that he believed his brothers and sisters were distributed in several places, and that his mother died in the greatest distress and was buried by the parish. "Indeed," said my lord, "it is my opinion that Thomas is one of your sons. Do not you think the same?" addressing himself to me. "From the circumstances that have been related, my lord," said I now believe that these are both my children. But you would have thought me a mad woman to have countenanced and taken this young woman in as my child, without a thorough assurance of it, for that would have been running myself to a certain expense and trouble without the least glimpse of real satisfaction." "Pray," said my lord to my daughter, "let me know what is become of your brothers and sisters. Give me the best account of them that you can." "My lord," replied she, "agreeably to your commands, I will inform you to the best of my knowledge, and to begin with myself, who am the eldest of the 5. I was put to a sister of my father's, with my youngest brother, who, by mere dint of industry, gave us maintenance and education suitable to her circumstances, and she, with my uncle's consent, let me go to service when I was advanced in years, and among the variety of places I lived at, Lady Roxana's was one." "Yes," said Thomas, "I knew her there, when I was a valet at my lord's, the next door. It was there I became acquainted with her, and she, by the consent of the gentlewoman," pointing to Amy, "let me see the Lady Roxana's fine vestment, which she danced in at the grand ball." "Well," continued my daughter, "after I left this place I was at several others before I became acquainted with Mrs. Amy a second time. I knew her before as Roxana's woman, who told me one day some things relating to my mother, and from thence I concluded, if she was not my mother herself, as I at first thought she was, she must be employed by her, for no stranger could profess so much friendship where there was no likelihood of any return, after being so many years asunder. After this, I made it my business to find your lady out if possible, and was twice in her company, once on board the ship you were to have come to Holland in, and once at the Quaker's house in the Minories, London. But as I gave her broad hints of whom I took her for, and my lady did not think proper to own me, I began to think I was mistaken, till your voyage to Holland was put off. Soon after, I was flung into Whitechapel jail for a false debt, but through the recommendation of the jailer's wife to the annual charity of the good Lady Roberts of Mile End, I was discharged. Whereupon I posted away, seeking my mother all down the Kent road as far as Dover and Deal, at which last place, not finding her, I came in a coaster to London, and landing in Southwark was immediately arrested and confined in the Marshalsea prison, where I remained some time, deprived of every means to let any person without the prison know my deplorable state and condition, till my chum, a young woman, my bedfellow, who was also confined for debt, was by a gentleman discharged. This young woman, of her own free will, went, my lord, to your lodgings in the Minories, and acquainted your landlady, the Quaker, where I was, and for what sum I was confined, who immediately sent and paid the pretended debt, and so I was a second time discharged. Upon which, going to the Quaker's to return her my thanks, soon after, a letter from your lady to her, with a direction in it where to find you, falling into my hands, I set out the next morning for the Hague, and I humbly hope your pardon, my lord, for the liberty I have taken, and you may be assured that whatever circumstances of life I happen to be in, I will be no disgrace to your lordship or family. Well, said my husband, what can you say of your mother's second child, who I hear was a son? My lord, said I, it is in my power to tell you that Thomas there is the son you mention. The circumstances are the same, with this difference, that she was brought up under the care of a good aunt, and the boy forced to run away from a bad one, and shift for his bread ever since. So if she is my daughter, he is my son, and to oblige you, my lord, I own her, and to please myself I will own him, and they two are brother and sister. I had no sooner done speaking than Thomas fell down before me and asked my blessing, after which he addressed himself to my lord as follows. My lord, said he, out of your abundant goodness you took me into your service at Dover. I told you then the circumstances I was in, which will save your lordship much time by preventing a repetition. But if your lordship pleases, it shall be carefully penned down, for such a variety of incidents has happened to me in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Holland, France, and the Isle of Man, in which I have travelled for about 18 years past, as may prove an agreeable amusement to you, when you are cloyed with better company. For as I have never been anything above a common servant, so my stories shall only consist of facts, and such as are seldom to be met with, as they are all in low life. Well, Thomas, said my lord, take your own time to do it, and I will reward you for your trouble. Now, madam, said my lord to my daughter, if you please to proceed. My lord, continued she, my mother's third child, which was a daughter, lived with a relation I did, and got a place to wait upon a young lady whose father and mother were going to settle at Boulogne in France. She went with them, and having stayed at this gentleman's, who was a French merchant, 2 years, was married to a man with the consent of the family she lived in, and her master, by way of fortune, got him to be master of a French and Holland coaster, and this was the very person whose ship you hired to come to Holland in. The captain's wife was my own sister, consequently my lady's second daughter. As to my youngest sister, she lived with the uncle and aunt that Thomas ran away from, and died of the smallpox soon after. My youngest brother was put out apprentice to a carpenter, where he improved in his business, till a gentlewoman came to his master and mistress, which I take by the description they gave me to be Mrs. Amy, who had him put out to an education fit for a merchant, and then sent him to the Indies, where he is now settled, and in a fair way to get a large estate. This, my lord, is the whole account I can at present give of them, and although it may seem very strange, I assure you it is all the just truth. When she had finished her discourse, my lord turned to me and said that since I, that was her mother, had neglected doing my duty, though sought so much after, he would take it upon himself to see both the girl and Thomas provided for, without any advising or letting me know anything about them, and added with a malicious sneer, I must take care of the child I have had by you too, or it will have but an indifferent parent to trust to in case of my decease. This finished the discourse, and my lord withdrew into his study in a humour that I am unable to describe, and left me, Amy, Thomas, and my daughter Susanna, as I must now call her, in the parlour together. We sat staring at each other some time, till at last Amy said, I suppose, my lady, you have no further business with your new daughter. She has told her story, and may now dispose of herself to the best advantage she can. No, said I have nothing to say to her, only that she shall never be admitted into my presence again. The poor girl burst out into tears, and said, Pray, my lady, excuse me, if I am certain that were you in my circumstances, you would have done the very action I have, and would expect a pardon for committing the offence. After this I said to Thomas, Keep what has been said to yourself, and I shall speak to you by and by. And then I withdrew and went upstairs to my closet, leaving Amy with Roxana, who soon dismissed her and followed me. When Amy came to me, "Now, my lady," says she, "what do you think of this morning's work? I believe my lord is not so angry as we were fearful of." "You are mistaken in your lord, Amy," said I, "and are not so well acquainted with the deep and premeditated revenge of Dutchmen as I am, and although it may not be my husband's temper, yet I dread it as much, but shall see more at dinner time." Soon after this my husband called Thomas and bid him order the cloth for his dinner to be laid in his study, and bid him tell his mother that he would dine by himself. When I heard this, I was more shocked than I had been yet. "Now his anger begins to work, Amy," said I. "How must I act?" "I do not know," answered she, "but I will go into the study and try what can be done, and as a faithful mediator will try to bring you together." She was not long before she returned, and bursting into tears, "I know not what to do," says she, "for your husband is in a deep study, and when I told him you desired him to dine with you in the parlour as usual, he only said, 'Mrs. Amy, go to your lady, tell her to dine when and where she pleases, and pray obey her as your lady, and let her know from me that she has lost the tenderness I had for her as a wife by the little thought she had of her children.'" Nothing could have shocked me more than the delivery of this message by Amy. I, almost bathed in tears, went to him myself, found him in a melancholy posture, reading in Milton's Paradise Regained. He looked at me very sternly when I entered his study, told me he had nothing to say to me at that time, and if I had a mind not to disturb him, I must leave him for the present. "My lord," said I, "supposing all that has been said by this girl was truth, what reason have you to be in this unforgiving humour? What have I done to you to deserve this usage? Have you found any fault with me since I had the happiness of being married to you? Did you ever find me in any company that you did not approve of? Have you any reason to think that I have wasted any of your substance? If you have none of these things to allege against me, for heaven's sake do not let us now make our lives unhappy for my having had legitimate children by a lawful husband, at a time that you think it no crime to have had a natural son by me, which I have the most reason to repent of." I spoke the latter part of these words with a small air of authority, that he might think me the less guilty, but I believe he only looked on what I had said as a piece of heroism, for he soon after delivered himself in the following speech: "Madam, do you not think that you have used me in a very deceitful manner? If you think that I have not had that usage, I will, in a few words, prove the contrary. When first I knew you, soon after the jeweller's death at Paris, you never mentioned, in all that intricate affair I was engaged in for you, so much as your having any children. That, as your circumstances then were, could have done you no harm, but, on the contrary, it would have moved the compassion of your bitter enemy, the Jew, if he had any. Afterwards, when I first saw you in London, and began to treat you about marriage, your children, which to all prudent women are the first things provided for, were so far neglected as not to be spoken of, though mine were mentioned to you, and as our fortunes were very considerable, yours might very well have been put into the opposite scale with them. Another great piece of your injustice was when I offered to settle your own fortune upon yourself, you would not consent to it. I do not look on that piece of condescension out of love to me, but a thorough hatred you had to your own flesh and blood. And lastly, your not owning your daughter, though she strongly hinted who she was to you, when she was twice in your company, and even followed you from place to place while you were in England. Now, if you can reconcile this piece of inhumanity with yourself, pray try what you can say to me about your never telling me the life you led in Pall Mall in the character of Roxana. You scrupled to be happily married to me, and soon after came to England, and was a reputed whore to any nobleman that would come up to your price, and lived with one a considerable time, and was taken by several people to be his lawful wife. If any gentleman should ask me what I have taken to my bed, what must I answer? I must say, an inhuman, false-hearted whore, one that had not tenderness enough to own her own children, and has too little virtue in my mind to make a good wife. own I would," says he, "have settled your own estate upon you with great satisfaction, but I will not do it now. You may retire to your chamber, and when I have any occasion to speak with you, I will send a messenger to you. So, my undeserving lady countess, you may walk out of the room." I was going to reply to all this, but instead of hearing me, began to speak against the Quaker, who he supposed knew all the intrigues of my life. But I cleared her innocence by solemnly declaring it was a thorough reformation of my past life that carried me to live at the Quaker's house, who knew nothing of me before I went to live with her, and that she was, I believed, a virtuous woman. I went away prodigiously chagrined. I knew not what course to take. I found expostulation signified nothing, and all my hopes depended on what I might say to him after we were gone to bed at night. I sent in for Amy, and having told her our discourse, she said she knew not what to think of him, but hoped it would be by great submission wear off by degrees. I could eat but little dinner, and Amy was more sorrowful than hungry. For after we had dined, we walked by ourselves in the garden to know what we had best pursue. As we were walking about, Thomas came to us and told us that the young woman who had caused all the words had been at the door and delivered a letter to my lord's footman, who had carried it upstairs, and that she was ordered to go to his lordship in his study, which struck me with a fresh and sensible grief. I told Thomas, as he was to be her brother, to learn what my lord had said to her, if he could, as she came down, on which he went into the house to obey his order. He was not gone in above a quarter of an hour before he came to me again and told me she was gone, and that my lord had given her a purse of 20 guineas with orders to live retired, let nobody know who or what she was, and come to him again in about a month's time. I was very much satisfied to hear this, and was in hopes of its proving a happy omen, and I was better pleased about 2 hours after, when Thomas came to me to let me know that my lord had given him 30 guineas, and bid him take off his livery, and new clothe himself, for he intended to make him his first clerk, and put him in the way of making his fortune. I now thought it was impossible for me to be poor, and was inwardly rejoiced that my children, meaning Thomas and Roxana, were in the high road to grow rich. As Amy and I had dined by ourselves, my lord kept his study all the day, and at night, after supper, Isabel came and told me that my lord's man had received orders to make his bed in the crimson room, which name it received from the colour of the bed and furniture, and reserved against the coming of strangers or sickness. When she had delivered her message, she withdrew, and I told Amy it would be to no purpose to go to him again, but I would have her lie in a small bed, which I ordered immediately to be carried into my chamber. Before we went to bed, I went to his lordship to know why he would make us both look so little among our own servants as to part bed and board so suddenly. He only said, "My Lady Roxana knows the airs of quality too well to be informed that a scandal among nobility does not consist in parting of beds. If you cannot lie by yourself, you may send a letter to my lord, whom you lived with as a mistress in London. Perhaps he may want a bedfellow as well as you, and come to you at once. You are too well acquainted with him to stand upon ceremony." I left him with my heart full of malice, grief, shame, and revenge. I did not want a good will to do any mischief, but I wanted an unlimited power to put all my wicked thoughts in execution. Amy and I lay in our chamber, and the next morning at breakfast we were talking of what the servants, for there were 13 of them in all, 2 coachmen, 4 footmen, a groom and postilion, 2 women cooks, 2 housemaids, and a laundry maid, besides Isabel, who was my waiting maid, and Amy, who acted as housekeeper, could say of the disturbance that was in the family. "Foh," said Amy, "never trouble your head about that, for family quarrels are so common in noblemen's houses, both here and in England, that there are more families parted, both in bed and board, than live lovingly together. It can be no surprise to the servants, and if your neighbours should hear it, they will only think you are imitating the air of nobility, and have more of that blood in you than you appeared to have when you and your lord lived happily together." The time, I own, went very sluggishly on. I had no company but Amy and Isabel, and it was given out among the servants of noblemen and gentry that I was very much indisposed, for I thought it a very improper time either to receive or pay visits. In this manner I lived till the month was up that my daughter was to come again to my lord, for although I went morning, noon, and night into his apartment to see him, I seldom had a quarter of an hour's discourse with him, and oftentimes one of his valets would be sent to tell me his lord was busy, a little before the time I usually went, which I found was to prevent my going in to him, but this was only when he was in an ill humour, as his man called it. Whether my lord used to make himself uneasy for want of mine or other company, I cannot tell, but the servants complained every day, as I heard by Amy, that his lordship ate little or nothing, and would sometimes shed tears when he sat down by himself to breakfast, dinner, or supper. And indeed I began to think that he looked very thin, his countenance grew pale, and that he had every other sign of a grieved or broken heart. My daughter came to him one Monday morning, and stayed with him in his study near 2 hours. I wondered at the reason of it, but could guess at nothing certain, and at last she went away, but I fixed myself so as to see her as she passed by me, and she appeared to have a countenance full of satisfaction. In the evening, when I went in as usual, he spoke to me in a freer style than he had done since our breach. "Well, madam," for he had not used the words my lady at any time after my daughter's coming to our house, said he, "I think I have provided for your daughter." "As how, my lord, pray will you let me know?" said I. "Yes," replied he, "as I have reason to think you will be sorry to hear of her welfare in any shape, I will tell you. A gentleman who is going factor for the Dutch East India Company on the coast at Malabar I have recommended her to, and he, on my character and promise of a good fortune, will marry her very soon, for the company's ships sail in about 12 days. So in a fortnight, like a great many mothers as there are nowadays, you may rejoice at having got rid of one of your children, though you neither know where, how, or to whom." Although I was very glad my lord spoke to me at all, and more especially so at my daughter's going to be married, and settling in the Indies, yet his words left so sharp a sting behind them as was exceeding troublesome to me to wear off. I did not dare venture to make any further inquiries, but was very glad of what I heard, and soon, bidding my lord good night, went and found Amy, who was reading a play in the chamber. I waited with the greatest impatience for this marriage, and when I found the day was fixed, I made bold to ask my lord if I should not be present in his chamber when the ceremony was performed. This favour was also denied me. I then asked my lord's chaplain to speak to him on that head, but he was deaf to his importunities, and bade him tell me that I very well knew his mind. The wedding was performed on a Wednesday evening in my lord's presence, and he permitted nobody to be there but a sister of the bridegroom's, and Thomas, now my lord's secretary or chief clerk. He was brother to the bride, and who gave her away. They all supped together after the ceremony was over in the great dining room, where the fortune was paid, which was £2,000, as I heard from Thomas afterwards, and the bonds for the performance of the marriage were re-delivered. Next morning my lord asked me if I was willing to see my daughter before she sailed to the Indies. "My lord," said I, "as the seeing of her was the occasion of this great breach that has happened between us, so if your lordship will let me have sight of her and a reconciliation with you at the same time, there is nothing can be more desirable to me, or would more contribute to my happiness during the rest of my life." "No, madam," says he, "I would have you see your daughter, to be reconciled to her, and give her your blessing, if a blessing can proceed from you, at parting. But our reconciliation will never be completed till one of us comes near the verge of life, if then, for I am a man that am never reconciled without ample amends, which is a thing that is not in your power to give, without you can alter the course of nature and recall time." On hearing him declare himself so open, I told him that my curse, instead of my blessing, would pursue my daughter for being the author of all the mischiefs that had happened between us. "No, madam," said he, "if you had looked upon her as a daughter heretofore, I should have had no occasion to have had any breach with you. The whole fault lies at your own door, for whatever your griefs may inwardly be, I would have you recollect they were of your own choosing. I found I was going to give way to a very violent passion, which would perhaps be the worse for me, so I left the room and went up to my own chamber, not without venting bitter reproaches both against my daughter and her unknown husband. However, the day she was to go on shipboard, she breakfasted with my lord, and as soon as it was over, and my lord was gone into his study to fetch something out, I followed him there, and asked him if he would give me leave to present a gold repeating watch to my daughter before she went away. I thought he seemed somewhat pleased with this piece of condescension on me, though it was done more to gain his good will than to express any value I had for her. He told me that he did not know who I could better make such a present to, and I might give it to her if I pleased. Accordingly I went and got it out of my cabinet in a moment, and bringing it to my lord, desired he would give it her from me. He asked me if I would not give it her myself. I told him no, I wished her very well, but had nothing to say to her till I was restored to his lordship's bed and board. About 2 hours after all this, the coach was ordered to the door, and my daughter and her new husband, the husband's sister, and my son Thomas all went into it, in order to go to the house of a rich uncle of the bridegroom's, where they were to dine before they went on board, and my lord went there in a sedan about an hour after. And having eaten their dinner, which on this occasion was the most elegant, they all went on board the Indiaman, where my lord and my son Thomas stayed till the ship's crew was hauling in their anchors to sail, and then came home together in the coach, and it being late in the evening, he told Thomas he should sup with him that night, after which they went to bed in their several apartments. Next morning, when I went to see my lord as usual, he told me that as he had handsomely provided for my daughter and sent her to the Indies with a man of merit and fortune, he sincerely wished her great prosperity. And, he added, to let you see, madam, that I should never have parted from my first engagements of love to you, had you not laid yourself so open to censure for your misconduct. My next care shall be to provide for your son Thomas in a handsome manner, before I concern myself with my son by you. This was the subject of our discourse, with which I was very well pleased. I only wished my daughter had been married and sent to the Indies before I had married myself, but I began to hope that the worst would be over when Thomas was provided for too. The son my lord had by me, who was now at the university, was at home, which I would have brought to pass could my will be obeyed, but I was not to enjoy that happiness. My lord and I lived with a secret discontent of each other for near a 12-month before I saw any provision made for my son Thomas, and then I found my lord bought him a very large plantation in Virginia, and was furnishing him to go there in a handsome manner. He also gave him 4 quarter parts in 4 large trading West India vessels, in which he boarded a great quantity of merchandise to traffic with when he came to the end of his journey, so that he was a very rich man before he, what we call, came into the world. The last article that was to be managed was to engage my son to a wife before he left Holland, and it happened that the gentleman who was the seller of the plantation my husband bought had been a Virginia planter in that colony a great many years, but his life growing on the decline, and his health very dubious, he had come to Holland with an intent to sell his plantation, and then had resolved to send for his wife, son, and daughter to come to him with the return of the next ships. This gentleman had brought over with him the pictures of all his family, which he was showing to my lord at the very same time he was paying for the effects, and on seeing the daughter's picture, which appeared to him very beautiful, my lord inquired if she was married. No, my lord, says the planter, but I believe I shall dispose of her soon after she comes to me. How old is your daughter? Said my lord. Why, my lord, replied the planter, she is 22 years of age. Then my lord asked my son if he should like that young lady for a wife. Nothing, my lord, said Thomas, would lay a greater obligation upon me than your lordship's providing me with a wife. Now, sir, said my lord to the planter, what do you say to a match between this young gentleman and your daughter? Their ages are agreeable, and if you can or will give her more fortune than he has, his shall be augmented. You partly know his substance by the money I have now paid you. This generous proposal of my lord's pleased the planter to a great degree, and he declared to my lord that he thought nothing could be a greater favour done him for 2 reasons. one of which was that he was certain the young gentleman was as good as he appeared, because he had taken for his plantation so large a sum of money as none but a gentleman could pay. The next reason was that this marriage, to be performed as soon as my son arrived there, would be a great satisfaction to his wife, whose favourite the daughter was. For, added he, my wife will not only have the pleasure of seeing her daughter settled on what was our own hereditary estate, but also see her married to a man of substance, without the danger of crossing the seas to be matched to a person equal to herself. Pray, sir, said my lord, let me hear what fortune you are willing to give with your daughter. You have but 2 children, and I know you must be rich. Why, my lord, replied the planter, there is no denying that, but you must remember I have a son as well as a daughter to provide for, and he I intend to turn into the mercantile way as soon as he arrives safe from Virginia. I have, my lord, continued he, a very large stock in trade there, as warehouses of tobacco, etc., lodged in the custom houses of the ports, to the value of £7,000, to which I will add £3,000 in money, and I hope he will look upon that as a very competent estate, and when the young gentleman's fortune is joined to that, I believe he'll be the richest man in the whole American colonies of his age. It was then considered between my lord and Thomas that no woman with a quarter of that fortune would venture herself over to the West Indies with a man that had 10 times as much, so it being hinted to the planter that my lord had agreed to the proposals, they promised to meet the next morning to settle the affair. In the evening, my lord, with Thomas in his company, hinted the above discourse to me. I was frightened almost out of my wits to think what a large sum of money had been laid out for my son, but kept what I thought to myself. It was agreed that my son was to marry the old planter's daughter, and a lawyer was sent for, with instructions to draw up all the writings of the marriage settlement, etc. And the next morning a messenger came from the planter with a note to my lord, letting him know, if it was not inconvenient, he would wait on his lordship to breakfast. He came soon after with a Dutch merchant of great estate, who was our neighbour at the Hague. They settled every point in question, and the articles were all drawn up and signed by the several parties the next day before dinner. There was nothing now remaining but my son's departure to his new plantation in Virginia. Great dispatch was made that he might be ready to sail in one of his own ships, and take the advantage of an English convoy, which was almost ready to sail. My lord sent several valuable presents to my son's lady, as did her father, and as I was at liberty in this case to do as I would, and knowing my lord had a very great value for my son, I thought that the richer my presents were, the more he would esteem me. But there was nothing in it. The enmity he took against me had taken root in his heart. So I sent her a curious set of china, the very best I could buy, with a silver tea kettle and lamp, teapot, sugar dish, cream pot, teaspoons, etc., and as my lord had sent a golden repeater, I added to it a golden equipage, with my lord's picture hanging to it, finely painted. This was another thing I did purposely to please him, but it would not do. A few days after he came to take his leave of me by my lord's orders, and at my parting with him, I shed abundance of tears to think I was then in an almost strange place, no child that could then come near me, and under so severe a displeasure of my lord that I had very little hopes of ever being friends with him again. End of section 35. Section 36 of Roxana by Daniel Defoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My life did not mend after my son was gone. All I could do would not persuade my lord to have any free conversation with me. And at this juncture it was that the foolish jade, Amy, who was now advanced in years, was catched in a conversation with one of my lord's men, which was not to her credit, for, it coming to his ears, she was turned out of the house by my lord's orders, and was never suffered to come into it again during his lifetime. And I did not dare to speak a word in her favour, for fear he should retort upon me, like mistress, like maid. I could hear nothing of Amy for the first 3 months after she had left me, till one day, as I was looking out of a window, I saw her pass by, but I did not dare ask her to come in, for fear my lord should hear of her being there, which would have been adding fuel to the fire. However, she, looking up at the house, saw me. I made a motion to her to stay a little out about the door, and in the meantime I wrote a note and dropped it out of the window, in which I told her how I had lived in her absence, and desired her to write me a letter and carry it the next day to my sempstress's house, who would take care to deliver it to me herself. I told Isabel that she should let me know when the milliner came again, for I had some complaints to her about getting up my best suit of Brussels lace night clothes. On the Saturday following, just after I had dined, Isabel came into my apartment. "My lady," says she, "the milliner is in the parlour. Will you be pleased to have her sent upstairs, or will your ladyship be pleased to go down to her?" "Why, send her up, Isabel," said I. "She is as able to come to me as I am to go to her. I will see her there." When the milliner came into my chamber, I sent Isabel to my dressing-room to fetch a small parcel of fine linen which lay there, and in the interim she gave me Amy's letter, which I put into my pocket. Having pretended to be angry about my linen, I gave her the small bundle Isabel brought, and bid her be sure to do them better for the future. She promised me she would, and went about her business. And when she was gone, I opened Amy's letter, and having read it, found it was to the following purpose: that she had opened a coffee-house, and furnished the upper part of it to let out in lodgings; that she kept 2 maids and a man, but that the trade of it did not answer as she had reason to expect. She was willing to leave it off, and retire into the country to settle for the rest of her life, but was continually harassed by such disturbance in her conscience as made her unfit to resolve upon anything, and wished there was a possibility for her to see me, that she might open her mind with the same freedom as formerly, and have my advice upon some particular affairs, and such like discourse. It was a pretty while before I heard from Amy again, and when I did, the letter was in much the same strain as the former, excepting that things were coming more to a crisis, for she had told me in it that her money was so out, that is, lent as ready money to traders, and trusted for liqueurs on her house, that if she did not go away this quarter, she should be obliged to run away the next. I very much lamented her unfortunate case, but that could be no assistance to her, as I had it not now in my power to see her when I would, or give her what I pleased, as it had always used to be. So all I could do was to wish her well, and leave her to take care of herself. About this time it was that I perceived my lord began to look very pale and meagre, and I had a notion he was going into a consumption, but did not dare tell him so, for fear he should say I was daily looking for his death, and was now overjoyed that I saw a shadow of it. Nevertheless, he soon after began to find himself in a very bad state of health, for he said to me one morning that my care would not last long, for he believed he was seized by a distemper it was impossible for him to get over. "My lord," said I, "you do not do me justice in imagining anything concerning me that does not tend to your own happiness, for if your body is out of order, my mind suffers for it. Indeed, had he died then, without making a will, it might have been well for me, but he was not so near death as that, and what was worse, the distemper, which proved a consumption, which was occasioned chiefly by much study, watchings, melancholy thoughts, wilful and obstinate neglect of taking care of his body, and such like things, held him 9 weeks, and 3 days after this, before it carried him off. He now took country lodgings, most delightfully situated both for air and prospect, and had a maid and man to attend him. I begged on my knees to go with him, but could not get that favour granted, for if I could, it might have been the means of restoring me to his favour. But our breach was too wide to be thoroughly reconciled, though I used all the endearing ways I ever had occasion for to creep into his favour. Before he went out of town, he locked and sealed up every room in the house, excepting my bedchamber, dressing room, one parlour, and all the offices and rooms belonging to the servants, and as he had now all my substance in his power, I was in a very poor state for the countess, and began to wish, with great sincerity, that I had never seen him, after I had lived so happy a life as I did at the Quaker's, for notwithstanding our estates joined together, when we were first married, amounted to £3,376 per annum, and near £18,000 ready money, besides jewels, plate, goods, etc., of a considerable value. Yet we had lived in a very high manner since our taking the title of Earl and Countess upon us, setting up a great house, and had a number of servants, our equipage, such as coach, chariot, horses, and their attendants, a handsome fortune my lord had given to my daughter, and a very noble one to my son, whom he loved very well, not for being my son, but for the courteous behaviour of him in never aspiring to anything above a valet, after he knew who he was, till my lord made him his secretary or clerk. Besides all these expenses, my lord, having flung himself into his trade to the Indies, both east and west, had sustained many great and uncommon losses, occasioned by his merchandise being mostly shipped in English bottoms, and that nation having declared war against the crown of Spain, he was one of the first and greatest sufferers by that power, so that on the whole our estate, which was as above, dwindled to about £1,000 per annum, and our home stock, about £17,000, was entirely gone. This, I believe, was another great mortification to his lordship, and one of the main things that did help to hasten his end, for he was observed, both by me and all his servants, to be more cast down at hearing of his losses, that were almost daily sent to him, than he was at what had happened between him and me. Nothing could give me more uneasiness than the damage our estate sustained by this traffic. He looked upon it as a mere misfortune that no person could avoid, but I, besides that, thought it was a judgment upon me, to punish me in the loss of all my ill-got gain. But when I found that his own fortune began to dwindle as well as mine, I was almost ready to think it was possible his lordship might have been wicked as a liver, as I had, and the same vengeance as he had been poured upon me for my repeated crimes might also be a punishment for him. As his lordship was in a bad state of health, and had removed to a country lodging, his study and counting-house, as well as his other rooms, were locked and sealed up. All business was laid aside, excepting such letters as came to him were carried to his lordship to be opened, read, and answered. I also went to see him morning and evening, but he would not suffer me to stay with him a single night. I might have had another room in the same house, but was not willing the people who kept it should know that there was a misunderstanding between us. So I contented myself to be a constant visitor, but could not persuade him to forgive me the denying of my daughter, and acting the part of Roxana, because I had kept those two things an inviolable secret from him, and everybody else but Amy, and it was carelessness in her conduct at last that was the foundation of all my future misery. As my lord's weakness increased, so his ill temper, rather than diminish, increased also. I could do nothing to please him, and began to think that he was only pettish, because he found it was his turn to go out of the world first. A gentleman that lived near him, as well as his chaplain, persuaded him to have a physician, to know in what state his health was, and by all I could learn, the doctor told him to settle his worldly affairs as soon as he conveniently could. For, says he, although your death is not certain, still your life is very precarious. The first thing he did after this was to send for the son he had by me from the university. He came the week afterwards, and the tutor with him, to take care of his pupil. The next day, after my lord came home, and sending for 6 eminent men that lived at the Hague, he made his will, and signed it in the presence of them all, and they with the chaplain were appointed the executors of it, and guardians of my son. As I was in a great concern at his making his will unknown to me, and before we were friends, I thought of it in too serious a manner not to speak about it. I did not know where to apply first, but after mature consideration sent for the chaplain, and he coming to me, I desired he would give me the best intelligence he could about it. My lady, said he, you cannot be so unacquainted with the duty of my function, and the trust my lord has reposed in me, that you must know I shall go beyond my trust in relating anything of that nature to you. All that I can say on that head is that I would have you make friends with my lord as soon as you possibly can, and get him to make another will, or else take the best care of yourself as lies in your power, for I assure you, if his lordship dies, you are but poorly provided for. These last words of the chaplain's most terribly alarmed me. I knew not what to do, and at last, as if I was to be guided by nothing but the Furies, I went to his chamber, and after inquiring how he did, and hearing that he was far from well, I told him I had heard he had made his will. Yes, said he, I have. And what then? Why, my lord, replied I thought it would not have been derogatory to both our honours for you to have mentioned it to me before you did it, and have let me known in what manner you intended to settle your estate. This would have been but acting like a man to his wife, even if you had married me without a fortune, but as you received so handsomely with me, you ought to have considered it as my substance as well as your own that you were going to dispose of. My lord looked somewhat staggered at what I had said, and pausing a little while, answered that he thought, and almost looked upon it as a granted opinion, that after a man married a woman, all that she was in possession of was his, excepting he had made a prior writing or settlement to her of any part or all she was then possessed of. Besides, my lady, added he, I have married both your children, and given them very noble fortunes, especially your son. I have also had great losses in trade, both by sea and land, since you delivered your fortune to me, and even at this time, notwithstanding the appearance we make in the world, I am not worth a third of what I was when we came to settle in Holland, and then here is our own son should be provided for in a handsome manner by me, for I am thoroughly convinced there will be but little care taken of him if I leave anything in your power for that purpose. Witness Thomas and Susanna. My lord, said I am not come into your chamber to know what care you have taken of our child. I do not doubt but you have acted like a father by it. But what I would be informed in is what I am to depend upon in case of your decease, which I, however, hope may be a great many years off yet. You need not concern yourself about that, said he. Your son will take care that you shall not want. But yet I will tell you too, said he, that it may prevent your wishing for my death. I have in my will left all I am possessed of in the world to my son, excepting £1,500. Out of that there is £500 for you, £500 among my executors, and the other £500 is to bury me, pay my funeral expenses, and what is overplus I have ordered to be equally divided among my servants. When I had heard him pronounce these words, I stared like one that was frightened out of his senses. £500 for me, says I. Pray, what do you mean? What, am I that brought you so handsome a fortune to be under the curb of my son, and ask him for every penny I want? No, sir, said I will not accept it. I expect to be left in full possession of 1/2 of your fortune, that I may live the remainder of my life like your wife. Madam, replied my lord, you may expect what you please, if you can make it appear, since I found you out to be a jilt, that I have looked upon you as my wife, everything shall be altered and settled, just as you desire, which might then be called your will, but as the case now stands, the will is mine, and so it shall remain. I thought I should have sunk when I heard him make this solemn and premeditated declaration. I raved like a mad woman, and at the end of my discourse told him that I did not value what could happen to me, even if I was forced to beg my bread, for I would stand the test of my own character, and as I could get nothing by being an honest woman, so I should not scruple to declare that the son you have left what you have to is a bastard you had by me several years before we were married. Oh, says he, Madame, do you think you can frighten me? No, not in the least, for if you ever mention anything of it, the title, as well as all the estate, will go to another branch of my family, and you will then be left to starve in good earnest, without having the least glimpse of hope to better your fortune. For, added he, it is not very probable that you will be courted for a wife by any man of substance at these years. So if you have a mind to make yourself easy in your present circumstances, you must rest contented with what I have left you, and not prove yourself a whore to ruin your children, in whose power it will be to provide for you in a handsome manner, provided you behave yourself with that respect to him and me as you ought to do. For any words arise about what I have done, I shall make a fresh will, and as the laws of this nation will give me liberty, cut you off with a shilling. My own unhappiness and his strong and lasting resentment had kept me at high words and flowing in tears for some time, and as I was unwilling anybody should see me in that unhappy condition, I stayed coolly talking to him, till our son, who had been to several gentlemen's houses about my lord's business, came home to tell his father the success he had met with abroad. He brought in with him banknotes to the amount of £12,000, which he had received of some merchants he held a correspondence with, at which my lord was well pleased, for he was pretty near out of money at this juncture. After our son had delivered the accounts and bills, and had withdrawn, I asked my lord in a calm tone to give me the satisfaction of knowing in what manner the losses he had complained to have suffered consisted. You must consider, my lord, said I, that according to what you have been pleased to inform me of, we are upwards of £2,000 per annum, besides about £17,000 ready money, poorer than we were when we first came to settle in Holland. You talk, replied my lord, in a very odd manner. Do not you know that I had children of my own by a former wife, and of these I have taken so much care as to provide with very handsome fortunes, which are settled irrevocably upon them. I have, Providence be thanked, given each of them £5,000, and that is laid in East India stock, sufficient to keep them genteelly, above the frowns of fortune, and free from the fear of want. This, joined to the money I mentioned to you before, as losses at sea, deaths, and bankruptcies, your children's fortunes, which are larger than my own children's, the buying the estate we live on, and several other things which my receipts and notes will account for, as you may see after my decease. I have to oblige you on this head, almost descended to particulars, which I never thought to have done, but as I have, rest yourself contented, and be well assured that I have not wilfully thrown any of your substance away. I could not tell what he meant by saying he had not wilfully thrown any of my substance away. These words puzzled me, for I found by his discourse I was to have but £500 of all that I had bought him at his decease, which I looked upon to be near at hand. I had but one thing that was any satisfaction to me, which was this. I was assured by him that he had not bestowed above the £15,000 he mentioned to me on his children by his former wife, and on an exact calculation he made it appear that he had bestowed on my son Thomas alone near £13,000 in buying the plantation, shares in vessels, and merchandise, besides several valuable presents sent to his wife, both by him and me. And as for my daughter Roxana, she was very well married to a factor, with a fortune of £2,000, which was a great sum of money for a woman to have who was immediately to go to the East Indies, besides some handsome presents given to her both by him and me. In fact, her fortune was in proportion as large as her brother's, for there is but very few women in England or Holland with £2,000 fortune that would venture to the coast of Malabar, even to have married an Indian king, much more to have gone over with a person that no one could tell what reception he might meet with, or might be called at the pleasure of the company, upon the least distaste taken by the merchants against him. Neither would I, though her own mother hinder her voyage, for she had been the author of all the misfortunes that had happened to me, and if my speaking a word would have saved her from the greatest torment, I believe I should have been quite silent. And I had but one reason to allege for the girl's going so hazardous a voyage, which is, she knew that the match was proposed by my lord, and if he had not thought it would have been advantageous for her, he would never have given £2000 to her husband as a fortune. And again, as my lord was the only friend she had in our family, she was cunning enough to know that the bare disobliging of him would have been her ruin for ever after. To which I may add that it is possible, as she had made so much mischief about me, she was glad to get what she could and go out of the way, for fear my lord and I should be friends, which if that had happened, she would have been told never to come to our house any more. As my lord's death began to be daily the discourse of the family, I thought that he might be more reconciled if I entered into the arguments again, pro and con, which we had together before. I did so, but all I could say was no to satisfaction, till I importuned him on my knees with a flood of tears. "Madam," said he, "what would you have me do?" "Do, my lord," said I, "only be so tender to my years and circumstances as to alter your will, or at least add a codicil to it. I desire nothing more, for I declare I had rather be a beggar than live under my child's jurisdiction." To this he agreed with some reluctance, and he added a codicil to his will. This pleased me greatly, and gave me comfort, for I dreaded nothing so much after all my high living as being under any person, relation or stranger, and whether they exercised any power over me or not. I saw the lawyer come out of the chamber first, but was above asking him any questions. The next were the executors and chaplain. I asked the last how they came to have words. He did not answer me directly, but begged to know whose pleasure it was to have the codicil annexed. "It was mine, sir," replied I, "and it made me very easy before I could have the favour granted." He only replied by saying, "Ah, poor lady! The favour, as you are pleased to term it, is not calculated for any benefit to you. Think the worst you can of it." I was terribly uneasy at what the chaplain had said, but I imagined to myself that I could not be worse off than I thought I should be before the codicil was annexed, and as he withdrew without saying any more, I was fain to rest satisfied with what I had heard, and that amounted to nothing. The next day after this, the physicians that attended my lord told him it was time for him to settle his worldly affairs, and prepare himself for a hereafter. I now found all was over, and I had no other hopes for his life than the physician's declaration of his being near his death. For it often happens that the gentlemen of the faculty give out that a man is near his death to make the cure appear to be the effect of their great skill in distempers and medicine; as others, when they cannot find out the real disease, give out that a man's end is near, rather than discover their want of judgment. And this I thought might be the case with our doctors of physic. Our son was still kept from the university, and lodged at the house of one of his future guardians, but when he heard that his father was so near his end, he was very little out of his presence, for he dearly loved him. My lord sent the day before his death to lock and seal up all the doors in his dwelling house at the Hague, and the steward had orders, in case of my lord's decease, not to let anybody come in, not even his lady, who had for some time lodged in the same house with her lord, without an order from the executors. The keys of the doors were carried to him, and as he saw his death approach, he prepared for it, and in fact resigned up the keys of everything to the executors, and having bid them all a farewell, they were dismissed. The physicians waited, but as the verge of life approached, and it was out of their power to do him any service, he gave them a bill of £100 for the care they had taken of him, and dismissed them. I now went into the chamber, and kneeling by his bedside, kissed him with great earnestness, and begged of him, if ever I had disobliged him in any respect, to forgive me. He sighed, and said he most freely forgave me everything that I had reason to think I had offended him in. But, he added, if you had been so open in your conversation to me before our marriage as to discover your family and way of life, I know not but that I should have married you as I did. I might now have been in a good state of health, and you many years have lived with all the honours due to the Countess de Wintselsheim. These words drew tears from my eyes, and they being the last of any consequence he said, they had the greater impression upon me. He faintly bid me a long farewell, and said, as he had but a few moments to live, he hoped I would retire, and leaving with our son and the chaplain, I withdrew into my own chamber, almost drowned in tears, and my son soon followed me out, leaving the chaplain with his father, offering up his prayers to heaven for the receiving of his soul into the blessed mansions of eternal bliss. A few minutes after, our son went into the chamber with me again and received his father's last blessing. The chaplain now saw him departing, and was reading the prayer ordered by the church for that occasion. While he was doing it, my lord laid his head gently on the pillow, and turning on his left side, departed this life with all the calmness of a composed mind, without so much as a groan, in the 57th year of his age. As soon as he was dead, an undertaker was sent for, by order of the executors, who met together immediately to open his will and take care of all my son's effects. I was present when it was opened and read, but how terribly I was frightened at hearing the codicil repeated, any person may imagine by the substance of it, which was to this effect: that if I had given me any more after his decease than the £500 he had left me, the £500 left to his executors, and the £1,000 of my son's estate, which was now a year's interest, was to be given to such poor families at the Hague as were judged to be in the greatest want of it, not to be divided into equal sums, but every family to have according to their merit and necessity. But this was not all. My son was tied down much harder, for if it was known that he gave me any relief, let my condition be ever so bad, either by himself, by his order, or in any manner of way, device, or contrivance that he could think of, 1/2 of his estate, which was particularly mentioned, was to devolve to the executors for ever, and if they granted me ever so small a favour, that sum was to be equally divided among the several parishes where they lived, for the benefit of the poor. Any person would have been surprised to have seen how we all sat staring at each other, for though it was signed by all the executors, yet they did not know the substance of it till it was publicly read, excepting the chaplain, and he, as I mentioned before, had told me the codicil had better never been added. I was now in a fine dilemma. I had the title of a countess, with £500 and nothing else to subsist on but a very good wardrobe of clothes, which were not looked upon by my son and the executors to be my late lord's property, and which were worth, indeed, more than treble the sum I had left me. They were immediately removed from the lodgings, and left them to bury the body when they thought proper, and retired to a lodging at a private gentleman's house about a mile from the Hague. I was now resolved to find out Amy, being, as it were, at liberty, and accordingly went to the house where she had lived, and finding that empty, inquired for her among the neighbours, who gave various accounts of what had become of her, but one of them had a direction left at his house where she might be found. I went to the place and found the house shut up, and all the windows broken, the sign taken down, and the rails and benches pulled from before the door. I was quite ashamed to ask for her there, for it was a very scandalous neighbourhood, and I concluded that Amy had been brought to low circumstances, and had kept a house of ill fame, but was either run away herself, or was forced to it by the officers of justice. However, as nobody knew me here, I went into a shop to buy some trifles, and asked who had lived in the opposite house, meaning Amy's. Really, madam, says the woman, I do not well know, but it was a woman who kept girls for gentlemen, and she went on in that wickedness for some time, till a gentleman was robbed there of his watch and a diamond ring, in which the women were all taken up and committed to the house of correction, but the young ones are now at liberty, and keep about the town. Pray, said I, what may have become of the old beast that could be the ruin of those young creatures? Why, I do not well know, says she, but I have heard that, as all her goods were seized upon, she was sent to the poorhouse, but it soon after appearing that she had the French disease to a violent degree, was removed to a hospital to be taken care of. But I believe she will never live to come out, and if she should be so fortunate, the gentleman that was robbed, finding that she was the guilty person, intends to prosecute her to the utmost rigour of the law. I was sadly surprised to hear this character of Amy, for I thought whatever house she might keep, that the heyday of her blood had been over. But I found that she had not been willing to be taken for an old woman, though near 60 years of age, and my not seeing or hearing from her for some time past was a confirmation of what had been told me. I went home sadly dejected, considering how I might hear of her. I had known her for a faithful servant to me in all my bad and good fortune, and was sorry that at the last such a miserable end should overtake her, though she, as well as I, deserved it several years before. A few days after I went pretty near the place I had heard she was, and hired a poor woman to go and inquire how Amy did, and whether she was likely to do well. The woman returned and told me that the matron or mistress of the person I inquired after died in a salivation 2 days before, and was buried the last night in the cemetery belonging to the hospital. I was very sorry to hear of Amy's unhappy and miserable death, for when she came first into my service she was really a sober girl, very witty and brisk, but never impudent, and her notions in general were good, till my forcing her, as it were, to have an intrigue with a jeweller. She had also lived with me between 30 and 40 years in the several stages of life as I had passed through. As I had done nothing but what she was privy to, so she was the best person in the universal world to consult with and take advice from, as my circumstances now were. I returned to my lodgings, much chagrined and very disconsolate, for as I had for several years lived at the pinnacle of splendour and satisfaction, it was a prodigious heartbreak to me now to fall from upwards of 3,000 per annum to a poor £500 principal. A few days after this I went to see my son, the Earl of Wintselsheim. He received me in very courteous, though far from a dutiful manner. We walked together near an hour upon general things, but had no particular discourse about my late lord's effects, as I wanted to have. Among other things, he told me that his guardians had advised him to go to the university for 4 years longer, when he would come of age, and his estate would be somewhat repaired, to which he said he had agreed, and for that purpose all the household goods and equipages were to be disposed of the next week, and the servants dismissed. I immediately asked if it would be looked upon as an encroachment upon his father's will if I took Isabel, who had been my waiting maid ever since I came from England, to live with me. No, my lady, very readily replied he, as she will be dismissed from me, she is certainly at liberty and full freedom to do for herself as soon and in the best manner she possibly can. After this I stayed about a quarter of an hour with him, and then I sent for Isabel to know if she would come and live with me on her dismission from her lord's. The girl readily consented, for I had always been a good mistress to her, and then I went to my own lodgings in my son's coach, which he had ordered to be got ready to carry me home. Isabel came according to appointment about 10 days after, and told me the house was quite cleared both of men and movables, but said her lord, meaning my son, was not gone to the university as yet, but was at one of his guardian's houses, where he would stay about a month, and that he intended to make a visit before his departure, which he did, attended by my late chaplain. And I, being in handsome lodgings, received them with all the complaisance and love as was possible, telling them the time and circumstances having greatly varied with me. Whatever they saw amiss, I hoped they would be so good as to look over it at that time, by considering the unhappy situation of my affairs. After the visit was over, and I had myself and Isabel to provide for, handsome lodgings to keep, which were as expensive as they were fine, and nothing but my principal money to live on, I mean what I happened to have in my pocket at my lord's death, for I had not been paid my £500 as yet. I could not manage for the genteel maintenance as I had done some years before. I thought of divers things to lay my small sums out to advantage, but could fix on nothing, for it always happens that when people have but a trifle, they are very dubious in the disposal of it. Having been long resolving in my mind, I at last fixed on merchandise as the most genteel and profitable of anything else. Accordingly I went to a merchant who was intimate with my late lord, and letting him know how my circumstances were, he heartily condoled with me, and told me he could help me to a share in 2 ships. One was going a trading voyage to the coast of Africa, and the other a privateering. I was now in a dilemma, and was willing to have a share in the trader, but was dubious of being concerned in the privateer, for I had heard strange stories told of the gentlemen concerned in that way of business. Nay, I had been told, but with what certainty I cannot aver, that there was a set of men who took upon them to issue ships, and as they always knew to what port they are bound, notice was sent to their correspondent abroad to order out their privateers on the coast the other sailed, and they, knowing the loading and the numbers of hands and guns were on board, soon made prizes of the vessels, and the profits were equally divided, after paying what was paid for their insurance among them all. However, I at last resolved by the merchant's advice to have a share in the trader, and the next day he over-persuaded me to have a share in the privateer also. That I may not lay out my money before I have it, it may not be amiss to observe that I went to the executors and received my £500 at an hour's notice, and then went to the merchants to know what the shares would come to, and being told £1,500, I was resolved to raise the money. So I went home, and with my maid Isabel, in 2 days' time, disposed of as many of my clothes as fetched me near £1,100, which, joined to the above sum, I carried to the merchants, where the writings were drawn, signed, sealed, and delivered to me in the presence of 2 witnesses, who went with me for that purpose. The ships were near ready for sailing. The trader was so well manned and armed, as well as the privateer, that the partners would not consent to insure them, and out they both sailed, though from different ports, and I depended on getting a good estate between them. When I was about this last ship, a letter came from the Count, my son, full of tender expressions of his duty to me, in which I was informed that he was going again to the University at Paris, where he should remain 4 years. After that he intended to make the tour of Europe, and then come and settle at The Hague. I returned him thanks in a letter for his compliment, wished him all happiness and a safe return to Holland, and desired that he would write to me from time to time, that I might hear of his welfare, which was all I could now expect of him. But this was the last time I heard from him, or he from me. In about a month's time the news came that the privateer, which sailed under British colours and was divided into 8 shares, had taken a ship, and was bringing it into the Texel, but that it accidentally foundered, and being chained to the privateer, had, in sinking, like to have lost that too. 2 or 3 of the hands got on shore and came to The Hague, but how terribly I was alarmed any one may judge, when I heard the ship the privateer had was the Newfoundland merchantman, as I had bought 2 shares in out of 4. About 2 months after, news was current about The Hague of a privateer or merchantman, one of them of the town, though not known which, having an engagement in the Mediterranean, in which action both the privateer and trader was lost. Soon after their names were publicly known, and in the end my partners heard that they were our ships, and unhappily sailing under false colours, a thing often practised in the time of war, never having seen each other, had at meeting a very smart engagement, each fighting for life and honour, till 2 unfortunate shots, one of them, the privateer, was sunk by a shot between wind and water, and the trader unhappily blown up by a ball falling in the powder room. There were only 2 hands of the trader and 3 of the privateer that escaped, and they all fortunately met at one of the partners' houses, where they confirmed the truth of this melancholy story, and to me a fatal loss. What was to be done now? I had no money, and but few clothes left. There was no hope of subsistence for my son or his guardians. They were tied down to be spectators of my misfortunes, without affording me any redress, even if they would. Isabel, though I was now reduced to the last penny, would live with me still, and as I observed before, and may now repeat, I was in a pretty situation to begin the world, upwards of 60 years of age, friendless, scanty of clothes, and but very little money. I proposed to Isabel to remove from lodgings and retire to Amsterdam, where I was not known, and might turn myself into some little way of business, and work for that bread now which had been too often squandered away upon very trifles. And upon consideration I found myself in a worse condition than I thought, for I had nothing to recommend me to heaven, either in works or thoughts, had even banished from my mind all the cardinal and moral virtues, and had much more reason to hide myself from the sight of God, if possible, than I had to leave the Hague, that I might be known of my fellow creatures. And farther to hasten our removing to Amsterdam, I recollected I was involved in debt for money to purchase a share in the Newfoundland trader, which was lost, and my creditors daily threatened me with an arrest to make me pay them. I soon discharged my lodgings and went with Isabel to Amsterdam, where I thought, as I was advanced in years, to give up all I could raise in the world, and on the sale of everything I had, to go into one of the Provenier's houses, where I should be settled for life. But as I could not produce enough money for it, I turned it into a coffee house near the Stadthouse. I might have done well, but as soon as I was settled, one of my Hague creditors arrested me for a debt of £75, and I, not having a friend in the world of whom to raise the money, was, in a shameful condition, carried to the common jail, where poor Isabel followed me with showers of tears, and left me inconsolable for my great misfortunes. Here, without some very unforeseen accident, I shall never go out of it until I am carried to my grave, for which my much offended God prepare me as soon as possible. The continuation of the Life of Roxana by Isabel Johnson had been a waiting maid from the time she was thrown into jail to the time of her death. After my lady, as it was my duty to call her, was thrown into jail for a debt she was unable to pay, she gave her mind wholly up to devotion. Whether it was from a thorough sense of her wretched state, or any other reason, I could never learn. But this I may say, she was a sincere penitent, and in every action had all the behaviour of a Christian. By degrees all the things she had in the world were sold, and she began to find an inward decay upon her spirits. In this interval she repeated all the passages of her ill-spent life to me, and thoroughly repented of every bad action, especially the little value she had for her children, which were honestly born and bred. And having, as she believed, made her peace with God, she died with mere grief on the 2nd of July, 1742, in the 65th year of her age, and was decently buried by me in the churchyard belonging to the Lutherans, in the city of Amsterdam. End of section 36. End of Roxana by Defoe.